Cargill Philippines was established in 1947, the company's first subsidiary in the Asia-Pacific region. Immediately, Cargill saw the Philippines' potential as a coconut and coconut product supplier to the world. And in 1948, Cargill Philippines formally opened its first office, a copra buying station with just a handful of employees. Today, Cargill now employs over 2,000 employees across multiple locations in the country's three major island groups, with its operations now including grain distribution and trading, animal nutrition and health, poultry processing, and food and beverage ingredients. Cargill currently operates 5 business units in the Philippines. Cargill Oil Mills Philippines Inc., a business engaged in the coconut industry, specifically copra crushing with 10 copra buying stations to help coconut farmers gain greater access to global markets. Cargill Agricultural Supply Chain, a business unit covering all agency trading and distribution for the grains, supplying them with soybean meal, feed wheat, and high-quality milling wheat. Cargill Animal Nutrition and Health, which provides swine, poultry, and aqua feeds and premix solutions. CANH owns and operates 3 feed mills located in Bulacan and facilities in Pangasinan and Misamis Oriental, as well as tolling arrangements in Iloilo, Cebu, and Davao. Seajoy Poultry Meats Production Inc., a joint venture with the Philippines' largest fast food chain, primarily focuses on poultry processing. Seajoy produces ready-to-cook chicken for local consumption in a state-of-the-art processing facility in Santo Tomas, Batangas. And finally, Cargill Food Ingredients and Bio-Industrial Enterprise. We supply starches, sweeteners, such as glucose and fructose, oils, stevia, soya, flour, cocoa, and texturizing agents for local manufacturers primarily in the food, beverage, and snacks industry. And while these business units operate independently, they are deeply integrated into each other's operation as part of a larger Cargill Philippines supply chain.
We will always be committed to enable communities and businesses in the Philippines to thrive and look forward to continue growing and expanding our footprint in the country in line with our commitment towards enhancing food security and nourishing the world in a safe, sustainable, and responsible way.
At Eastern Communications, we believe in a strong and personal connection. In prioritizing both our high-tech and our high-touch solutions, we bring back the human connection in the ever-expanding industry of information and communications technology. In doing so, we've amassed a wide array of various solutions designed to not only improve our clients' businesses, but to also create seamless experiences for their own customers. Every business needs reliable connectivity in order to maintain its day-to-day processes. These are only some of the many solutions and services that Eastern Communications has established over the years for our many partners. And while we still have a long way to go, you can be sure that Eastern Communications will continue to be your partner and take you from where you are now to where you want to go. Together, we can all finish strong for our tomorrow. At Eastern Communications, we believe in a strong and personal connection. In prioritizing both our high-tech and our high-touch solutions, we bring back the human connection in the ever-expanding industry of information and communications technology. In doing so, we've amassed a wide array of various solutions designed to not only improve our clients' businesses, but to also create seamless experiences for their own customers. Every business needs reliable connectivity in order to maintain its day-to-day processes. These are only some of the many solutions and services that Eastern Communications has established over the years for our many partners. And while we still have a long way to go, you can be sure that Eastern Communications will continue to be your partner and take you from where you are now to where you want to go. Together, we can all finish strong for our tomorrow.
What does it mean to have a purpose? In a company as global and far-reaching as Emerson, it means each of us is part of something bigger. Our transformation to One Emerson has brought into focus, in addition to shared values, an underlying purpose that holds true to our culture. We drive innovation that makes the world healthier, safer, smarter, and more sustainable. When we look deeper into our purpose and into our individual roles as innovators, we see how our technology, engineering, and software solutions help make the world a better place. We make the world healthier by bringing critical new life-saving medicines to market faster with consistently high quality. Our cold chain technology enables our customers to safely keep perishable food and drugs at proper temperatures. We keep our customers safe with our location tracking software that provides real-time worker safety monitoring, potentially reducing more than 70% of common industrial incidents. Our new-to-the-world insulated hydraulic tools help keep linemen and electrical contractors protected against shocks and hazards. We make plants smarter by helping process engineers optimize operations with our digital twin software. Our ENERGY STAR certified SensiSmart thermostat technology uses geofencing, remote access, and flexible scheduling to keep homeowners in the know and in control of their home comfort. We promote sustainability with innovative software that enables the global power industry to seamlessly incorporate renewable energy sources to modernize and improve the reliability of the electric grid. Our energy-efficient compressors enable our industry partners to comply with ever-rising government efficiency standards for air conditioning and refrigeration systems. This purpose means limitless opportunities to take action, to innovate as one, and to promise our customers that with Emerson, you can always consider it solved. So what does it mean to have a purpose? For Emerson, it means everything.
We never left. At FedEx, we have been embracing the commitment to deliver in the Philippines for 37 years. Since the 80s, we have been steadfast in our commitment to connecting people and ideas through deliveries, creating opportunities and improving lives. Now with our world-class 17,000 square meter gateway, we need the right people. Talented women and men with the same goal and mission, who won't let the world down.
Ho, 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 ho.
We need fast, precise, dedicated, because this is where now meets next. At FedEx, every second counts. Every parcel counts. and every person counts.
Sir, are we ready?
We're FedEx. We're always ready.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. Safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
The world keeps on turning. That's why we keep on moving. ICTSI is a marine gateway operator, advancing trade to help move economies, moving across the globe, so we can move lives, moving a step ahead of everyone, so we can move towards a brighter tomorrow. ICTSI.
Every brand has a goal. To be this or that for the consumer. To do this or that for its audience. To fix this. To grow that. To build from scratch. At Team Asia, we take a holistic approach in solving marketing challenges and use a variety of channels to reach consumers in meaningful ways. Experience is the relationship you build between the audience and the brand. The integration of channels is what makes everything cohesive and relevant. This approach we call integrated marketing experience. Team Asia brings out the best in branding and design, events and activation, content marketing, digital marketing, and video production. Our team has the best players in the game, armed with the knowledge to implement a strong game plan that fits your goals. Are you launching a new brand? Are you creating a positive brand impression? If you're looking for ways to grow your brand, the first order of business is to choose a team of experts. We are Team Asia, and this is how we do it.
A lot of work goes into a virtual event. It starts with great content, putting your brand front and center. You plan every detail. You see every contingency. We already have the big thinkers, the inspired, the passionate, and the veterans. Now, we have the power of tech. Fast, uninterrupted experiences. Platforms that turn the ordinary to the exciting. An expert technical team executing to perfection. You get an amazing event and an audience that wants more of you. This is 29 years of expertise in creating next-level events. Now on the virtual space.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Lahat ng biyahe natin may dahilan because biyahe is life. Para tuloy-tuloy ang trip, minsan maraming kailangang hintuan. May biyaheng malubak.
Yung supplier kasi natin sa gifts, sir, hindi pa po sumasagot. We have 3 days to go, alright? Let's do this. Kaya yan.
Yes, sir.
May biyaheng never-ending.
Okay tayo dyan. Busin na natin ito.
Yes, sir.
Ano tayo mas okay? Robot o malaking truck?
May biyaheng struggle akitin. Pero pag nakarating ka na sa destination mo,
Sir, everything is in order.
Game?
Yes.
Alright, let's go.
yung dahilan kung bakit ka bumabiyahe, it's super worth it. Kaya saan man ako pumunta, alam kong may kasama ako. Biyaheng walang ending, may maaasahan all the way.
Full tank, sir.
Yes, please.
Biyaheng struggle akitin, may nagbibigay ng lakas. Biyaheng malubak, may handang malalay.
Okay na po, boss. Enjoy the journey po. Ayos.
Basta with Caltex, tuloy-tuloy ang biyahe.
Morning, boss. Welcome to Catex.
Morning.
Full tank, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Tuloy-tuloy ang biyahe dahil fast and friendly ang service sa Caltex.
Okay na po, boss. Enjoy the journey po.
Okay, thank you.
It's not enough to just sustain a broken world. There's always a choice. To be better. To turn the world around. To go beyond sustainability and become a regenerative force that heals and renews. At First Philippine Holdings, we imagine a regenerative, decarbonized world. And through our businesses, we are powering it. Building it. Living it. Making it. Healing it. And teaching it. Because this is the better way to live, to work, to treat our planet, and leave something better for the future. First Philippine Holdings, powered by good.
When you operate in dynamic global markets, the one constant is the speed of change, and navigating change takes leadership. Leadership that manages risk and uncertainty for clients with insight and confidence. At AIG, our expertise is turning risk into opportunity and new potential. It's why we pride ourselves in the quality of our people, the value we deliver, and the excellence in our execution. Because today, you don't just need an insurance company, you need an ally in your journey from now to next.
Trust. It's life's first lesson. We learn it with every new experience, with every new risk. We trust those who help us get back on our feet and point us in the right direction. As we invest in ourselves and in our goals, we trust the one who has our back. Trust is built on commitment. To invest our time and effort consistently, even through life's highs and lows. As we invest in our future, We trust the one who gives us courage to dream. Though the journey may be long, what can be sweeter than when our trust is rewarded? Life's biggest moments are moments of trust.
Shell's been in the Philippines for over 100 years, and we're still here powering progress. With over 1,000 service stations, by supplying fuels and lubricants for construction, manufacturing, and mining. But that's not all. Shell's here powering people too. Here empowering our communities. Here helping nurture local economies. Here protecting Filipinos from deadly diseases. And here responding to our country's future energy needs. Shell, we're here to stay.
Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all. Welcome to the 10th Arangkada Philippines Forum, Pathways to a Better Future. Our program will begin in a few minutes. My name is Monette Hamlin, and I'm the President and CEO of Team Asia, the event partner for this year's Arangkada, and I will be your host for the forum. Now, for those of you who are attending the forum for the very first time, Arangkada Philippines was launched in 2010 as a major advocacy project of the Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce, or JFC, to increase investment and employment in the Philippines. The JFC conducts an annual assessment of the 471 Arangkada recommendations and organizes this annual forum, where private and public sector delegates gather to discuss the status of the assessment, its findings, as well as the reforms that can improve the Philippine investment climate. This year, Arangkada takes place over 2 days with the participation of experts and major stakeholders in the Philippine economy. Day 1 took place on December 1, and today we will have day 2 of the forum. We're going to have another insightful day of discussion, so please stay tuned. But before we begin, a few reminders. First of all, we encourage everyone to actively participate in the discussions today, especially during the open forum and Q&A. Should you have questions for our speakers, kindly type it in the Q&A box. You can find the Q&A icon at the bottom of the Zoom platform. Our speakers and our panelists will be glad to answer them, of course, given enough time. Should you have other questions after the forum, please do send them to forum@arangkadaphilippines.com. Second, we invite you to share this event on your social media and to use the event hashtag #ArangkadaForum 2021. We also invite you to like us on Facebook. That's facebook.com/ArangkadaPhilippines. Follow us on Twitter @ArangkadaPH. And please connect with us on LinkedIn by searching for Arangkada Philippines. Third, recording any part of the show is strictly prohibited under the Philippine Data Privacy of 2012 and the Anti-Wiretapping Law. So please refrain from recording and sharing any part of this event. However, it is my duty to inform everyone that the whole event is being recorded for future use and is being broadcast simultaneously on Facebook and LinkedIn. If you do not agree to the recording, you may exit the platform. Otherwise, remain, as we have an insightful lineup of discussions today. At this point, we would like to invite everyone to participate in a quick poll from our sponsors. They would love to get your insights on their poll questions, so please answer the questions that will be flashed on your screen. So from Cargill, please choose one. When you purchase food items, do you give a premium to food choices that are sustainably sourced from an environmental and/or equitable, which means sourced from farmers or producers who are fairly compensated standpoint? Choices are yes, always, yes, sometimes, depending on the price, or yes, sometimes, depending on other factors besides price, and finally, not at all. So let me know your answer. Next, still from Cargill. When I buy food, I have a preference for, please select only one, imported products, local products, nutritionist products, or good tasting products, or value for money products. Please put in your choice. Let me just repeat that question. When I buy food, I have a preference for, and please select only one: imported products, local products, nutritious products, good tasting products, or value for money products. Okay, next poll question, this time from Globe Business. And again, one choice, please. Which of the following best describes the status of digital adaptation in your company? First, it's transformed. We're truly a digitally adaptive company. Or, we had a digital program, but for less than a year. Or, still exploratory. So the choices are for saying how it best describes the status of digital adaptation in your company are: transformed, you're truly a digitally adaptive company; we had a digital program for less than a year; or still exploratory. Tell us what you think. I'm also answering the poll questions, by the way. Second, what is the one biggest barrier to becoming a truly digital company? Higher management does not acknowledge the need, or organization restructure, I don't know where to begin, or cost budget constraints. Again, please choose one. What is the one biggest barrier to becoming a truly digital company? Higher management does not acknowledge the need, organization restructure, I don't know where to begin, or cost and budget constraints. Okay, I've put in my answer as well. Next, this poll question now comes from First Philippine Holdings Corporation. One choice, please. Is your company spending more this year to mitigate the impacts of climate change? Yes? No? No, but we're planning to. Let me repeat. Is your company spending more this year to mitigate the impacts of climate change? Yes? No? Or no, but we're planning to. Okay. And then this time, our next question is from Team Asia. Are you planning your marketing strategies now for 2022? So the choices are: yes, I'd like to talk to an experienced expert. Please email me. No, but I would like to hear more. So please email me. Or no, we're all set. I would love to hear your answer for this one. Are you planning your marketing strategies for 2022 right now? Yes, I'd like to talk to an experienced expert. Please email me. No, but I would like to hear more. Please email me. Or no, we're all set. Okay, and the next question that we have here also from Team Asia is: are you willing to help build bigger dreams for children through the My Dream in a Shoebox project? Yes, I would like to support and donate for an educational hub. Please email me. Yes, I would like to support and donate for a scholar. Please email me. And C, I would like to know more about My Dream in a Shoebox. Please email me. By the way, just a quick information on My Dream in a Shoebox. This is something that we've been doing for a very long time now. And right now, the children in the outlying areas where it's very difficult to reach them, they don't have any access to computers. So we're trying to raise money for educational hubs so that we can set up places where they would have at least 6 computers and internet connection. And this will help the children. Another choice for support would be to donate for a scholar, and that's only 2,500 pesos for a scholar. So I'd love to hear your answer for this one. And now our last question from our sponsors. This one is from AIG. There is one choice. Given the current environment, what is your top preference in managing your property risks? Retain more risks, such as self-insure or take higher deductibles or less cover? Avoid high-risk undertakings and operations altogether? Or transfer more of the risk, such as contractually or via insurance? Let me just repeat that. Given the current environment, what is your top preference in managing your property risks? First, retain more risks such as self-insure or take higher deductibles or less cover. avoid high-risk undertakings or operations altogether, or transfer more of the risk contractually or via insurance? So that's it. Those are the poll questions from our sponsors. Thank you so much for participating in the poll. We truly appreciate and value your feedback. At this point, we'd like to thank our sponsors and partners for helping us make this 10th Arangkada Forum possible. Our platinum sponsors are AWS, Cargill Philippines, Eastern Communications, Emerson, FedEx, Globe Business, ICTSI, KKR, PMFTC, Quezon Power and San Buenaventura Power, and Team Asia. Our gold sponsors are Chevron Holdings, First Philippine Holdings, Meralco, Royal Cargo, and SGV and Company. Our silver sponsors are AIG, BPI, Santos Knight Frank, and Pilipinas Shell. Our bronze sponsors are Aboitiz Power, BDO, Cal Energy, Manila Water Company, and Mitsubishi Corporation. Our patrons are Aboitiz Infracapital, Isuzu, NYK Phil, Pacific Cross, and Strive. Supporting partner is P&G. And media sponsors are ANC, Business Mirror, Business World, Oxford Philippines Group, the Philippine Daily Inquirer, and the Philippine Star. We'd also love to thank our event partners. These are the people who really helped us in terms of promoting the 10th Arangkada to their networks. So thank you so much to the Bankers Association of the Philippines, the British Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, the Confederation of Wearable Exporters of the Philippines, the Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, Foundation for Economic Freedom, the German-Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines, John Clements Consultants, Management Association of the Philippines, Makati Business Club, the Nordic Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Philippine Ecozones Association, Philippine Exporters Confederation, the Philippine-Swiss Business Council, the Semiconductor and Electronics Industries in the Philippines, the Spanish Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines, and Asia Foundation. Now, the joint foreign chambers of the Philippines are actually the groups that are behind the whole of Arangkada. And let me recognize this. First, we have the American Chamber of Commerce, then the Australian New Zealand Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the European Chamber of Commerce, Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Korean Chamber of Commerce, the Philippine Association of Multinational Companies Regional Headquarters Incorporated. Thank you so much to the JFCs for putting together Arangkada Forum all these years, particularly for this 10th edition. Thank you so much for all your support to our dear sponsors. Lastly, we'd like to encourage you to join the midday breakout sessions that we have organized especially for this forum. To attend the midday breakout sessions, please visit www.investphilippines.info/forum2021. Click the midday breakout sessions tab and sign up for these virtual rooms to have access, or if you wish, just scan the QR code of the virtual room that you see on the screen so you can register. At Virtual Room A from 12 to 12:45, our topic is logistics during COVID-19 and beyond. Speakers are Michael Kurt Rober, Chairman of Royal Cargo, Ana Liwag Inawat, Senior Sales Manager of FedEx Corporation, and this will be facilitated by Dr. Enrico Basilio, Chief of Party of USAID Respond. In Virtual Room B at 12 p.m., we have the cloud-driven economic recovery. best policy practices to support decarbonization and sustainable finance goals. Our speakers are Agne Makauskaite, the Head of Public Policy for Regulated Industries for Asia Pacific and Japan of Amazon Web Services, and Ken Haig, PhD, the Head of Energy Policy Asia Pacific and Japan of Amazon Web Services. The session will be facilitated by Lawrence White, the Head of Singapore Office Designate Consultant, Asia Pacific, Digital Finance Institute of International Finance. Now, at Virtual Room C, and this will take place at 12:45, we have better broadband in the Philippines. What needs to be done? Our speakers are John Garrity, Chief of Party of the USAID Beacon Project, and Grace Mirandilla Santos, Independent ICT Policy Researcher and author for the Arangkada Policy Brief on Broadband. This will be facilitated by Donald Felbaum, Managing Director of Optel and Co-Chair of ICT Committee of the AmCham Philippines. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may we ask you to kindly stand as we pay honor to the Philippine National Anthem.
Kayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay, lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhati pagsinta. Buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may nang aapi. Ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you so much, Froland, for singing the Philippine National Anthem. And now to officially open the forum, let's give a warm welcome to the President of the Australia-New Zealand Chamber of Commerce and the Chief Operating Officer at Manulife Global Business Services, Mr. Daniel Alexander.
Thanks, Manette, and thank you, Freud, for that stirring rendition of the Philippine National Anthem. And good morning, everyone attending the 10th Annual Arangkada Forum with the theme Pathways to a Better Future. On behalf of my fellow JFC leaders, I welcome you all and regret that we cannot acknowledge all prominent persons attending from Manila, around the Philippines and abroad. We have invited many executive branch agencies, congressional officers, media, and some of our academic friends. Over 20 business groups and partners, more than 24 corporate sponsors are attending, and without whose strong support, this event would just not be possible. So thank you so much. As Manette said, my name is Dan Alexander, the President of the Australia-New Zealand Chamber of Commerce here in the Philippines, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you on behalf of my colleagues and the 7 members of the Joint Foreign Chambers, being the Australian-New Zealand Chamber, American, Canadian, European, Japanese, Korean chambers, and of course our friends at PMURI. So last Wednesday, we had a very successful day first day of our 2-day forum. We heard 7 major speeches. We had 3 superb panels, 4 well-attended breakout sessions, and all of this during 9 hours of high-content programming. We awarded the very deserving Mr. Joey Concepcion with the Lifetime Achievement Award, and registered guests and viewers exceeded 4,000 in number, which is amazing. We had strong co-sponsorships, and all in all, I think we can all agree it was a very good day, and we thank all of you who made it possible. We have another great program today with more important content from our experts, and finishing this afternoon with a panel of the 4 presidential candidates. So Mayor Moreno, Senator Locsin, Senator Pacquiao, and Vice President Robredo. Former Senator Marcos has yet to respond to our invitation. We did ask these candidates to discuss their plans for the economy and foreign investment. So it will be a very interesting session and an important session beginning at 3 p.m. today. So hopefully you can join us for that. While there were many important views expressed last week, I just want to highlight a few. Firstly, we expect economic growth levels to recover next year, barring a worsened pandemic scenario. But the healing of the scars to the economy will take much longer. Recovery and economic progress will be stronger with a new normal, which includes reforms that essentially build back better. Now, as always, or is always the best time to run the national economic engine on all cylinders and to better realize its huge potential. Restrictions on foreign investment should be removed as soon as possible to increase capital inflow and create jobs. This should happen firstly in the 18th Congress with the approval of the PSA. Secondly, with the liberalization of restrictions on renewable energy investment. And thirdly, with the constitutional repeal amendments to foreign equity restrictions in 2023. There is tremendous opportunity to become an export powerhouse if the country can improve its investment environment and target key sectors. Social infrastructure, health and education are weak and require urgent attention, funds and reforms. Physical infrastructure will require build at recent or higher levels for decades and needs more private sector involvement. And lastly, inadequate broadband denies Filipinos the full benefits of access to a digital economy. We expect more recommendations from our panels, or our two panels today, which will focus on FDI in what we call our big winner sectors of agribusiness, BPO, creative industries, manufacturing, mining, and tourism, and also on how to be more effective, competitive, and reduce costs of red tape for logistics, labor, and electricity. As you'll hear us repeat, the Philippines has amazing potential, has amazing people and amazing possibilities, but for too long has fallen short of fully realizing those potentials. Today, we see many pandemic scars that the next administration must heal. Closed businesses, more unemployed workers, increased poverty, malnourishment, less educated students, reduced investment, and greater national debt. Of course, the Philippines is not the only Asian country in this situation. And should we see an effective national leadership, good economic management, continuity of sound policies from one administration to the next, we expect recovery and growth to be even better, or to bring us an even better normal. We had hoped that NEDA Secretary Carl Chua would deliver his the closing remarks this afternoon, but his schedule and ours failed to match. However, I do want to commend his the 10-point plan that he presented to AIM on the 1st of December, entitled Living with the Virus, Recovering to Pre-Pandemic Levels in 2022. It is an excellent plan, and we'll share its contents with all of our members. Another compliment I wish to share is for the National Vaccination Days last week, which administered 7.6 million shots in 3 days, which is amazing. Short of its ambitious goal of 9 million, is still a significant accomplishment, and we do congratulate the government for that. You'll hear many of our speakers suggest what should be done better. And next year, we will publish a summary of the forum recommendations and share with the new administration. We will continue to assist government to encourage new inbound investment based on the new Create and Retail Trade bills, but this task will be more successful if the PSA Amendments Reform Bill is enacted and the costs for exporters are reduced. And finally, the members of the Joint Foreign Chambers are partners with the Philippine private and public sectors as we seek to increase FDI to above 10 billion a year. Once again, thank you so much for joining us today on our second day, and I sincerely hope that you all enjoy the forum. Thanks again.
Many thanks, Daniel, for that wonderful message. Dear guests, this year's theme, Pathways to a Better Future, will focus on the recovery of the economy. infrastructure, workforce, and FDI, rather than pandemic management. And to tell us more what to expect of today's program and to introduce our guest speaker, we have none other than the Senior Advisor of the American Chamber of Commerce, Mr. John Forbes. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Thank you so much, Manette, and a warm mabuhay to all of our delegates and participants, both from within the Philippines and coming in from around the world. We have a great second day, as Mr. Alexander has just explained, and I'm going to give you a little preview. But first, I want to say a little bit of thanks for all of our many partners. Oh, first, of course, the JFC, the 7 members of that, and then we have so many corporate sponsors, Salamat po corporate sponsors, and business partners who have taken tables that Manette has thanked individually, plus strong media partnerships, and of course, our official event manager, Team Asia. Thank you so much. Now, Arangkada is a Spanish Filipino word meaning to accelerate investment, jobs, reduce poverty. And we adopted it in 2010 when we developed a very extensive policy document. We're presenting it to the Secretary of Trade in December of 2010. Those are the JFC officers, with the Secretary and the Director General of PEZA and the Undersecretary of the Board of Investment. And our very first forum was in March of 2012, and it was the highlight was a speech by then President Aquino. And then the other photograph in the bottom left is the 5th or 6th Lifetime Achievement Award, which we gave to the former governor of the central bank. We've had 9 fora, and we have various themes, as you can see here, every year, except in 2018, we held 2. We have quite a few publications, the one I cited from December of 2010, and then one that we prepared at the beginning of the second administration, the current administration, which was in March 2017, implementing the 10-point agenda. We have policy briefs, quite a range of them, 13, basically on the big winner sectors, starting with agribusiness, going through tourism. There are 7 of those big winner sectors, and infrastructure as subsectors. These are all available on our website, arangkadaphilippines.com. Now, I wanted to do a review, since this is the 10th year, by going back and looking at some gross statistics, macroeconomic statistics of the country, and see how 2020 compares to 2010. First of all, the population of the country has increased by 20% to 110 million. The GDP has steadily increased because of the high rate of growth by 56% to 358 billion. GDP per capita has also increased by 50% over that decade to 3,330. And this is great news. The FDI inflow increased by 392% to 6.4 billion in 2020. And 2020 was not a normal year. PEZA manufacturing, unfortunately, expansion and new investors has decreased by 76%. That's something we need to work on, whereas the IT zones within PEZA have increased by 55% during those 10 years. So all in all, there's been considerable progress over the last decade. Now, looking at the 6 big winner sectors of agribusiness, we see a 20% increase. That is too slow, as we all know. In BPO, it's been the opposite. Revenue has almost tripled over the 10 years. And the percent of GDP of the BPO sector has almost doubled to 7.4%. And of course, the number of jobs has gone up 2.5 times to 1.3 million. Manufacturing has sort of been in between agribusiness and BPO, increasing in the GVA by 50% over the last decade, and exports by 65%. Now, if we look at the three other sectors here, we only have 2019 data rather than 2020, but infrastructure spending there's been tremendous increase to 5.4%. That's a tripling. And mining has been very weak, as I think everybody knows. The gross value added has only increased by 27%. Now, tourism was a very strong growing sector prior to the lockdown. Domestic tourism almost tripled to 46 million, and international tourism went up to 2.5 times to 8.3 million. So we can go back to those numbers in a few years. So all in all, there's been great progress over the last 10 years. Not enough, and creative industry is not here because we don't have the exact data, but it also contributes about 7% to GDP. Now, if we look at how the competitive rankings of the country have changed, and we'll have a lot more of that this afternoon in panel 5. We looked at 5 of them here. We only look at the 6 largest economies in ASEAN. Singapore, of course, is always 1, 2, or 3. You'll see it's on the top of each of these. But overall, what we see is the Philippines has improved in most of these ratings, but not enough to go very far ahead of the competition. So in the Global Competitiveness Report, it's gone up 20 positions, slightly ahead of Vietnam, but the investors go to Vietnam, so that's something we have to study. The World Competitiveness Yearbook from another Swiss think tank. Unfortunately, this is a smaller population, only about 60 countries. The Philippines has declined. World Bank Doing Business, the Philippines went up tremendously by 50 slots, but so did the other countries increase, so the Philippines still remained 6 out of 6. The Transparency International Corruption Index improved by 20 positions, but still a little bit worse than Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, and of course, Singapore. And the overall infrastructure rating of the World Economic Forum, again, a substantial increase, but not enough to do better than Indonesia. So I think you'll see the targets for the future that are here, which is to continue to increase the absolute number out of the total population, but also catch up and even go ahead of Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Now, the next speaker, who I will introduce shortly, is Nikki Del Gallego, who is going to give us a special talk on a study that has been done since 2017 by a combination of Google, Temasek, and Bain Company. And it takes an overall look at the digital decade coming up, and it's really good news, and I'll tell you a little bit more about Nikki and the studies shortly. After this special address, we will have panel 4, Pathways to FDI Big Winner Sectors. Now, I should say that originally, Secretary Lopez was speaking at the 9:20 special address position, but a few days ago, we were informed that he would be in Dubai, and he will be speaking to us, but after panel 4. And that's why we're so grateful to Google for giving us a speaker that will follow, and I'll introduce shortly. Now, of course, Secretary Ramon Lopez, DTI, it's like the mother department to the foreign and domestic chambers, and we're really excited to hear Secretary Ramon again. And he will be, during the break, the JFC officers will hold a press conference. Welcome to all the media at 11. The time here is wrong. We changed it to 12. And the breakout sessions that you heard earlier about from Manette, I encourage you to look at these. There are 2 at 12 and 1 at 12:45, and they're all really, really high quality great speakers, and relevant content. Then panel 5, which will look again at becoming more competitive and efficient. The competition never sleeps. We have industry association officers there, and then panel 6. Now, I have to correct what Dan said because we wrote his speech yesterday. Just late last night, we heard that Mayor Moreno would not be, he had said that he would give a live presentation to us, but we had word that he would not and had not had time to record a video. So we will start with Senator Lacson. We did not get a response from Senator Marcos, so we don't expect him to attend. But we also have recordings by Senator Pacquiao and Vice President Letty. So this is really the first time the JFC has done a panel of presidentials. So we hope to see everybody there this afternoon at 3 p.m. Thank you very much and enjoy the forum. Now I'd like to introduce our special guest from Google Philippines and thank Google Philippines. Let me tell you how this happened. We weren't going to have this talk, but I had an invitation coming in from Ambassador Ted Osius, who's the new president of USABC, and then I to listen to this presentation at precisely 9 o'clock this morning. I knew we couldn't do that. And then we had heard that, that Secretary Lopez had to shift and he would be coming in a little bit later this morning from Dubai. So I'm so thankful to Google Philippines and to our next speaker to be able to talk about the e-Conomy in Southeast Asia 2021, the Roaring 20s, the SEA Digital Decade, which is a report that talks about 6 countries and 7 sectors. And in 2017, the report predicted a digital economy worth only $50 billion US. And now they're predicting one in Southeast Asia for almost 650 million people. That is going to be worth $1 trillion in the 20s. This is extremely exciting. And let me introduce Nikki Del Gallego, who is a graduate of UP in Business Administration and has worked in her career at Google with a passion for storytelling and brand management, strategic planning, digital innovation for some of the world's leading companies, from consumer goods, fast-moving consumer goods and retail, personal care services, food service, e-commerce, and now she's part of Google's Southeast Asia Data and Insights team. She is a graduate, as I said, magna cum laude, BS Business Administration from the University of the Philippines. So it's my great pleasure to welcome, and this will last about 25 minutes. There are a lot of slides. This is very exciting. Thank you to Google and Nikki Del Gallego. Let's learn about the e-Conomy Southeast Asia 2021.
Thank you very much. We indeed share the same excitement for sharing the opportunities that the new digital economy is opening up. And on behalf of Google Southeast Asia, I'm very excited to share with you what we have unlocked and have seen across the different markets and across sectors, combining the insights and research and data that was done by Google, Temasek, and Bain, along with other partners. And we are, in fact, on our 6th year, and this has become the go-to report for what it means to look at how digital will continue to accelerate our markets. And this indeed presents a lot of opportunities, not just for the Philippines, but for the entire region, knowing how we are definitely interlinked in the way we learn and also look at the growth of these different sectors as mentioned, including e-commerce, transport and food, online travel, online media, financial services, and even 2 nascent sectors, health tech and ed tech. So without further ado, I'll take you through how all these shifts that consumers are going through are moving into how merchants and even the total market is going through an acceleration. Arangkada, indeed, in the world of the digital economy, up until the inaugural research that includes digital merchants, as well as new heights to be reached, not just in the next 5 years, which we've projected in the past, but now even until 2030. So going straight to it, I know we are all experiencing it day in and day out, how consumers have cruised into a new way of life. And by that, we mean not only are existing digital users enjoying or experiencing the difference of digital services, but now there are 40 million new internet users that came online this year, bringing internet penetration in the region to 75%. Still a lot of headroom there, especially for the Philippines, but what is important is that inclusion is growing, especially as we're seeing more new users coming from non-metro areas. What this means is 2020's growth is also matched by 2021's growth as well, as more come on board and go online for new internet usage. And the Philippines, in fact, has been one that's had the highest proportion of new users that started consuming online during the pandemic. And this is important because as we are coming from behind relative to our regions, we know that the headroom for growth is definitely there. And also important to understand is how they are coming from the non-metro areas, presenting unique opportunities for us to really welcome them to this whole new world of digital services. And also understand how as businesses and brands, we can make ourselves more relevant to how digital consumers, both from metro and non-metro areas, could better relate to what they are experiencing as they become part of the digital economy. For the Philippines in particular, I'd like to highlight how apart from the growing pie of users and those that continue to use it, if you look at the lower left, you'll see how there are new services consumed even by pre-pandemic users over time. So you see the stickiness of what they are doing to be something that's now become part of their routine. And it's really because they find it easier and more convenient to do so. And as you can see, it's appreciated across the different sectors, whether it be for food delivery or e-commerce and the different sectors under that, that's part of the study. So a lot of exciting things for Filipinos to embrace and are continually embracing as they adjust to this new way of life. And this pandemic has really been a catalyst for that, for them to adopt new services, not only in terms of what's new to them, but even increasing the frequency of use for those who have been using it for a while. And what's important is to see how sticky it will be. And by that, what I mean is how 9 out of 10 new users in 2020 continue to use them in 2021. So when you think about this new way of life, and as the pandemic progressed, against the background of the changes in the digital economy, adoption is staying and usage is deepening. Consumers are making purchases in 4 more digital services than they did before the pandemic. You might be thinking of the apps or the websites you used to visit. Imagine those who are new to the digital economy also expanding what they are now using for their groceries, for what they order online, and really what they consume day in and day out. And with that growth also comes which sectors have grown in adoption more strongly. Across the board, you can see how there's very healthy growth rates, definitely accelerated in the past year, with a slight a head start for food delivery that had the most substantial increase in adoption, but not far off really is e-commerce. The ones on the left, whether it be beauty products, groceries, or electronics, they have had high usage as well, both from new users and those even that have come from pre-pandemic usage. To add to that, reinforcing the point how 9 out of 10 users in 2020 continue to use them in 2021, and you see that being true across the board as well. So when we say a new way of life, it really has been about continued adoption, growing that pie of users, and really deepening their usage. And this is largely driven by how digital merchants have taken off. And you might see how this points to SMEs that we look into. They are the ones who are focused on their online presence, and we did talk to them about it. And in this inaugural feature of the e-Conomy study, we wanted to focus on key areas that pointed to their technological adoption, which includes digital platforms, how they use financial services, and also digital tools. For the Philippines, you would be excited to see how definitely, despite the conditions of the prolonged pandemic and the challenges that our consumers have had to face, 39% actually of digital platforms against that backdrop believe that they would not have survived the pandemic if not for these digital platforms. So SMEs and businesses across the board, big brands, big or small, actually have seen the value of how these new services have played a role in setting 2021 to be a period for them to strengthen their businesses despite the challenges. They are seeing also that they are likely to increase their usage even as we progress in the next 1 to 2 years, even until the next 5 years. And this spans across the board from digital payments, digital lending, even more so for digital marketing as there are more players coming in and definitely more competition is growing as well. And we see that transcending not just for what is customer facing in terms of digital tools, but as you can see also from the back end, businesses are embracing how they are supporting their operations with digital solutions. And this opens up a unique opportunity again as digital merchants find value, not just in surviving from the pandemic and using all these solutions and innovations, but also looking at them as a way to rethink their business models and look into how it will further drive their objective, including profitability, of course. And apart from business continuity, reiterating how they say they would not have survived COVID-19, look at how for the Philippines, it's also very pronounced at 39%. And it's really highlighting the value for how we can continue to improve the role of how we actually help transform the experience of these digital platforms. And by that, you mean that they are in fact highly satisfied with using them, and that's why they've stuck on. From how simple it is to use, how transactions have been made easier, and because of the reach that they provide to businesses all over. They know it provides more jobs, improves livelihoods in turn, and of course, helps sustain their revenue, given the conditions now when being present on retail becomes a challenge and really opens up more opportunities because we are talking about digital here and not just in transforming the way they do their business, but also the way we accelerate, the way they look at the growth paths that they can take. And speaking of growth, there's still room for improvement around how we can make it useful and how adoption can be greater. And highlighting here some key improvement areas that they are calling out from digital platforms about how it should be more accessible and how it can allow them to meet their profitability objectives as well, and include how they can serve their customers better. This is important in understanding how we can take the growth path now to what it could be and how it can accelerate further and even faster perhaps in the next coming years, because more and more we've seen once in a generation shifts across industries. You might have seen this across including digital payments that have really increased over the past year, and really lending, including digital lending that has immense headroom for growth, as we will see in the next few sections. Because this is led by digital merchants really taking off, they have increased their usage of digital payments, as you see here, and are saying that they will continue to increase it as well, as much as 70% saying that, while the rest will also see a lot of opportunity to stay on and grow that adoption even further. 6 in 10 digital merchants, in fact, say that they're likely to increase the usage of their digital supply chain financing as well. So in order to support this ecosystem growth, we're feeling the pull from the consumer-facing side, but also seeing this wider adoption of services even at the back end, which would be very important in understanding how we can support that further, again, to unlock and address these top barriers. So similarly, we asked them what could be the opportunities for them to adopt digital lending services better. They are citing privacy and security concerns and really assessing the risk as they look at the requirements needed and also how it matches their business goals too. And overall, what we see is that if they are able to address that, we know that they are more likely to, again, increase their usage. And so as we see them maximizing these tools from the front end and the back end, acceleration will only continue and be propelled even more if we see that as this interplay strengthens the ecosystem. Definitely, we will be well on our way to growing and reaching that new height of digital acceleration. And we say this because year on year, the Digital Economy Report does give our outlook. And year on year, we've also been surprised by how we've had to project it higher because of the events that we see. And this is part of it, that willingness to now adopt and actually the anticipation that their sales will really more come from online, with 82% of SMEs and digital merchants saying that 82% of them anticipate more than half of their sales to come from online in the next 5 years. And the same goes at high level at the procurement side. And with that said, seeing how that interplay is really catapulting us to this new level of resurgence, and the story for 2021 has really been about that. If at the onset of the pandemic, it was about resilience, here we are seeing that we will be propelled to an upward level of 170 billion gross merchandise value because of how much has changed and adoption has deepened. And that has really been able to surpass what we have seen before. And now the whole region is poised to actually overshoot previous estimates as well and reach as much as $360 billion by 2025. Indeed, that growth will only continue to grow further, and it will be driven a lot by e-commerce. You see on the light green bar there, and we are looking at compounded annual growth rates from 2020, 2021, up until the next 4 or 5 years. Here, that e-commerce will really be driving most of the market's growth. If we break it down further and look at all the markets, the Philippines is right there in terms of growth rate, leading by a margin at 24% by the year 2025, while the rest of the Southeast Asia internet economies will enjoy double-digit growth rates as well. Definitely an exciting time for the region, and that's why we're really calling it the digital decade for Southeast Asia, because all services are flourishing, including digital financial services, highlights here on digital lending and even insurance, and how the internet economy as a whole, particularly on the Philippines, zooming back in, is estimated to reach and have doubled to $17 billion in 2021. So a lot of exciting things happening. We are talking about immense growth and acceleration here. But looking at where that's coming from, it's still largely from e-commerce, and it did grow 2 times in the past year. And we all feel that, especially as the season is coming, with everyone now going to their apps and websites to do their shopping in more categories. But transport and food and online media also enjoying growth, while online travel is seen more to actually catch up in the next few years. And catching up in terms of acceleration is something that will be propelled even further because of the backing of funding that's really reached new heights in the region too. It's really hit an all-time high. And now the question is more just how to source it and where to fuel it, because the confidence level in the landscape of Southeast Asia is definitely thriving, with a deal value already on track to surpass the 2020 full year value. And that's just for the first half of 2021 alone. And we also see how global capital now, if before it wasn't as clear just yet, or there might have been doubts, now the confidence is there because of the dynamics of the region that had changed in the past year. Similarly, we see this for the Philippines, and not far behind is how we also surpassed the deal values of each of the last 4 years. This is driven by a lot of key deals that happened in half one 2021 alone. And so while in the past it was concentrated more in other markets, we see that for the Philippines, there is potential to also be competitive with our neighboring countries. And close to that would be how we are really seeing the 20s to be the time where we roar as a region towards $1 trillion in value of gross merchandise. And the digital economy now not just looking at inclusion for what services are used, but really driving that to fuel the economy as a whole. I mentioned it earlier how we are tagging this the digital decade, and really because of these tectonic shifts that the consumers are going through, but also how markets and ecosystems are following suit, and how behavior and stickiness of their willingness to keep using them all put together is getting us to an economy value that could reach 1 trillion by 2030. So we're living at a time when maybe we're seeing our kids or our younger children, young adults adopting, but also as a generation, we see how that's really shaping the future of our country and our region as a whole. But there are also still opportunities for how this acceleration can be further grown. And we see that around areas like data regulation, infrastructure, equitable development of the internet economy, and I'll highlight that in a while. And I just wanted to point out the growth that we are anticipating for 2030. And this is the first time we're actually showing the outlook up until a decade ahead because of how exciting really the market is growing. And I did mention how e-commerce is the one that's propelling that growth, and it will continue to do so within the decade because we see that online shopping will really become the norm for consumers across all ages. And this is true in both urban and rural areas. As you saw from non-metro, growth is there. And we see that e-commerce will actually comprise two-thirds of 2030's GMV or gross merchandise value. So imagine all the shopping, all the commerce happening online. And along with that, online grocery, which has been tied to more traditional ways of buying and selling, is seen to also potentially grow. E-grocery now, if it actually reaches a penetration of 20%, can reach the size of what e-commerce is today at around a $50 to $100 billion value. And not too far behind, of course, are the innovations on transport and food, online media that are enjoying a wave of growth now, but is seen to follow suit and having the same contribution as e-commerce today if it really drives more penetration under segments that are underserved currently, especially beyond the metro areas. So as we see this pie growing, we know that the shape and the look of 2030 will really be different. What you're seeing now are the projected sizes for the 2030 economy across the different markets, including the Philippines, growing at 9x. Really an exciting time for the entire region. And imagine how Philippines and Thailand, for example, could reach 2 times Indonesia's GMV today. And Indonesia alone can actually double the size of what Southeast Asia is today. So definitely a lot of power in the transformation going on in Southeast Asia. And what that means is, and I'll come with me as we imagine how that will look like in 2030, how merchants will really be accustomed to procuring supplies through digital channels, supporting their operations, and really expanding what they also sell online with more listings of products that they can serve across more platforms even, because they do want to reach the growing number of consumers. Third would be how they will continue to drive adoption for digital payments, making it ease of use and making it more seamless to have more digital payment rails and buy now, pay later offerings, for example. Fourth would be how digital tools will now be integral to everyday operations, from analytics to productivity software, amongst others. And to the consumers, this is now what it will mean to live and breathe digital. If we see that now as a new way of life, imagine taking that further by 2030 and looking at e-commerce with retail spending now at 50%. If it's only at 10% today, imagine how your shopping will look like further down the road if 50% is now done through your mobile phones or online. Next would be online groceries, thinking of your essentials being accessible to you 24/7 with 1 in 4 grocery dollars spent online. Now making it also easy as well for transport and food to be delivered to you, and actually looking at innovations and solutions such as technology-assisted interactions. Imagine living in a decade where robots or drones are able to deliver you food. Global players will also be seen coming from the region as brands scale up and really showing the potential that we can go beyond our own borders. Health tech, always a nascent sector that we've looked into in the past year. Now looking at how patients have also been modernized, looking at the technology to find solutions to take better care of their health. Digital payments will be embedded across the services with 70 to 80% of transaction value now going fully digital. Something unprecedented if we had thought about it before, but now at 40%, think of that doubling by 2030. And beyond that, we also want to look into our neighboring countries as well, how we can integrate more and really drive digital inclusion beyond Southeast Asia. And then I did mention that we have a lot of momentum drivers. We've talked a lot about acceleration, arangkada of all these sectors, and how we've seen a lot of progress across the different segments, but one that also entails a bit more focus and push, which is talent. Looking at how that should follow all this growth that we are enjoying and making sure it can be supported along the way. There are also a lot of emerging enablers for this new digital decade. ESG and sustainability, digital inclusion, and data infrastructure and regulation. And to maybe quickly close it off, we see that how this upswing in growth drivers, a lot of the factors here, it will all be boosted even further if we are able to focus on talent. Because of the shortage of technical talent now, it still remains a challenge for the region, which we know we can continue to harness with the right support and having that pipeline of talent to support all of these changes and transformation that we are going through, alongside how we will learn to manage all this growth and also make our talent ready for the future. Alongside that would be the future enablers, a lot of solutions that include making sure that businesses follow common standards around methodologies for environment, social, and governance measurement. Really looking at how consumers are looking to environmentally conscious brands and businesses and making that choice and actually making that part of their decision as they participate in the digital economy. Digital inclusion is one that we are highlighting and very passionate about advocating as well, because as connectivity grows and accessibility is increased, we may have to make sure that no one is left behind. So it's always great news to see how more non-metro users are coming in, but more and more we know that at 75 penetration for the region, there's still a lot of consumers to be reached. And lastly, data infrastructure and regulation. We know that a lot of our foundations have to be improved and enhanced even more. We've had good headway in terms of making solutions on these, but now for us to really accelerate up until 2030, we have to look how local and regional data regulations have to be strengthened, how our infrastructure to address the concerns on privacy or security, and really overall driving up consumer confidence that everything that they are embracing in the digital economy is something that's safe, seamless, and that will continue to be helpful for them as they really become part of this whole new wave of growth. And so overall, you've seen how against this whole backdrop of the continued pandemic, there might be uncertainty, but a lot of anticipation is there because we are really living this new way of life that consumers are embracing, and that the resurgent growth in 2021 is only the start, because we're seeing how in 2025, that projection of growth that will take us all the way to the $1 trillion valuation in 2030 is set to really put us on an arangkada mode, not just for the Philippines, but for the entire region. So with that, I hope that helped inspire you and energize you, and also share our excitement in how this new digital decade is shaping up for the Southeast Asia. Thank you very much.
Wow, Nikki, that was so interesting. Exciting times really are in store for us with this digital decade that's coming up for 2030, and having $1 trillion GMV. Indeed, one thing that struck me with what you said is that we couldn't have survived the pandemic without all of these digital platforms. Thank you for sharing this information, Nikki. So now that, by the way, that was Nikki Del Gallego from Google Southeast Asia Data and Insights. Now we are on to our first panel for the day, Pathways to FDI, or the big winner sectors. To introduce our panelists, let's welcome the Executive Director of the American Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Eb Hinchcliffe.
Thank you, Monette, and good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for attending our 10th Arangkada Forum. Our theme, as you know, is Pathways to a Better Future, and we'll be doing a lot of discussion about that in the next few hours. We're really pleased to see so many. Great crowd today, all from our government, from the business sector, from the media, and of course, a really big shout out to all of our visitors from overseas that are joining us. Mabuhay. My name is Eb Hinchcliffe. I am the Executive Director for the American Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines. Happy to say that we're celebrating our 119th year this year. Next year is going to be the big 120, so we're excited about that. Have several events to help us do that. AmCham, we have 800 members nationwide. We have our office up in Clark that covers North Luzon, Subic, and Baguio in that area. We have our office in Visayas, in Cebu. We cover Tagbilaran, Ormoc, Dumaguete, of course. And then we also have in Davao, as our Mindanao, which services Cagayan de Oro, Jinsan, as well as Davao. So what a great start. Way to go, John, Forbes, and Dan Alexander. Thanks for that. And of course, main reason I joined is just to hear Froy sing the national anthem. So it's really great, Froy. Great job on that. And it's a great start, with our experts from Google Philippines as they explained, what the 2021 version of e-Conomy, I like that, e-Conomy Southeast Asia report for 2021. And of course, sponsored by Globe, Temasek, and Bain. Appreciate the sponsorship. It's impressive to see that the digital economy is going so fast in the Philippines. It's got so much potential. We all know the potential, but it also is going to need some infrastructure to support it. So what we, AmCham in this regard, we're very hopeful that we can get the Public Services Act passed. They're having hearings on it in the Senate today. We need to get that passed and to liberalize the public services, which include telecommunications as well as transportation. So that's a key bill going through. Also, another one is Congress can liberalize the retail trade bill. I think it's on the president's desk for signing now. It lowers the retail trade entry of used to be 2.5 million US dollars, and the new bill lowers it to 500,000, which is a big plus. Also, the Congress should ratify any day now. I think it's at BICAM, the Foreign Investment Act amendments. That'll be a big plus. And as I mentioned, the Senate will approve the PSA amendment. If we get these three, what a trio. What a way to help promote foreign investment at a time when the Philippines really needs capital inflow to help us as we try to recover from this pandemic and the effects of it. So, well, my assignment is to introduce the panel 4, which is Pathways to FDI, Big Winner Sectors. And, to explain the panel title, we have published our massive, I don't know if you see it on the screen, but it's in 2010, we passed this big, huge book. And it's highlighting how to get rapid growth in 7 major sectors. We still consider them big winners. They are ag business, BPO, creative industries, infrastructure, manufacturing, logistics, mining, and tourism. And Arangkada. The big winners have high potential for growth, with job creation and increasing revenue for the government, as mentioned, at a time when we need it most. But none can grow without careful nurturing, and especially if they're specific sectoral, and we got to resolve the challenges each one of these face. BPO, creative industries, and tourism quite well since 2010. The agribusiness, manufacturing, and mining could do better. They seem to have lagged a little bit since 2010. So, but each of these sectors is represented by the panel by one of the industry leaders. Just a reminder though, as John mentioned earlier, Mr. Ford mentioned earlier, starting at 1:30, we have Pathways to Becoming More Competitive and Efficient. Panel 5, that'll be after lunch at 1:30. Hope you'll join us. Those are going to be discussing possibilities to increase production efficiencies in four categories: bureaucracy, labor, logistics, and power cost. All of those are major challenges for these sectors. But panel four, back to panel four, my job is to introduce them. So now back to panel four, excellent moderator and panels. Wow. Most of these have joined our past fora, so say welcome back to them. First off is Undersecretary Dr. Fita Aldaba. She's the Undersecretary for Competitive and Innovation at DTI. She's a very impressive UP cum laude graduate. She earned her master's and doctorate degree in economics, then joined PIDS. As Undersecretary for Competitiveness and Innovation, she fulfills a key role, really key role, in leading the inclusive innovation industrial strategy, and as governor of the Board of Investments. She's on the board for BOI. Another panelist is a good friend of AmCham, Mr. Chris Ilagan. He's the Corporate Affairs Director for Cargill Philippines. Chris holds a Master's of Political Economy from University of Asia Pacific. Previously, Chris has held senior government relations jobs with 3M, Mineral Water, ICTSI, just to name a few. He's also, as I mentioned, a great friend of AmCham. He chairs two committees for American Chamber, that of the Agriculture Committee as well as the Committee for Manufacturing. Another one that I recently started the Creative Industries panel. We have Mr. Paulo Mercado. He's the president of Creative Industries Council of the Philippines. He is an Ateneo psychology major graduate. Paulo is the first Filipino to graduate from Berlin School of Creative Leadership MBA program. For his thesis work on the Philippines' creative economy, he graduated valedictorian. Wow. He has held several senior positions at Nestle and Publicis Manila, which he co-founded in 2003. Paulo is also a thespian. Wow, I didn't know that. He wrote and directed his first play when he was only 9 years old. Way to go, Paulo. Next is Mr. Jack Madrid. He's president of IT Business Process Association of the Philippines, better known as IBPAP. Jack earned his BS degree in economics from Wharton. He has held leadership roles in the Philippines at Dell, Yahoo, Ayala, MTV, Citibank. He recently became the president and head of IBPAP. We welcome you aboard. Look forward to working, the Joint Foreign Chambers business community really look forward to working with you, Jack, at IBPAP, where he ensures that the Philippines remains competitive and relevant as a prime investment destination for IT BPM services. Go get them, Jack. Next is another good friend, Dr. Dan Lachica. He's president of SEPI, Semiconductor and Electronics Industry in the Philippines. Dr. Lachica is a UP electrical engineering graduate. He earned his MBA from San Jose State and a doctorate of business from De La Salle University. He has over 40 years. You don't look that old, Dan. He has over 40 years of experience in senior management in semiconductor industry, obviously, and electronics and consumer goods manufacturing. Panelist number 6, Mr. Jerry Bremo, is chairman of the Chamber of Mines, Key Industry, a business administration from earned his degree from Manhattan University at IBM, MBM at AIM, sorry about that, our neighbor across the street from AmCham, AIM. Prior to his career in the mining, he was vice president of Citibank's Capital Markets Group in Hong Kong. He has served as the chairman and CEO of Felix Mining Corporation and is chairman of Nickel Asia Corporation. Represent the tourism sector, we have Ms. Eileen Clemente. She's chairman and president of Raja Travel Corporation. She's a graduate of St. Mary's College in California, holds a double degree in business management as well as economics. As a tourism industry consultant, Eileen is a regular speaker and facilitator of seminars and forums, and many of them for the chamber. She's a member of CHED Technical Committee for Hotel and Tourism Management and has assisted the Department of Tourism with the Philippine Tourism Human Capital Development Plan for 2021 to 2025. Congrats on that. And as I mentioned, we have a great moderator for this program this afternoon. As moderator, we're pleased to have Mr. Michael de Guzman. He's the Managing Director of Infrastructure for Coleman Cravis Roberts. He's a University of Sydney graduate, earning an engineering degree there. Mr. de Guzman also holds an MBA from the University of Chicago. He has 20 years experience in Asia Pacific with corporate and infrastructure transactions and was Philippine country head for Credit Suisse and has held senior positions for Macquarie Group. He's recently joined and is currently the managing director of KKR Infrastructure Asia team. They lead the infrastructure investments in the Philippines as well as Southeast Asia. As many of you know, Secretary Lopez, DTI Secretary, was scheduled to speak before this panel, but being overseas, the time didn't work out, but he's graciously agreed to speak after this panel. We have circulated a copy of his presentation to the panel, so they'll have some thoughts about what he's going to present. And of course, Yusek Vita will be always there for sharing her valuable comments. She was not doing a presentation, but she's got the presentation in her head for all those valuable comments she'll be making. Since the panel represents the major industry groups for Arangkada Big Winners Group, we hope to learn insights today, really get some good insights from this panel of remedial policies and the proposals that we can advocate for in the future in the coming next few years, especially during the next administration. So thanks to the panel for being our panelists today. And with that, Michael, can you please start our discussion?
Thank you, Eb. Hopefully you can all hear me clearly. And good morning, everyone. I believe just a slight addition to your comments that for the creative industries sector, we are also now represented by Ms. Selena Agaton, who is the Executive Director of the Creative Economy Council of the Philippines. So to the panel titled Pathways to FDI Big Winner Sectors. As we all know, the Arangkada Philippines project advocates a better investment climate for the Philippines, and we are focused on the big winner sectors as mentioned, and we have representatives for each of these sectors. My name is Mike de Guzman. As mentioned, I'm with the KKR Group, and we are very bullish about the Philippines. In fact, our investment portfolio in the Philippines now totals over $1 billion in equity capital. So we hope that in some way we are also contributing to several of our big winner sectors. So I would now like to invite each of the panel speakers to offer a few words and thoughts for a few minutes each, hopefully covering topics including, foreign investment in your particular sector, issues holding back foreign investment, and hopefully recommendations to our next administration and our next regulators on ways to promote growth in your sector. After these initial comments from each speaker, we will then move on to a Q&A discussion where the audience can ask questions to our panel speakers. So without further ado, may I invite our first panel speaker, Yusek Vita Aldaba, if you would like to say a few words, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Michael. And good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this event. And we just would like to focus my opening on the opportunities that we can harness from the adoption of new technologies, as well as upgrading and deepening our participation in global value chains. FDI flows are important because they could boost our economy, help in our recovery, and increase the productivity of local firms through new capital flows, foreign exchange, employment, access to foreign markets, and as important source of knowledge and technology. There are two major motives for foreign direct investment. The first is to serve the domestic market, or what we call the horizontal or market-seeking FDI. And the other is to obtain cheaper inputs, or the vertical or efficiency-seeking FDI. And over the years, we have seen that FDI flows to the Philippines have shifted from horizontal market-seeking FDI to more vertical efficiency-seeking FDI, which seeks to produce intermediate and or final products primarily for exports to third markets. And both horizontal and vertical FDI would be affected by factors like cost of resources and assets, other input costs like transport, communication, and intermediate products, membership in a regional integration agreement, and business facilitation factors like investment promotion schemes, incentives, and so on. Well, with globalization, we've witnessed the rise of global value chains, what we call the GVCs. And GVCs offer expanded opportunities to attract FDI. And at the same time, FDI could actually play a vital role in deepening our GVC participation. We support the 6 sectors, agribusiness, BPO, creative, manufacturing, mining, and tourism. Our strategy focuses on growing these sectors to become globally competitive and innovative through the following policies: the adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies, integrating our production systems by linking major sectors, agriculture, manufacturing, and services. For example, in promoting EVs, we are leveraging on our strengths in IT as well as our rich copper and nickel resources, which are important inputs in EV battery manufacturing, and hence the need to link the supply chains of these industries together. Upgrading and deepening our participation in global value chains, of course, reskilling and upskilling the workforce, especially in view of Industry 4.0. We need to ensure that the digital and future skills demanded by industries would be sufficiently provided. And then bridging the gaps in our innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystems, and creating an enabling business environment, strengthening our institutional and regulatory framework, and scaling up investments in digital and physical infrastructure. And lastly, of course, which is also equally important, is the need for us to support the development of startups and MSMEs. And while the pandemic has created uncertainties about the future, along with socio-economic and health challenges, it has also presented opportunities for societies and governments to innovate, accelerate technology adoption, tap changes in consumer behavior and market trends, and pursue digital transformation. We view these new technologies as drivers to achieve an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable industrial development. Through the use of artificial intelligence, for example, new products and services can be created, leading to jobs and income opportunities, as well as new activities. Adopting smart manufacturing could increase productivity, and new technologies could reduce material and energy use. In fact, based on the calculations by Kearney and EDBI, for the Philippines, AI has the potential to add $92 billion to our GDP by 2030, and all sectors are expected to benefit, especially manufacturing, agriculture, retail, and hospitality. And we know that in terms of FDI flows, we have been lagging behind our neighbors. Hence, it's really important for us to embrace these new technologies. And one important historical insight is that latecomers need not invent new technologies. Instead, their main entry point could be rapidly adopting emerging technologies or adapting them to local conditions through innovation. With the signing of the RCEP, or the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, industries could take advantage of increasing returns to scale and market access opportunities, along with the growth of regional production networks and supply chains. So to attract more efficiency-oriented FDI and deepen our GVC participation, we need to accelerate our promotion efforts, build and develop our supply base of manufacturers of domestic parts, components, and intermediate services, and to improve the competitiveness of domestic firms and strengthen their linkages with foreign affiliates. The government needs to adopt a more comprehensive approach that would combine industrial policy to improve and develop domestic parts, intermediate services, and supplier firms, with measures to create an environment that is conducive to the creation and expansion of FDI technology and knowledge spillovers, as well as deepen and upgrade Philippine participation in higher segments of industry value chains. I could provide examples later, so I'll probably stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek Fita. That was all very good news. It's good to hear that there's a lot of initiatives and policies to increase innovation. I like the sound of the 92 billion extra value to our GDP. I think those things are going to be very welcome. Why don't we now move on? If I could invite Mr. Chris Ilagan to say a few words to introduce his sector and the role and importance of FDI.
Thanks. No, thanks a lot, Mike, and thank you for this opportunity. The pandemic has been a real eye-opener on recognizing just how important and to some extent fragile our food systems are. And luckily, our food and ag sector was allowed to operate even at the height of the mobility restrictions. Nonetheless, we did see our country having to deal with the increased hunger, especially in the latter half of last year. We've more recently seen the food inflation that's affecting us. And so one common theme that certainly has come out of this pandemic, and perhaps a realization from an investment standpoint, is that the agribusiness sector is certainly one that makes sense in promoting, from a food security standpoint, for our own security as a people, insofar as our food is concerned, as well as a potential bastion for growth and development of the larger economy. Right, we do know that the food and ag sector is a generally large job generator as well, and certainly from when we look at the big winners, right, it's unfortunate that we've seen over the past 10 years, the agri sector has only grown by 20%. You pit that against the 200% of the BPOs. I'm sure Jack will talk to that a little later, but it's a long way off, especially considering that our food and ag systems, supply chains rather, locally, do seem to just lack the resilience to be able to deal with circumstances like we're dealing with today. Now, as a country that's blessed with fertile land, with fertile waters, right, agribusiness should be playing a primary role in the country's pathway towards upper middle income country status aspirations. Investment in the space has been wanting and is reflected by the relatively mediocre performance of the sector the past few decades, being overtaken by peer countries in the region: Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia. There are a number of challenges that are often cited. Maybe I'll start with three, and then maybe later on propose during the panel discussion some recommendations on how we can address some of these issues. But one issue is around our fragmented agricultural land system. Back in the 80s, we were, the average land holding of a farmer was about 3 hectares. Today, that is below 1 hectare. And as you know, with agriculture, with food production in general, you do need that scale in order to be able to efficiently and effectively produce the food, right, at a quantity and efficiency that the market requires. Some of the reasons cited as to why this might be the case is, we do have restrictions on just the amount of land one can own, right? That's 5 hectares when it comes to agricultural land. And of course, our successful agrarian reform program, successful insofar as just being able to redistribute all that land, right, is also haunted by some of these more restrictive policies on the exchange of that land. And that keeps the system fragmented. And as you allow that fragmented system to prevail over generations, your land holdings become smaller and smaller over time. And that's what we're having to deal with today, right? Another challenge in the sector is really around the restrictions on the free flow of goods and investments in the agricultural space. It's good to see that we have seen some development in this regard. The passage of the rice tariffication law has liberalized basically the trade of rice. We are experiencing its advantages today. Despite us opening up the rice market to imports, it's also great to see that the rice sector is actually improving its production, and that's largely attributed to the revenues that are earned from the tariffs of imported rice and being plowed back in to improve the productivity of rice farmers. We hope to see more of that moving forward, but there are still trade barriers that exist today, right? Occasionally, we will see, for example, the use of sanitary and phytosanitary regulations to quote unquote control, right, the inflow of goods, perhaps to appease some of the sectors that might be directly affected by these importations. Here's one that I learned of recently. We actually have a rule that says that we cannot, our corn farmers who may be able to take advantage of better global prices if they were allowed to export, cannot export unless the Department of Agriculture declares a surplus of supplies locally. And it's these sort of administrative measures, these controls that really make more inefficient the markets that we operate in. On the investment side, just maybe one issue close to our heart in Cargill, there is this 1970s law called the Rice and Corn Law that basically puts a 30-year mandatory divestment period for any company involved, any foreign company involved in the storage, distribution, processing of rice and corn. Being a company involved in the animal feed sector, corn is a major macro ingredient for us. Basically, we only have 30 years to be able to be in this business, after which we will have to divest the majority to a local company. And these are the sorts of restrictions that we hope moving forward will be addressed in order to attract more of these investments into our sector. Maybe just one last challenge that's often cited among our agricultural sector has to do with budget for the sector in general. The ag sector normally receives about 3% of the national government budget annually. And that's heavily skewed towards irrigation, and irrigation particularly for rice, right? That when 10% of the economy, the economy's GDP is attributed to the ag sector. So, when you add also the food and beverage manufacturing sector, the 10% actually becomes 25% share of GDP, and there is a need for major investments in the entire food and agriculture supply chain, right? And that would hopefully fund improved access to credit, extension support, R&D, food and ag infrastructure development. So these are the challenges. Hopefully later on in the panel, I'll have the opportunity to share just some of the recommendations that we might have to further promote investments in the sector. But Mike, thank you for the opportunity, and looking forward to the discussions.
Thank you, Chris. It's there seems to be some challenges in the agri sector. I'll add another one for discussion later, which is, as you say, because of the very fragmented nature of the farmers with the small land holdings. You don't really have a lot of Philippine companies in the agri sector that's of scale enough for international investors who want to deploy large amounts of capital, because it really is too difficult for international investors to do smallish investments. So again, that's another unfortunate challenge that we probably will add to the table in our discussion. Moving on to the creative industries sector, we would like to first recap and properly introduce Ms. Selena Agaton. Ms. Selena is the Executive Director of the Creative Economy Council of the Philippines, which is a non-profit organization supporting the growth of the creative economy through research, policy, and programming. She develops vibrant, accessible, and self-sustaining cross-sector ecosystems to support governance, gender, and micro, small, and medium enterprise. She leads programs for the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and the APEC Canada Growing Business Partnership. She returned to Manila after Super Typhoon Haiyan to regenerate supply chains in creative industries with locally led knowledge stewardship, employment, and climate change programs informed by free and open source geospatial technologies. Her global consultancy was based in Toronto for 6 years, where she led strategy, policy, and programs for the Toronto International Film Festival, the Art Gallery of Ontario, the Ontario Ministry of Citizenship and Immigration, the Martin Prosperity Institute, the Miami Wolfsonian Museum, and the City of Toronto. Prior to the impact sector, Selena specialized in advertising launches and marketing for Four Seasons Hotel Toronto and the MacMichael Canadian Art Collection. She graduated with a BSc in Psychology, Equity Studies, and Photography from the University of Toronto. Ms. Selena Agaton was raised in Jakarta, Manila, and Toronto. So may I invite Ms. Selena to now say a few words about her sector, a sector which she is obviously very passionate about.
Thank you, Michael. Magandang umaga, maayong buntag to our viewers. I recently actually just presented at the ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum, and a lot of the themes that I'll be presenting today very much resonated as we undergo the similar risks within the regions. In the Philippines, for the Creative Economy Council of the Philippines, our mandate also includes arts, culture, and food as well, which many people are not aware of. So while Philippines is leading in creative exports at ASEAN at $4 billion, we know that the road ahead involves changes in political leadership and the reality of constant change across the sectors. So to be able to plan the future of the Philippines and the future of the creative industries, we need accurate and near real-time data and knowledge to be able to better prioritize, plan, and coordinate efforts. We already have excellent legislation, and hopefully with the passing of the Creative Industries Bill, that will continue. Particularly, we already have the Barangay Micro Business Enterprise Law, which was enacted in 2002, which allow micro to medium enterprise with assets less than $60,000 to actually receive tax-free status and access to loans, credit, and training. So as an example of that, it's an excellent policy that still requires further implementation because as we know during the pandemic, it has been a challenge understanding the breadth of our sector with so many people that remain invisible to government and to their local government. And so we need effective local and open mapping policies and initiatives to be able to address these key issues in the sector. So in terms of foreign investments, the same challenges occur within the same context in the Philippines, where we need to strengthen our knowledge systems to decrease the risks with many multiple overlapping gaps, particularly now in the pandemic where resources, both economic and social, are restricted. So first, we need to address how there are many multiple projects that are often short-term, often workshop-based, and are typically for the data collection and analyses portion completed by outsiders to our communities. So these are usually urban folks that are sent into other areas or foreign consultants and expats that often do not have the local history or local context of that community. And particularly because we have such constant realities of disaster and climate change, this coordination needs to better take place. Secondly, we have very expensive proprietary technology and closed systems that are built on licensing fee revenues. So this is a real struggle that despite the Philippines having 6 different laws on open data, it is very challenging for foreign investors, let alone the local community, to understand and perform risk and opportunity analyses in their own community when it's very challenging to access their own data. And while there's definitely a thrust to invest in more new technologies, we have to acknowledge that it's been over a decade and we continue to discuss the digital divide and challenges to internet access that are exacerbated by the pandemic. So it's really focusing on how to address these essential infrastructure elements prior to further innovation planning. Next is the gender gap, and particularly for the creative industries, majority of not only the economy in the Philippines, but majority of the creative industries are led by micro to medium enterprise. And while we still lack the data, we do know that in the creative industries, majority of creatives are women. And so we need to identify the unique infrastructure needs of women, as my own research for World Bank that was across 6 provinces in Mindanao had shown that while women perform majority of the household tasks, and oftentimes they had multiple jobs and were bringing in more income than the men, they also traveled the longest distances more frequently and more often on usually unpaved roads of poor quality. And when they traveled on public transportation, their costs were higher than the men. In terms of industry, the women also were shown to have the least access to essential infrastructure, such as processing facilities, equipment, training, loans, and credit. So we need to ensure that the essential role of women is reflected in our policy, particularly for the pandemic recovery. Next is the opportunity for decent work, where creative industries actually provide safe and remote opportunities as many creatives work from home. And lastly, it's the effects of disaster and climate change, where we're at the highest risk for both climate change and disasters, and yet only about 1/3 of the country has completed its disaster risk mapping and is still wanting for climate change mapping. So these are the realities of business continuity that we need to address first. And many of these recommendations will be in our NCCA report. We'll actually be presenting this at the DTI Creative Industries Summit this month and sharing these initiatives. But throughout the pandemic and prior to the pandemic, we have been working and training non-technical and creative communities remotely on how to collect and analyze data. And so these combined knowledge, stewardship, and employment programs not only allow for lower cost, faster and more accurate data collection and analyses, but these are done with free and open source and tools that usually work offline for data collection, for mapping, and for analytics tools. So these are free to learn. And we have shown in training non-technical people age 6 years to 60+ years old that anyone can learn to map. So the creative industry, as well as other local communities, can really act as active stewards as they should be, because they have the best local knowledge about their community. And so this allows local communities to be at the center, at the wealth of their local knowledge, and more importantly, to be able to lead and inform better prioritization, coordination, and specifically monitoring. By using mapping tools, we have access to 6 different satellite imagery sources, some of which can be refreshed twice a day, which allow for the safe and remote monitoring of activities during the pandemic. So with this model as an example, my recent World Bank projects shifted to fully locally trained and led teams, which allowed us to pay per day $25 to $50 for our survey data collectors. And my most recent World Bank project, which completed last month, we were able to pay for just 1 hour of work, $50 to $100. And this is by completely changing to shifting and creating new models of low-tech, very localized models. And so what we're hoping to move to is local procurement policy, where at the local, regional, national level, and particularly for the foreign investment model, is that we turn to local communities to be producing this data, not only for their community, but because the mapping and data science and research sector is actually experiencing the highest growth rates in Asia. Many of us have our apps on our phones, and big data, maps, all make up the tools that we use every day. And with our talented workforce in the Philippines, we could really lead in the space. So overall, we need better validated data, ongoing data, to be able to prioritize these investments. And pandemic and climate recovery can only be attainable if policies and programs are really funded to focus on the long-term economic, social, and climate prosperity of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Selena. Again, we're hearing that there are many challenges in our sectors in the Philippines, and again, personally representing, foreign capital coming in from the outside, this is yet another sector where if we can find a way to create, a bit of scale and a way to channel foreign capital to these initiatives. There are many, kind of capital that's looking for such kind of socially responsible, creative style investing. So hopefully we can, this panel will raise some helpful suggestions that will lead to some solutions long term. May I now invite Mr. Jack Madrid to talk about his sector, one of our big winner sectors in the Philippines, the IT and BPO sector. So over to you, Jack.
Thank you very much, Michael, and greetings, everyone. It's good to be here and be part of this very important discussion. The IT BPM sector, most of you know, has enjoyed virtually uninterrupted growth in the past decade, up until the pandemic. So in the past 20 months, some disruption caused by COVID exposed some vulnerabilities in some of our business continuity plans. But despite these massive challenges, our industry has still continued to show the agility and the resilience that it has been known for, and even managed modest growth in the dark days of 2020. Even more impressively, the local IT BPM industry is still on the same growth trajectory as the global industry, with a projected 7 to 8% uptick in headcount and an estimated 8 to 12% growth in revenue for full year 2021. And so that just shows you how far we have come as an industry in now well into our second decade in matching, and creating a reputation and brand in the global marketplace for our industry. In a recent IBPAP survey amongst over 50 companies that represent almost half of our membership and the industry itself, 56% of those surveyed projected double-digit growth in headcount. And the vast majority of the balance projected single-digit growth. Significantly, only 6% projected flat growth in headcount, and none of the companies surveyed expect any kind of decline. So clearly, despite the challenges of the past 2 years of COVID, the global industry matched by the Philippines continues to be bullish with a massive opportunity to drive further growth in the years ahead. So far from those who believe that we are on the sunset, we are in fact quite far from it. In fact, we have seen that also in the diversity and growth of the different verticals that our industry has grown into, which include health management, animation, game development, software, and as well as financial services. So moving on, the growth that I just described was only made possible by the speed by which, our industry was able to rapidly and successfully transition the way we do our work, from on-site locations, the way we were able to prove that this work is made possible in a different vast array of work environments, mostly working from home. And this was only made possible, again, by the ability to adapt by our workforce and with the necessary support from our partners in the local ecosystem. This flexibility and speed, this adaptability will remain as important as ever in the future of work for our industry. In 2022, IBPAP will complete and publish our roadmap 2028. This is a very important exercise that we do every 6 years. The roadmap will serve as a blueprint that will chart the course of our industry and the Philippines itself. It will define all the key priorities of the industry that covers talent, infrastructure, country marketing, and very importantly, policy shaping. These are all needed for us to achieve the success and the economic growth that we all want to see happen. Based on the research that I've read and my regular conversations with our members, work from home, work from anywhere is here to stay. This is not just a one-time thing, and it will be part of our business models moving forward. So the next 6 to 12 months are going to be critical in how we manage this next stage of growth for the industry. And it will be, again, a very defining feature of the future of work. There are many benefits about this flexibility of being able to work from anywhere or work from home. This will help strengthen and widen the access for talent across our archipelago, which will in turn help Philippines' overall competitiveness in the market for global services. It will also serve as a boost to employee satisfaction by offering employees this flexibility that we now know they desire, and it will help reduce the industry's attrition and any unscheduled absences. Aside from this, it will also serve to decongest Metro Manila itself and its traffic by spreading out our talent and avoiding concentration risk in Metro Manila. And this is something that we've seen not just in the Philippines, but in countries like India, where a city like Bangalore is also under scrutiny for having this concentration risk. So these are just some of the benefits in being able to craft a more flexible hybrid work environment as we move forward in the next stage of our industry. We have seen this happen in countries like India, Malaysia, and Poland, wherein their labor laws have already allowed for different kinds of work from home, work from anywhere work environments. And so it is our hope that we will follow suit to allow for us to remain competitive as an industry. I just wanted to give an example of a member, one of our members that just celebrated its 48th site in the Philippines. This is an example of the much needed countryside development that we have been working on closely with the DICT and the government. And again, we are in a unique position as a country to be able to leverage our multiple cities, our tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and again, spread the economic growth, not just in our tier 1 cities, but all over the country. And so this member that I'm referring to just celebrated its 100,000th employee very recently. And it's just one of the many success stories that we have seen in our industry in the past couple of decades, and is not something that I think should be an exception, but really should be an example of the potential that we see if we, as we approach a bright future that we all aspire to. So with that, I hope to continue some of this topics during the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Very good to hear that it's not a sunset industry. That and very heartening to see that in a pandemic era, it is increasing in its employment and revenues. So very good to hear that. I believe we have now on the line Dr. Dan Lachica. So may I invite Dr. Dan to say a few words about the manufacturing sector that he represents. Dr. Dan?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Michael. The electronics industry exported $39.7 billion in 2020, employed some 3 million direct and indirect workers, and accounted for 10.8% of our country's GPA. We are poised to grow by 10% to $45 billion, or 62% of our country's commodity exports in 2021. This will exceed our pre-pandemic record of $43.3 billion. And while global demand remains strong, industry would not have been able to recover nicely had it not been for the help of IATF, DTI, PEZA, and DOST during the difficult pandemic times. Moving forward, we are working with DTI, the good Undersecretary Rita Aldaba, on several items, actually: the Industry 4.0 digital transformation of the industry, the IC design roadmap, and of course the PATS roadmap, which are also, well, the PATS meaning the electronics industry roadmap, which we're also working with DOST on. In fact, there's several technology roadmaps we're reconciling with DOST, and we appreciate their support in hosting our Science and Technology Center in their Bicutan facility. Additionally, we're also working with CHED to reconcile the gap between the skills and competencies of our college graduates and that which the industry needs, as well as with TESDA for training regulations for industry operators, technicians, and even the IC design layout workers. You might know that for our industry, we actually encourage hiring even high school graduates as long as they're trained in our procedures to operate the machines and, of course, follow our safety procedures. So this is actually really inclusive employment. Okay. We do continue to have challenges, which include the global supply of semiconductor wafers and materials, the continuous supply of primary vaccines for our workers, plus the requirements for booster shots, the high power and logistics costs, rationalizing the travel restrictions for our industry expats and technical personnel to support technology transfers and capacity expansions, improving the internet bandwidth and connectivity, and ensuring the ease of doing business, which by itself covers a myriad of issues and opportunities. We can talk more about our industry concerns, FDIs or lack thereof, and policy recommendations during the panel discussion later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dan. No, that was a good summary. It's good to hear that the industry did increase over last year, but look forward to hearing more about how FDI can be stimulated in this sector during the panel discussion. Moving on, may I now invite Mr. Jerry Brimo to say a few words about the Philippine mining sector. Jerry?
Thank you, Michael, and good morning. This will be more than a few words. I think we've been given 5 minutes, and I would like to take the whole 5 minutes because there's a lot to say. So good morning to all. The potential for mineral resource development in our country, and I'm referring particularly to metallics such as copper, gold, and nickel, critical for the EV market, is indeed very large. But in the last decade, we have squandered the opportunity to grow this industry. Whatever growth you read about today is not the result of a growing industry, but higher metal prices that we have recently been enjoying. And metal prices do go up and down. The problem is that policies went against the industry starting in 2012, when a moratorium on new mining permits was put in place by presidential executive order. The reason being that it was felt that the industry was not paying enough taxes. Under the Train 1 package of tax reforms, the excise tax on mineral products was doubled. It took 4 more years after that for the moratorium to finally be lifted, to spur the economy that has been devastated by the pandemic. This just happened a few months ago. And of course, we are grateful to government for the lifting. But there is yet another policy problem that remains in place and therefore continues to put a brake on the growth of the industry. And that is the ban on open pit mining that was instituted by the former secretary in 2017, excluding non-metallics like limestone or aggregates, although those are also mined by open pit. This happened even though the open pit mining method is used all over the world to extract near surface deposits that cannot be extracted by underground methods. There are thousands of open pit mines, even in developed and large mining countries such as Australia, Canada, and the US, to cite a few. There are moves now within the DENR to lift the ban, but it has not happened yet. Also, under the former DENR secretary, mine audits were conducted, which led to the much published closure orders to 26 mining operations, more than half of operating metallic mines. Those mines appealed such order and were allowed to continue operating while on appeal. Since then, under the new secretary, the Mining Industry Coordinating Council, chaired by both the DENR and DOF, decided to conduct new audits to get to the bottom of why were so many metallic mines served with closure orders. A team was composed of academics, technical people, social scientists, and the like. In other words, a multidisciplinary group of experts, and the audits took place a couple of years ago. The outcome was that only 3 of those 26 mines had enough serious lapses to warrant their permanent closure, and those mines were already not operating. Everyone else passed, although some were directed to undertake remedial measures. Certainly, the new audits give a very different picture to the outcome of the first audit, but immense harm had already been done to the reputation of the industry, and that makes it difficult to improve policies. Put this all together, add the fact that it took a foreign mining company 2 years to get its permit renewed, during which time it had to stop operations, and this was because of a dispute with a local government unit. And this company, by the way, is listed in both the Australian and Canadian stock exchanges. And it is not hard to imagine that the impact on global mining resource investors has been severe. In the latest survey conducted yearly by the Fraser Institute, a Canadian think tank, the Philippines does not rank anymore. In other words, we're not even on the radar screen of global mining investors at this time. Given only the short remarks, I won't talk anymore about what this industry can contribute or to address environmental or social concerns. I will instead address what needs to be done. Just 3 important points. First, reverse the misguided ban on open pit mining. As I mentioned, I believe this is already in the works, and we hope this will happen soon. Second, get rid once and for all of provincial ordinances banning mining. There are a few of those. A province cannot go against a national law that specifies no less that it shall be the, and I quote, responsibility of the state to promote the rational exploration, development, utilization, and conservation of mineral resources through the combined efforts of government and the private sector to enhance national growth, close quote. Third, rationalize no-go zones for mining. Yes, there are indeed areas where mining should not take place. That is clearly recognized. But let's not go overboard and use that to stymie the growth of the industry. The footprint of operating metallic mines today is only 0.03% of the country's total landmass, and mineralized areas are not conducive to agriculture. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Jerry. Yes, fully appreciate that there are some serious challenges and things to things to improve in the Philippine mining sector. And I agree with you that from a foreign capital point of view, despite the resources, the Philippines has definitely been a no-go for foreign investors such as us, purely as a sort of I think led by that perception that it's all just too difficult to do anything in the Philippines. So hopefully we can we can try and improve the situation going forward. Okay, we will now move on to the travel and tourism sector. Can I invite Ms. Eileen Clemente to say a few words or 5 minutes on your thoughts on this sector and how we can help foster growth?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. First of all, thank you for still considering tourism as a winning sector, because there are really some people who have also put it as a sunset industry, which it is not. In fact, even pre-pandemic, we contribute 1 out of every 4 new jobs. And it's just halted briefly right now, but when travel comes back, it comes back with a vengeance. So we will actually feel more of the growth and more of the increased travel before it tapers off. No, let me just talk about the foreign direct investments in tourism. In fact, we only had 2 billion out of 112 billion in terms of investments in the Philippines. So it's very, very minute, simply because the Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority is quite young, and that it has also been saddled by a lot of different other laws that overtook the way it was supposed to be handled. At the same time, I want to look at FDI as a cholesterol. It can be good or bad for you, but you have to make it right for it to work well with you. No, so not the fact that FDIs will just come in, but it has to come in at the right form. When it comes in at the right form, it means it's sustainable type of investment, not just looking at it as a contributor to pollution as well, or contribution to the cultural erosion, but actually finding a balance to ensure that there are safeguards in place that will ensure the correct FDIs that are coming in as well. There is also a law there's also what BOI incentives there are for modernization of tourism, no? That already came in 2020. But it is also a matter of fact that most of the tourism sector is MSME, which may not have the correct leverage if they are working on their own. But if they work together, like what was done in the 70s, to put together a sort of a package where everyone will have the same terms of reference in bidding for same materials. For example, transportation equipment, buses. We can bring them in instead of just like 1, 2, 3 buses per person per organization. It can come in leveraged by having 10 different tour operators buying 10 buses. So that makes a good leverage. This was done in the 70s, but right now we have failed to look at those again. And even in terms of the schools that are badly needed new equipments or modernization have not come together yet. So this is something that we can do to ensure that the FDIs can happen also even for equipments, even for kitchen equipments, even for, as I said, transportation and so on. So this is something that we can do because there are a lot of shall we say, non-visible barriers to the entry of FDIs. One of them is, of course, when you're encountering things with Bureau of Customs. So probably with the aid of BOI in this regard, that we can also lessen that. The other one is all the income tax holidays look good on paper, but actually very difficult for us is because we are MSME, as I said, leverage or influence is not looked upon greatly. So sometimes it's very hard for us to work with the BIR in terms of getting the income tax holidays, and the loads of paperwork that you just have to do to get some relief is not there. So even today, even during the pandemic when we are closed, we are getting a lot of different sort of requirements from BIR just to comply. These are just to mention a few things that if how we can be assisted as well. But definitely, I'm very happy that we are still considered as a winning sector. And because of our multiplier effect, and because we touch all the other industries also that are here today, we do hope that we can continue the tourism growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. Yes, well, I personally have never thought of the tourism sector as a sunset sector for the Philippines. In fact, I'm always hoping that it'll become one of our biggest GDP contributors going forward. So, let's hope we again find ways to help promote this sector. So I believe we have now gone through all of our panel speakers with their opening remarks. We will now take questions from the audience, and I can help direct those questions. But of course, if there are other sort of additional comments that the panel speakers would like to add or respond to a fellow panel speaker, that is also most welcome as well. And I believe we probably have another, I guess another 30, 40 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, of Q&A session. We do have one question coming from the audience. I will read it out, and then let's see what we can respond with. So, panel number one on day one of this conference had a recommendation for foreign capital to invest the Philippine creative industries in the same way as it did in Korea, and for the Philippine government here to invest and train creative talent in the same way. Do you agree that constitutional restrictions of foreign investment in advertising and media needs to be repealed, since it is a major barrier to these creative sectors to become world-class hubs in the Philippines?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for volunteering, Ms. Salina.
Yeah, since we're dealing with creative industries, I think there's always a balance. And particularly, as I mentioned before, that we need for ourselves to understand what our own priorities are, our strategic priorities are, versus having foreign investment lead those for us, as we've seen often in the past. And absolutely, Korea, with their resurgence in media across all kinds of avenues, from fashion, beauty, and multimedia, are a standard that we are all trying to aspire to uphold. But again, we have our own unique Philippine identity, and also particularly the basic and essential infrastructure needs that we need to address first before moving ahead, because then those disparities will continue to move forward. And so I think there's a period of prioritization that needs to take place, and particularly within the Sustainable Development Goals, so that we understand, particularly for the creative industries, that many of our creatives are exploited, unpaid, underpaid, working in the gig economy these days. So I think that strategic groundwork needs to take place before we go ahead and open the floodgates, as we've seen, particularly now where many local businesses, local organizations, nonprofits in the Philippines have had their budgets, devastated due to the pandemic, which means that multinational corporations will have even more sway into what happens in our communities. And I know it's in our interest to be able to support what the long-term needs are of our communities versus, fast cash gains. So.
That makes sense, and obviously we need to consider and prioritize our local community and local talent. So we hear you on that. Just checking if there are any more questions. If not, I will throw one to several of the panel members. So maybe if I can ask a question to Chris, if I may, while we're waiting for more questions to come in. I was very interested to hear about all of these, kind of, hindrances to the agri sector. Any specific recommendations that you would like, the next administration, our next set of legislators and regulators for any tangible policy change that hopefully will start getting this, agri sector, kind of moving and being more competitive and be more, comparable to what we see from the other countries around the region.
Sure. No, thanks a lot, Mike. And I actually what we wrote in our policy brief for agribusiness 2 years ago for Arangkada, I think a lot of them actually still apply. And so allow me to just quickly run through these 4 buckets of recommendations, and I'll add a 5th one. First is really around improving market access, just generally for the food and ag sector, both domestically as well as internationally. Right. I think the one enabler of all of that is the ease of doing business. I think Dan already talked about that, and it's such an important. It covers such a variety of challenges, right? In doing business in the country, but we have seen also a major effort, especially by ARTA. Kudos to ARTA for all of its work it's been doing to streamline all these bureaucratic processes, because certainly these are additional costs, and the time expended to just deal with our rules and regulations really makes a difference when we're able to make it easier for investors. Roll out that red carpet, and that's what will help attract these foreign investments. Of course, we at least now have the CREATE law, and it has created a certain sense of certainty on the sort of incentives available, and it's always great to see that among the sectors that or at least let's call them areas of investment, right? That get additional incentives, include development outside of metro areas, rural side development. And I think some of our speakers here have kind of talked to that already. But that for me is certainly one way of further encouraging investments, not just in the metro, but the country. When we talk about market access abroad, we look towards the trade agreements that are being negotiated right now, or at least hopefully will be negotiated. The US FTA, the EU FTA, right? Those are great opportunities for our ag sector to be able to penetrate a larger global market, right? I also liked hearing from you, Fita, earlier that trade promotion is certainly something that we need to push forward moving forward. And for me, one area that the Philippines may potentially have a niche, and I'll talk about this in one of my other recommendations, is really around sustainable products that can be sold into the global market. We know that sustainability, climate change are the big talk these days, and we do have a lot of plans insofar as continuing our development path, but wearing that sustainable lens. And I are doing trade promotion, and we are able to actually sell our products as sustainable products to the global market, right? We have examples of fair trade systems that may potentially be a nice niche for the Philippines to play in. Coconut industry, the cacao industry, right? And these are things that, we really would hope to see moving forward. Really quick, the other big buckets around access to finance, largely we're talking about the amendments to the Agri law. Basically, from moving from basically a stick regime to a carrot regime, incentivizing banks to invest, right, in the agribusiness sector, hopefully loosening up some of those restrictions and allowing investments maybe on off-farm activities, but still geared towards rural development, right? That's one major recommendation we have. Perhaps tied to that is the loosening of the land market restrictions. We talked about that earlier, right? Perhaps removing some of those, the land ownership restrictions, the 5 hectares, right? I think also, the parcelization of collective CLOAs that are under our agrarian reform. I think all of that will actually help build the scale that we need in our farm operations and therefore attract more credit and finance into the system, right? Infrastructure development is something that we've also pushed for. We have pushed that, irrigation, goods, irrigation, farm to market roads, those are where the government should spend for. And the likes of cold storage, post-harvest facilities, food terminals, which are largely used by private users, is where the private funding will end up going, no? And that's a more efficient use of capital, right? At least from a public revenue, public spending standpoint. And the last recommendation is really, this was not in our agri-policy brief, but certainly big talk nowadays, the adoption of a climate sustainability lens in our food and ag sector development. This is to address, the sustainability issues around food, right? Our food security concerns, but it also does create an avenue for next generation investments in the sector, right? So here we talk about the promotion of new technologies, drones, sensors, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, that will help the productivity, but we also want to explore, new financing schemes such as carbon market trading to induce sustainable ag practices, right? Such as regenerative agriculture. Adoption of food waste reduction systems, inclusive business models, integrating smallholders into our value chains. All of these, are potential areas of new investment in the agribusiness space that addresses, a multi-pronged challenges, right? And that for us would certainly maybe be one way to direct the future of how we're going to invest in the sector to address multiple pain points in the food and ag sector today. Sorry, that was a little long, but I hope that answers your question, Mike.
No, that was very enlightening. I mean, if we could do, most of these changes, it feels like it's going to help a lot. I would throw in again the comment I made earlier that there are, the agribusiness, when you talk about food security, food safety, helping farmers get their product to market, all of these are in the United Nations kind of social impact development plan, where many firms such as my firm and similar firms have created social impact funds or environmentally focused funds. So there's a lot of capital out there, and it is just personally frustrating that the Philippines is not one of the hot countries that's drawing these funds. So China's getting these funds, Indonesia's getting these funds, but but because they need scale, they need, for our firm, our social impact fund would like to deploy minimum $100 million per company. That's very hard to find in the Philippines. So anyway, maybe Jack, I see you.
Yusek Fita has her hand up, I think.
Oh, right. Yusek Fita, you have a comment?
If I may, Michael, I would just want to go back to the question from one of the, I think from Pam Osasano on the creative industry. And part of the question, do you agree that constitutional restrictions of foreign investment in advertising and mass media needs to be repealed? And I would also want to share on this because I think this is really something that we need to consider in the light of newer and more modern forms of telecommunications service. Particularly now we're seeing the convergence of telecommunications and broadcasting, and hence it's really important in order for us to attract more investments towards this sector that and stimulate more competition, that these constitutional restrictions banning foreign equity in mass media and in advertising, it's limited to only up to 30%. And I think considering that we really need to promote the creative economy, but as well as it has other linkages affecting the entire economy, and hence it's really important for us to review this and relax. Well, in the case of telecommunications, we already have the PSA, the Public Services Act, which if once legislated, this is going to liberalize telecommunications. But in the case of mass media, like for example, cable service, which is classified as commercial mass media, no foreign equity is allowed. And so maybe the operation of cable TV systems should be made part of telecommunications in order to open it up. And then in the case of the internet, and whether it is a form of mass media, this was already defined as value-added service under telecommunications. And Department of Justice legal opinion was sought to address this issue. So perhaps we can further pursue this previous reforms carried out in the past as we try to pursue more liberalization in the advertising and the mass media sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Would any other panel speaker have a specific issue about all of this foreign ownership restrictions in your particular sector, and that it's really something that's being a big hurdle, if at all, in your sector? Okay, doesn't seem to be. So,
Well, let me,
so
Michael, if I may, let me mention mining in that respect. Mining is also a protected subject to 60/40 rules, but there is a provision where foreign mining companies can operate 100% because as an operator, you don't own the minerals, right? The minerals are owned by the state. A mining contractor is allowed to extract the minerals, not own it. And so for that reason, there is in our laws, there is a special mining permit that's applicable to foreign companies that want to own 100% of their operations. That's allowed. The only problem, though, is that it's a permit that can only be signed by the president, and that's always complicated. And so you may not get too many foreign investors that may want to face that. And also the tax regime for that is very different than for 60/40 companies. So that is a challenge in terms of attracting foreign mining investment in particular, foreign mining companies that want to come in and operate beyond a 60/40 limitation. So I just thought I'd mention that.
No, thank you. No, thank you, Jerry. Yes. There are, there are many sectors where I can speak on behalf of foreign capital where, the 40, while in some sectors seem, enough, there are others where foreign capital would prefer a little higher, a little higher number as well. So it's just something out there that we need to keep refining. I think we have a few more questions coming in from the audience. I'm not sure if the panel speakers can see the chat questions as well, but I'll read out some of them to Jack. Are you seeing more growth of BPOs in cities outside Metro Manila and the secondary cities?
The short answer is yes. I mean, obviously, aside from Manila and Metro Cebu, we have seen impressive growth in the past decade, even in other centers of excellence. That includes Bacolod, Davao, and Iloilo, as I alluded to earlier. And there is more to come. We have been working closely with the DICT and our partners in government in developing growth in the next wave of what we refer to as digital cities. So Cagayan de Oro, Baguio, Dumaguete, Lipa, Naga City, Santa Rosa are just some of the few that are we are seeing some growth there, and I guess in the next few years the aspiration is to expand that list even more. And in the context of this work from anywhere, which is part of our future now, I think this will only accelerate and reduce that concentration risk that I had mentioned earlier. And this is it's going to be good. It's going to decongest the centers as of today, and I think this will widen the talent pool that our industry needs, and the buyers of services are looking for, because concentration risk is something that has been alluded to by some buyers of global services.
Very good to hear. Very good to hear. And hopefully, what you need in terms of reliable power and internet bandwidth is also keeping up with the expansion into these, outside Metro Manila and secondary cities. So fingers crossed that continued growth, keeps happening. We have a question number 3 to Dr. Dan. I'll read that for the benefit of everyone. How affected is the semicon industry in the Philippines with the global supply chain bottlenecks and disruption happening? How do you see these impacts playing out in 2022?
Okay, thank you for that question. Actually, everyone, we play in a global market. Everyone in every country is impacted by primarily by the semiconductor wafer supply shortage. What had happened was, during the pandemic, the processing equipment manufacturers basically shut down their operations, not knowing the extent of the pandemic's impact. And the reality, however, is even during the pandemic, the demand doesn't erode that much, because if you look at our everyday lives, everywhere you turn, there are electronics components. So I think it was unfortunate that equipment manufacturers slowed down, and as a result, the lead times, which used to be like 6 months, 9 months, ballooned to 1 to 2 years. And of course, if you don't have wafer fabrication equipment, you can't produce wafers. And we're still seeing that impact today. In fact, earlier, I projected the 10% growth for the industry. It could have been much, much more had we acquired the wafer supplies. Medical electronics, automotive electronics, work from home requirements for computing power and internet access and all that. We're still seeing the delay, and I think it'll take another year or two before we can see a normalization of the supply. But the good news is that we're finding ways to make do. By the way, those are not just the materials we're concerned about, even mold compounds, epoxy, lead frames. So we're just trying to exhaust all means to normalize the supply chain. So that's a concern, but I think we should be okay. If anything else, it's just going to impact our growth more than just freezing or paralyzing the industry. What we're more concerned of from the industry perspective is the investments that are not coming in as much as we'd like. Okay. On one hand, yes, there are some. I think of our members, we've seen about $120 million for expansions, and these were decisions that were made pre-create. And I'm on one hand, create is wonderful. It reduced the local income taxes, but I think, in fact, this is a wish for the new administration, is to revisit the rationalization of incentives. And why do I say that? Okay, so if you look at the investments in the Philippines compared to our ASEAN neighbors, it's true that from 2020, if you look at the 2020 numbers, we've seen like anywhere from 45 to 60% growth in Philippine FDIs, right? But we're comparing the Philippines with its own investments from previous years. What I believe we should be looking at is the investments in the Philippines vis-a-vis our ASEAN neighbors. For example, in 2020, the $2.2 billion or thereabouts that the Philippines got for FDIs is pales compared to, I'll just mention Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Okay, Indonesia got 13x more. Malaysia got 7x more. Thailand got 7.3x more. Vietnam, a whopping 13.5 times more, or $28.5 billion. So I think what we really need to do is understand why we're not getting us, we're not, we pride ourselves in being an investment destination, but I hope we can do a root cause analysis and what it would take. Sure, we have problems in power, we have problems with logistics, but our labor is very, very productive, right? And so we have assets, we have advantages. And of course, as far as labor is concerned, the mean age of 23, 24 years old is much, much better than what you have in other countries. So there are offsetting advantages in the Philippines. And I just hope the next administration can revisit that, especially the ability to attract investments in the same scale as our ASEAN neighbors, because they are our competitors. And if ever, and this might be going out on a limb, I would like to request the next administration to revisit the ability of PEZA to attract and approve investments, just like BOI for that. I understand the nature of the game in that FIRB has to regulate, but I think let's not try to fix something that's not broken, right? PEZA has been very, you ask the Japanese, you ask we're in the Foreign Chamber Forum, you ask the Americans, you ask the Koreans, and they're all supportive of what PEZA has done. And I hope we can recover that, because the danger for our industry is that, yes, we're growing, but for how long? Because if the transition period expires, you can see by the scale of these investments in Vietnam. I'll just take Vietnam, for example. The new technologies, the advanced technologies are not going to the Philippines. These are just, as BSP said, the increase in June of 60% investments was because the multinationals just, injected the capital infusion into their local operations. But where are the new technologies? Where are the new devices? And the life of the electronics industry is in these new technologies, because what will happen is, if these new products, if these new technologies are being brought to Vietnam or Thailand or Indonesia, guess what will happen when these devices that we're producing in the Philippines reach their end of life? What's going to happen in the Philippines? And I've said this during the CREATE hearings, we're not going to see the complete death of the industry, but it's going to be significantly less in terms of export generation, in terms of employment. So that's one of the things that we really hope that the new administration can look into or revisit. And of course, you've heard the other things, the digital transformation, the national single window. I talked earlier about the ease of doing business. I know ARTA has been very instrumental, like Chris has mentioned, and thank God for them. But there's still, a lot of opportunities to kill corruption and promote the ease of doing business. There seems to be a natural resistance of government agencies to resist automation and share data and increase transparency. I wonder why. I won't have to tell you what my guess is. Okay. So I think that would be our biggest concerns, if you will, and request to the next administration. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Dat. All very good advice. All very big issues. And moving on to another big issue, which Jerry mentioned before, but we have a question, essentially, I guess, trying to get an elaboration on what is the impediment preventing the DNR from lifting the open pit mining ban when they already recognize its importance and best environmental practices are already in place. Would you be able to elaborate on that, Jerry?
No. I would rather not elaborate on that.
All right.
Let's just say that it's in the works.
Okay.
And hopefully it'll happen soon. Because lifting the moratorium per se is not enough. If you don't allow for the most used mining technique around the world, if you don't allow it here, lifting the moratorium on new mining permits won't be of much help in terms of growing the industry. But I think that's accepted, and I think it'll happen soon. So let's just leave it at that. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Jerry. I'm just gonna. We're getting a lot of questions now, so let's go to. Here's one for Jack. Again, Jack. So, how much of our IT BPM industry is still voice-based? Do you feel we are moving up the IT value chain fast enough, especially in the realms of software development, etc.?
The short answer is yes to the second part of that question, but let me elaborate a little bit. I mean, voice will remain an important component of the services that we provide, but the nature of voice services has changed quite dramatically and in more complex ways. It is just one of the many multi-channels that the more demanding customers of global services are expecting. We are really looking at more of a multi-channel service offering, even within what is viewed traditionally as being voice-based, or what we now call as contact centers. So that's where our industry and the Philippines has built its reputation. It will always be an important pillar. If you were to refer to it as sort of contact center business, it would be slightly higher than 60% of our total industry. But what is equally interesting is really the multi-skills, digital skills that our workforce has been able to adapt, learn, and relearn in the past decade. Really, where the growth is going to continue to come from, and I think the so-called war for talent will be in the space of digitization, and that's really where we need to do more work with the academe and our partners in government to upskill and reskill our workforce to serve this growing demand.
Thank you, Jack. Fingers crossed that the Philippines remains at the forefront of all this, in a global sense, given the talent, of our workers, and we are, moving up the value chain. I think we have about less than 10 minutes to go, so we may have time for maybe the last couple of questions. There's some questions for Yusek Aldaba, if we may. I don't know if you can see that, but I'll read it out. So apart from policy and constitutional reforms relating to FDIs, how could the BOI be more effective in attracting FDI? Do you think its outward investment missions are sufficient?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yes, we need more aggressive trade and investment promotion to complement the current new incentives that we have through the CREATE, as well as, of course, we have the Strategic Investment Priorities Plan. The difference is in the past, we didn't have target industries, target sectors, but now with the CREATE, we're trying to link together our industry priorities along with the investment and the incentive support to be provided by the government along with our industrialization objectives. And yes, we've been lagging behind our neighbors. And so it's very, very important for us to embrace these new technologies, and that we can make use of the adoption of these new technologies as our main entry point, so that we'll be able to adopt all these emerging technologies, create new products, become more innovative, and adapt them as well to local conditions through innovation. And with respect to the other, of course, difficulties and challenges, that's the reason why we have eco zones, because they serve to facilitate business operations, provide investment promotion and investment incentives, the infrastructure that would be needed, and other support services. And they act as one-stop shop. But of course, there's also the need for us to link these zones with the economy. And if I may quickly cover the second question, or should I stop there?
Please.
I think there's another question with respect to the position of the country in the global value chain. Yes, we've given that we're really targeting the priority sectors to promote, like for instance, in the ITBPM, we would like to, of course, all these targets have been done in consultation with the industry. So we would like to move towards more knowledge intensive BPO segments. And of course, this would require skills and workforce development that would cover not only good communication skills, but as well as specialized qualifications in areas such as IT, engineering, finance, and design. So our programs are really geared towards really building our human capital, which is really a critical factor for the development of the IT-BPM sector. And in mining copper, I would cite as an example copper. We need to integrate the industry by attracting more investments in wire rod and other high-value copper applications and downstream industries within, of course, a sustainable development and responsible mining framework. And electronics, of course, we want to strengthen our semiconductor manufacturing, but as well as attracting more investments towards electronics manufacturing services, on IC design, and other growth potentials such as auto electronics, power electronics, and consumer electronics. And in creative, well, there's now a strong momentum among government agencies in terms of working together so as to promote and develop this sector. And the approach is not just really a whole of government, but really a whole of society approach in order for us to create a more integrated and provide more comprehensive support for the development of the creative sector.
Michael, may I just add to what Yusek Pita said? Just quick comment. I mean, I think as most of us have experienced now, DTI is our go-to agency whenever we need help now, with Secretary Mon and Yusek Pita. See, I see nodding there. So that's not a secret. And we really appreciate what DTI has been doing. And what to Yusek Pita's point, for our industry, for example, because of the high power cost and other operating cost issues, we are working with DTI on a new sector, and that is IC design. Okay, we want to grow the IC design sector, and DTI, well, again, under the leadership of Yusek Pita, developed that 2015 roadmap, and hopefully with working together with SAPI, we can promote that and be like a powerhouse also. In fact, Jack, you might be happy that this actually strays into the service industry. So this is kind of like a technology BPO, but that's okay. It's all for our country, but we are growing that. And the other initiative would be on the improvement of the technology. We're also working with the USEC PITAS group on the IR 4.0. We're surveying, baselining our manufacturers. Some of them are probably IR 2.0 generation as opposed to IR 4.0. But the results of our baseline, we will share with USEC PITA, we will share with other industries. So whoever wants to get on the digital transformation roadmap, be it agriculture or other industries, we'll be happy to share that information. So thank you once again for the opportunity. Thank you, USEC PITA, for your continued support, of course, SecMon.
Thank you, Dr. Dan. Thank you, USEC PITA. We have just been told that we are near the very end of our session. If there are no final comments from anyone, well then, on behalf of the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines, I'd like to thank our panelists for their time and clearly a passion and dedication to helping the sectors and industries of the Philippines. So thank you, USEC PITA Aldaba, Mr. Chris Ilagan, Ms. Selena Agaton, Mr. Jack Madrid, Dr. Dan Lachica, Mr. Jerry Brimo, and Ms. Eileen Clemente. Thank you very much for what has been a very informative and interesting panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our dear panelists to share their views on pathways to FDI, big winner sectors. Kindly stay on the virtual stage as we'd like to get a quick photo of you together. If you could please just give us your brightest smiles for the photo. And let me just, okay. 1, 2, 3. Great. That's awesome. Thank you very, very much once again for this panel. And now we are honored to have with us today a special keynote speaker. And to introduce him, may I invite once again back on the virtual stage, the Executive Director of the American Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Eb Hinchcliffe.
Thank you, Monette, and good morning, all of you that are attending our session today with the forum on the Zoom, social media, and other sources. It's great to have you with us. And, just to start, let me say, please join me in thanking this panel for great moderator, great industry leaders, and great insights that you shared with us today. So thanks so much. We created this panel to provide assessments of our growth and some of the challenges for the agribusiness, the BPO, creative industries, manufacturing, mining, and tourism. And I think we got a lot of those today. I believe that we learned that these 6 sectors can all grow strongly for the rest of the current decade, but it's going to take, with good policies and good programs with the right governance. In other words, the future is quite bright, I feel, after hearing this, but it's going to take the right governance and right public-private partnerships to conduct that, to solve all these challenges. But we will include these findings today, these statements today, and recommendations in our advocacies for the next administration. Before I get to the introduction of our distinguished secretary today, I'd like to make a couple of reminders. If you're in the media, please be reminded that we do have our press conference immediately following the secretary's speech. So be ready for that. And then the others of you that are here, I'd encourage you to have a working lunch with us. We do during the lunch period following at 12 noon, we have 2 45-minute breakout sessions. One of them is on logistics, which will be, the speakers will be FedEx and Royal Cargo that know a little bit about the logistics between them. And then the other one's by AWS, Amazon Web Services. Following them at 12:45, there's another important breakout session. And this is something near and dear, and it's better broadband, what needs to be done. I think we all would be interested in that topic. Of course, our keynote speaker today is none other than the Secretary of Trade and Industry, Mr. Ramon M. Lopez. He will deliver his keynote address, and he was originally scheduled, as I mentioned earlier in the deal, he was originally mentioned to schedule to be our speaker before the panel, but with his travel to Dubai busy schedule it is, he worked with us to speak after the panel. And of course, we really appreciate Under Secretary Fita Adaba filling in on the panel for you, Secretary. But Mr. Secretary, we really appreciate you fitting in this speech into your crowded schedule. Secretary Lopez has served as Secretary of DTI now since 2016 for continuously with this administration. His extensive government experience was prior to taking this. I mean, it's really set the stage for him. He was working in government. He was with the presidential management staff. He had previously worked with DTI. He previously worked with NETA. And this early in his career provided a really great solid background in macroeconomic policies that we are seeing now, and it helped in industry development. He returned to the private sector, public sector in 2016, as I mentioned, as the cabinet secretary. But as bringing with him is the experience he had as running being the top executive of a major Philippine food and beverage company. And at the same time he was doing that function, he was also serving as executive director for Go Negocio. Double duty there, the Avis Group Go Negocio, which really makes him, as we've learned, a very strong advocate for entrepreneurship in the SME sector. Secretary Lopez holds degrees in economics from the University of the Philippines and a master's degree in development economics from the prestigious Williams College. DTI, as I've always said, DTI has always been the partner, mother of industry here, and especially the Joint Foreign Chambers. Every time we have an issue or anything, we go to Secretary Lopez. It's he's our champion. He's helped us out of so many scrapes during this time. I'll just mention a few of his accomplishments that I recall at DTI. Foreign policy. The Philippines has come close to ratification of the RCEP. We've encouraged and seeing the Philippines apply to the Comprehensive Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, or CPTPP as it's called. The bilateral agreements with Korea, all these increase the opportunities for foreign investors who have chosen and will choose to invest here in this country. He's been a major supporter for the foreign chambers. As he really supported us through the CREATE bill. It took a long time and a lot of effort, but the rationalization of fiscal incentives is near and dear to all of industry's hearts. And we found a champion that supported us as Secretary Lopez in the CREATE bill. He's also very supportive of the Retail Trade Act, the Foreign Investment Reforms Act, e-vehicles, Creative Industries Act, and we still expect the game changer mentioned so much and so often is the Public Services Act to be passed and enacted soon. But he's been our champion for that as well. Also at DTI, I mean, it's very important for us, and that's the ease of doing business. Secretary Lopez has been working hard to improve the ease of doing business as well as the national competitiveness of the country. During his term, the Board of Investments, this is big, the Board of Investments under his term has recorded record amount of investments. That's amazing. Finally, he's represented the country's diverse business sector extremely well in the cabinet, especially during this pandemic crisis. You've probably caught him on several occasions speaking out for us during the pandemic and helped us out so much. He's regularly met with us as the Foreign Chambers on a regular basis. Every time I've asked him to meet with the Joint Foreign Chambers, his answer is sure, just let's set a date, see my department, and he's done so. It's been great to have him as a partner with us. He's always been open, responsive, and very helpful for everything we've done. For all this, Mr. Secretary, we say thank you very much. The Secretary wrote a very warm welcome letter to you, the attendees of this session, this forum, as well as the President Duterte. Those will be in your souvenir, in your program. But in particular, I picked up on something I wanted to share, his words, because it reminded me of something. He said, quote, all of these reforms have the common goal of attracting investment that will create more jobs in the country. These will also make the Philippines a more attractive foreign direct investment destination, enable more businesses and job generation, and lay the foundation for a highly competitive and strong economic structure for the future, end quote. The reason I quote that, these are precisely the same goals that we set out in 2010 with the Arangkada project. At that time, though, it was we launched it in December 2010, and during the launch, we predicted that during the next 10 years, I think that was 11 years ago now, we predicted that there would be a goal of $10 billion investment for the decade. We kind of underestimated. We were very too modest in our ambition. Just to let you know that from the years of 2011 through the first 3 quarters of 2021, there's been a total approaches about 60 billion. We predicted 10 and we got 60. So this exemplifies a very famous American slogan, yes, we can. So looking ahead to 2030, I don't see any reason that we can't even do better. For the current decade, we should be able, come on, let's exceed 100 billion in the foreign, get this engine going, let's get this foreign, the economic doing and get it enabled. And, and as I would say, if we get it, as another American saying, excuse me, but we say run on all cylinders. The members of the JFC are fully with the Philippines, Mr. Secretary, of this campaign. So now it's time to welcome. Enough of me. Let's welcome and hear directly from Secretary Lopez. Good morning, Mr. Secretary. Welcome to the 10th Arangkada Forum. And how's the weather, by the way, there in Dubai?
It's good. It's good. Good morning, Evan. Thanks for that very kind introduction. I really like your attitude, that always on a go, go, go attitude. And really, we can do it.
Can do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, weather is fine here in Dubai. You woke me up early, of course, so but that's fine. I'd like to be with you. Unfortunately, I couldn't be before the panel, but just the same, allow me also to greet all our partners from the Joint Foreign Chamber. Mr. John Forbes, the Senior Advisor, the Arangkada Philippines Project. Of course, Mr. Eb Hincliffe of the American Chamber, Mr. Frank Hill of the American Chamber, Mr. Daniel Alexander of the Australian-New Zealand Chamber, Mr. Julian Payne of the Canadian Chamber, Mr. Lars Wittig, the European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Mr. Keiichi Matsunaga of the Japanese Chamber, Mr. Hoik Lee of the Korean Chamber, Ms. Evelyn Nang, Philippine Association of Multinational Companies, Regional Headquarters, to all our partners here from the private sector, fellow workers in government, to the rest of the Arangkada Philippines project team. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. It's again my pleasure to have this opportunity to address the members of the Joint Foreign Chamber of the Philippines on the best opportunities for investment in our country. I was listening earlier to I caught the latter part of the panel, and I will be pleased to say a few words also on that particular subject matter on foreign direct investment. Again, since there are some in the audience who were not present during the recent Joint Foreign Chambers Forum, I think that was just about maybe 10 days ago, less than 2 weeks, allow me to share some of the slides I showed you, but we try to make the presentation more succinct. I shall start with a brief background on our economic recovery from the pandemic and present the various industries to consider, and also show you why the Philippines is still the best investment destination. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Philippines had the second fastest growing rate in terms of GDP in Asia. And we really had a very good momentum. We know that the macroeconomic fundamentals in the country are present and the opportunities are ripe for the picking, as they say. The pandemic, however, pushed the economy to decline by 9.6% in 2020 as the country prioritized the saving of lives over the economy, health taking primacy over the economy. And therefore, we had to institute at that time strict lockdowns, mobility, especially during the second quarter of 2020. As the Philippine government learned to manage the COVID-19 virus, reflected by the cases subsequently decreasing, and with the strengthened vaccination rollout, we were able to once again gradually and safely reopen the economy. The DTI has been pursuing this right from the start in the IATF interaction. We've been very active in really trying to reopen as early as possible, but safely, the economy. This reopenings immediately translated to recovery in all the economic data. This one observation is worth noting. With solid economic fundamentals and attributes that our country has, what we observe is that any extent of reopening we do easily translate to a quick reaction from the various economic stakeholders. The strong consumer base is quickly back in the markets, specifically the malls and commercial districts. Factories and the workers are back, and the retail and commercial sectors are busy once again. Thus, our country's third quarter growth leaped by 7%, the fastest growth in the region. Who said that we are kulela, or the last one? Our country's GDP garnered an economic rebound of 4.9% for the first to third quarter, so year-to-date September, although it's still slightly below the 2019 pre-pandemic level by 5%. With the GDP growth of 4.9% for year-to-date September this year, the 5 to 5.5% full-year target is now within striking distance, especially as we lowered the alert levels in many parts of the country, particularly the NCR, starting last October, which was the start of the fourth quarter. That led to more sectors with higher operational capacity. For 2022, our target GDP growth is 6 to 7%. Again, one of the highest in this region, which means we can be back on track to our 2019 pre-pandemic GDP level of 19.3 trillion pesos by next year, because we just need a minimum of 4.8% growth in 2022 to restore to the 2019 pre-pandemic levels. Let me just go through other economic indicators showing positive developments in the country. The country's index for manufacturing, known as PMI, is back. It's in fact 51.7 now. The last time we met was just 51 as of October. But in November, the numbers came out, it's 51.7, a bit higher, and a notable recovery really from the drop to 32 in April last year, the height of the lockdowns. To note, any number above 50 signifies growth. For the first 3 quarters of the year, exports posted an 18% growth compared to the same period last year. Again, one might say because we have a low base last year. Our cumulative exports in 2021, as of September, were even 11.3% higher than the pre-pandemic average values of 2016 to 2019. One can say that we are back on track. We have recovered in exports. 27 exported commodity groups covering 87.8% of total exports have already breached pre-pandemic export levels. Meanwhile, cumulative FDI is back on track, even better as year-to-date August reached $6.4 billion. This is almost 40% higher than the 4.6 billion recorded for the same period of last year. And take note, even higher by 36% over pre-pandemic 2019 FDI levels. Once again, signifying real growth. It is also noteworthy to emphasize, and again, I heard this in the panel earlier, that the Philippines has risen from 6th rank prior to the 2016, that was our rank, to 4th rank in this administration from 2016 to 2020. Again, take note, 2020 was even a pandemic year. And if we add in the 2021, I guess numbers will even improve, as 2021 is much higher than 2020 numbers. And so we are 4th rank among our fellow ASEAN countries in terms of FDI inflows. Our annual average level of FDI actually more than doubled from where we were before, $3.5 billion in the period 2010 to 2015, $3.5 billion. We are now hitting $8.7 billion. And if we remove the 2020, the annual average would even be over $9 billion, close to $10 billion annual average. Again, certainly we are not the last in the pack. No. And we are even higher than Thailand and Malaysia. No. So take note. Among the main contributors to our GDP's growth for the past 10 years before the pandemic were the manufacturing and services sector. As we see economic rebound from the first 3 quarters of this year, these sectors, manufacturing and services, again manifested strong rebound. In order to maximize our gaining momentum, our vision towards stronger and sustained economic recovery is anchored on a strategy called Rebuild. It stands for revitalizing businesses, investments, livelihoods, and domestic demand. The idea is to revitalize consumption, to boost demand, and empowering production capacities such as those in agriculture, industry, and services to meet the recovery in demand. We take note, we have to increase production capacities of our various industries. On the demand side, it starts with the government support via the economic stimulus to keep jobs. This can be achieved through our CIG-X-M strategy, which is really just the formula for the GDP, which you can see in our slides as flash. Specifically, the strategy pertains to encouraging, strengthen, and bring back consumer expenditure, continuously attracting investments, increasing government expenditure like the Build, and further boosting our exports, and at the same time managing imports. But again, the long and short of this is to be able to really push for more exports and manage imports is to increase domestic capacity, the capacity to produce. So we have really the capacity to supply what's needed in the domestic market and what will be in demand by the global market. On the supply side, we seek to enhance the production capacities in these sectors to fulfill the demand side growth and help build our export competitiveness and manage imports. This is important to attract more production activities and create a better business environment for investments. This should create more investments, of course, translating to jobs, income, and creating a virtuous cycle of sustained and growing economic activity with domestic linkages. With this strategy, our economy will be able to maximize one of our main advantages, our people. Out of the 109 million population, which serves as a growing market base as per capita income increases, there are 49 million highly skilled, educated, English-speaking, dedicated, and cost-efficient workforce. The country also sits on a demographic sweet spot with an average age of 25.7 years old, which means more years ahead for a growing consumer market and workforce. Likewise, it is also significant to point out that the Philippines has had a lower number of strikes and lockouts as compared to other countries around us. Additionally, the Philippines has preferential access in major markets through our FTAs. We also continue to benefit from the EU GSP+, the only nation in ASEAN to do so. Likewise, we are currently working to push for more products to be included in the talks for the US GSP, which is under discussion for renewal. These add to the value of making Philippines as a manufacturing location, as products manufactured in the country can enter those GSP areas at zero duty. The Philippines, as you know, is also part of the RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the agreement, which is intended to create in the region a more business-friendly environment. RCEP will likewise encourage closer integration of economies and provide a more stable and predictable rules-based system of trade. That's why it's very important. We have just finished defending the RCEP last Friday after 3 Senate committee hearings, Committee on Foreign Relations, and it's now ready for Senate plenary. We want to beat the December 31 deadline. To foster a better business environment, we have realized the game-changing corporate recovery and tax incentives for enterprises, more popularly known as the CREATE Act, and making the investment climate in the Philippines significantly more attractive. The CREATE Act rationalizes, modernizes, and offers more relevant incentives to investors. As you know, the corporate income tax rate have been reduced from 30 to 25 for large companies and 20 down to 20% for micro SMEs. The CREATE likewise improves the investment incentives regime with longer income tax holidays and special corporate income tax rates for eligible projects. So Under CREATE, we have a strategic investment priorities plan, which identifies industries for the grant of incentives to attract high-value, high-tech projects that will create more jobs and further sharpen the Philippines' competitiveness in the global market. The length of incentives that would be offered to corporations or investors will depend on their tier classification. I think this is being shown now, tier classification based on their levels of technology and location. And location, of course, will depend, especially those far from urban centers will be given more support. And to the panel discussion earlier, obviously, we want to attract the higher levels of technology in the industry sector, especially even in electronics. And so that's the reason why we are giving more favorable terms, more favorable incentives to those industries with higher technology and entice more FDIs in that particular field. Now allow me to discuss briefly our updated priority industries for domestic and export market. The Philippine automotive industry is already integrated with major global value chains. We have a fairly extensive auto supply chain comprising of over 380 manufacturers, parts manufacturers, coupled with the strength of our die and mold, electronics, IT, BPM sectors. We can respond quickly to the changes in this fast-moving market. On EV, electric vehicles, in relation to this, we have a developing EV industry. The Philippine EV ecosystem is composed of 54 manufacturers and importers, including 11 parts manufacturers and 18 dealers and traders. And this is growing, of course. The industry has generated so far 71,000 direct and indirect employment. We are positioning Philippines as a regional manufacturing hub for EV and EV parts in ASEAN. We recognize that the future of transportation will be autonomous, connected, electric, and shared. Again, this is one sector we want to develop and give our full support in terms of incentives. Meanwhile, the Philippine electronics industry hosts about 500 global semiconductors and electronics companies. The industry is characteristically export-oriented, accounting for 62% of total Philippine exports. It has posted fast growth, hitting double-digit growth at times. And the Philippines is already an indispensable part of the electronics global value chain and a center of excellence for electronic manufacturing services. This has been discussed extensively in the panel, and certainly we are trying to attract the higher end, higher technology-based electronics. And that's the reason why we are giving more incentives to those particular activities. With regard to the country's copper industry, this was mentioned earlier, the Philippines is home to an estimated 1.1 billion metric ton of copper reserves, reputed to be among the highest in the world, and it fuels the global copper industry. The industry also employs 14,000 Filipinos and has an estimated value of more than $2 billion of annual copper product exports. But more than just raw material exporting, we want to establish a downstream copper industry in the country. We envision a fully integrated Philippine copper industry. We now do copper concentrates and cathodes, but we don't have a copper wire rod casting facility. And so we must have such a facility here so that it can link to a number of wiring harness companies already in the downstream value chain present in the country. We launched the Master Development Plan for the Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone last year to help us achieve this goal. On a side note, we would like to point out the increasing demand being boosted by copper's role in rapidly growing industrial sectors like electric vehicle batteries and semiconductor wiring, as well as in broadening our economic recovery efforts. The Philippines is also one of the major sources of nickel worldwide. It ranked 6th in nickel reserves and 2nd in nickel production. The country has nickel reserves amounting to 2 billion metric ton, and the country's nickel industry employs over 9,000 Filipinos in nickel mines and processing plants. The industry's GVA in mining of nickel ores account for 18.8% of the GVA in mining and quarrying. We are encouraging higher value-adding nickel processing into sulfate, in nickel hydroxide that goes into nickel zinc batteries for EV. The country's aerospace industry is likewise something to be considered. The Philippines continues to be recognized in the global aerospace industry as a developing player in the industry value chain. Employing around 6,000 Filipinos, the industry has capabilities in aerospace parts manufacturing, such as flight control, actuation systems, and oxygen systems, aircraft maintenance, repair and overhaul, or MRO, and aviation, aerospace engineering trainings. Furthermore, we are blessed with rich and diverse agricultural resources. We offer a variety of fresh fruits and vegetables, high-value live marine products, coconut, and other healthy and natural food and beverages. We are always on the lookout for partners and investors that can also aid us in the production and value-adding activities of the sector. And also when it comes to agricultural technology, logistics, and marketing. The Philippines has already established strong global presence on key commodities for exports, such as fresh, dried, and processed agri-products like banana, coconut-based products, pineapples, mango, tuna, carrageenan, or red seaweed. On construction services sector is among the fastest growth driver industries, with total demand domestically and overseas growing exponentially in the last 20 years. The sector contributes 16.6% to GDP, or a total of $18.8 billion as of third quarter of 2021. The total employment in the construction sector stands at 4.4 million as of November this year. One of our country's strengths, as mentioned by Yusek Fita, and also identified by the Global Innovation Index report, is in the area of creative goods exports. In 2017, we estimated that the sector reached a minimum value added of $7.6 billion, which was 7.12% of the total GVA attributed to core creative activities. Furthermore, the latest estimates of the DTI foresee 5 million jobs, or equivalent to 11.6% of total employment, signifying its important contribution to our economy. Thus, the creative industry is now included in our priority industries for domestic and export markets. In line with this, we crafted Creative Industries Development Program for improved competitiveness, enhanced capability, increased productivity, export promotion and development, and compliance to global standards for greater market access. The passage into law of our proposed Philippine Creative Industries Development Act will establish the Philippine Creative Industry Development Council under the Department of Trade and Industry, which will be responsible for promoting the development of creative content and protecting creators from intellectual property infringement. In the field of animation, the Philippines is one of the preferred go-to locations for animation services in Asia. Filipino animators have brought to life some of the world's best-loved cartoons and animated films, contributing character and background designs and helping move the production process along for international outfits. In addition to animation, our Film Development Council of the Philippines offers several incentives for co-production, one of which is the International Co-Production Fund, or ICOF. On the other hand, through Film Location Incentive Program, foreign productions can avail of a 20% cash rebate on eligible Philippine expenses, provided they meet a minimum production spend. Aside from these programs, our Film Location Engagement Desk assists production companies with all their government transactions, providing a one-stop shop experience to help you realize the creative vision. Of course, the Philippines is well known for its IT BPM sector, with a 13% share of the global market in 2019 and 15% in 2020. The Philippines IT BPM sector is the second largest in the world. During the pandemic, it was one of the sectors that had no layoff, but instead continued to hire personnel. The industry is also expected to grow about 8%, and export revenue expected to hit $28.8 billion this year. We have the edge when it comes to voice-related services as well as non-voice, high-shared service support. On e-commerce, during the pandemic, we witnessed the phenomenal rise of e-commerce in the country. The Philippines has now become the fastest growing internet economy in Southeast Asia. According to the e-Conomy Southeast Asia report by the Google, Temasek, and Bain Company, the Southeast Asian internet economies are showing double-digit growth, with the Philippines growing by 93% from 2020 to 21, the fastest growth in the region. The forecast growth of transactions for Philippines is from $9 billion to $17 billion, projected to reach $40 billion by 2025. We have also yielded 12 million new e-commerce users during the pandemic, and the highest proportion of new users in the region. This is proof that government like DTI has succeeded in empowering a lot of our micro SMEs since last year with the digital know-how, dramatically improving connectivity and digital infrastructure also of the country. And I'm referring to this infrastructure as a must in really developing in the near future. The Philippines is currently the social media capital of the world with 89 million active social media users. As of January this year, according to the Global Social Media Use Ranking, the Philippines ranked 6th in Facebook, 10th in YouTube, 11th in Twitter, 18th in Instagram. Manila also joins other Asian cities on the list of 30 top startup ecosystems in the Global Startup Ecosystem Report, released in 2021. In the same report, Manila exhibited to have the 10th most affordable talent in the region and 20th globally. In terms of data center market, the Philippines is the second fastest growing market in Southeast Asia, with Manila having a compound annual growth rate of 14.2%. This poses a huge potential for the country, and according to Frost & Sullivan research firm, the projected supply growth of data centers in 3 to 5 years for the Philippines is at 24%. This has led us to launch a campaign a few months ago highlighting Philippines as the next strategic hyperscaler hub in the Asia-Pacific region. Our digital landscape makes it an ideal setting for hyperscalers, and the digital readiness of our enterprises are helping propel our economic growth even further. In relation to the AI, DTI also believes that AI, artificial intelligence technology, will be the key driver of most of Industry 4.0 disruptions. To this end, DTI, again in coordination with other national government agencies and private sector key stakeholders from the industry and the academe, we launched the National AI Strategy Roadmap to guide the adoption of AI in the country and its utilization in the agribusiness, manufacturing, and services industries. With its capability, AI has the potential to contribute a much higher value added per capita than our OFWs or even the IT BPM BPOs. From the 70s to the year 2000, you will remember that the OFWs, and until now, they contribute annually a total of about $26 billion a year, to 26 to 30 billion a year, coming from about 12 million OFWs. So you can compute the per capita income. With the advent of the IT BPM, our call centers, beginning in 2000, almost the same revenues of $28 billion is contributed. But this time, instead of 12 million OFWs, by 1.3 million employed in the IT BPM. And comparing that with the 12 million in the case of OFWs, that's almost 10 times the value added per capita. And we see that AI will definitely yield a much higher value added per capita with this kind of capability. That's the kind of service competency that we want to nurture and develop through the National AI Strategy Roadmap. We believe that AI R&D services will be our next winning service sector, like the IT BPM sector. Thus, a key strategic imperative of the roadmap is to accelerate innovation with AI by establishing a Center for AI Research. This Center for AI Research, or CAIR, C-A-I-R, will serve as a hub where multinational companies and even MSMEs can explore various R&D projects using AI as a tool with the Philippine government, the researchers, and linkages with higher educational institutions and R&D institutions. CARE will house and develop more top caliber AI talents and conduct world-class AI research and development, and also produce off-the-shelf AI products for MSMEs, and also provide wide-scale training programs for the schools and institutions. On export diversification, the Philippine exports are highly concentrated, not just on a few sectors, but also on a few companies, particularly in electronics. Of course, COVID-19 has further highlighted the importance of actively seeking new markets and diversifying as well export products in building a resilient and agile export industry. In 2020, more than 3,700 exporters accessed new markets, both traditional and non-traditional, to dampen the economic impact of COVID-19. We also recorded new exports in 32 product lines that were not previously exported in the last 5 years. The Philippines plays an important role in international trade, with the country ranking among the top 10 exporters for 194 tariff lines. With our industry development-centric approach to building our export competitiveness, we are optimistic that the number of tariff lines where the Philippines is considered a global leader will increase in the next couple of years. As our country navigates this fast-changing world amidst a pandemic, we are confident that the Philippines remains a premium investment destination among our neighboring countries. This is proven by our sizable market, resilient and capable human resource pool, strong commitment to protect intellectual property, our strategic trade management regime recognized by the US, EU, and Japan for dual-purpose goods and services, ideal location to link Asian and Southeast Asian value chains and key markets, wide network of free trade agreements like the RCEP, trade arrangements like US GSP, EU GSP+, sincere dedication not to dilute the workers and the environment for the sake of gaining competitiveness, and lastly, our proven track record in terms of trajectory and direction of economic reforms across administration. I must also mention that part of our FTA, the growing FTA the development, we have recently closed the negotiation for the Philippines-South Korea FTA. So in closing, while the pandemic remains to be very, very challenging, we are already seeing signs of recovery, with some indicators even already exceeding pre-pandemic 2019 levels. The administration of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte is determined to pursue the needed major reforms that will strengthen further the country's economic foundation in line with market-based principles, ease in doing business, and performance-based support. As we do so, we will create more jobs and employment for the Filipino people, which will give them a better and more comfortable quality of life. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig. Thank you very much for listening, at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you so much, Secretary Lopez, for joining us all the way from Dubai and giving us an overview of the economy and what are the bright spots that are coming up in the economy. I was excited to learn that we're going to have electronic vehicle, aerospace, and all of this, and that we remain a premium investment destination to bring that FDIs in. So marami pong salamat.
Thank you very much.
And just like that, we are done with a very informative and insightful morning session for the 10th Arangkada Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be going into our midday break, and we encourage everyone to attend these wonderful breakout sessions that we prepared for you as you take your lunch. So please visit www.investphilippines.info/forum 2021. Click the midday breakout sessions tab and sign up for the virtual rooms to have access, or scan the QR code that you see. So in virtual room A, we will have logistics during COVID-19 and beyond. In virtual room B, cloud-driven economic recovery, best policy practices to support decarbonization and sustainable finance goals. And finally, in virtual room C at 12:45, better broadband in the Philippines, what needs to be done. So please, ladies and gentlemen, after attending all of those wonderful midday breakout sessions, don't forget, you have to come back and log in at the main webinar link for the continuation of our forum this afternoon with a very exciting panel and the presidential candidates later on. So please, please come back. Please do share the love. Post your thoughts about this event using hashtag Arangkada Forum 2021 on all of your social media assets. We invite you to like us on Facebook, as well as follow us on Twitter and connect with us on LinkedIn. So this is Monette Hamlin, inviting you to enjoy your lunch and see you this afternoon. Bye now.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Eb. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Monette.
Cargill Philippines was established in 1947, the company's first subsidiary in the Asia-Pacific region. Immediately, Cargill saw the Philippines' potential as a coconut and coconut product supplier to the world. And in 1948, Cargill Philippines formally opened its first office, a copra buying station with just a handful of employees. Today, Cargill now employs over 2,000 employees across multiple locations in the country's 3 major island groups, with its operations now including grain distribution and trading, animal nutrition and health, poultry processing, and food and beverage ingredients. Cargill currently operates 5 business units in the Philippines. Cargill Oil Mills Philippines Inc., a business engaged in the coconut industry, specifically copra crushing with 10 copra buying stations to help coconut farmers gain greater access to global markets. Cargill Agricultural Supply Chain, a business unit covering all agency trading and distribution for the grains, supplying them with soybean meal, feed wheat, and high-quality milling wheat. Cargill Animal Nutrition and Health, which provides swine, poultry, and aqua feeds and premix solutions. CANH owns and operates 3 feed mills located in Bulacan and facilities in Pangasinan and Misamis Oriental, as well as tolling arrangements in Iloilo, Cebu, and Davao. Seajoy Poultry Meats Production Inc., a joint venture with the Philippines' largest fast food chain, primarily focuses on poultry processing. Seajoy produces ready-to-cook chicken for local consumption in a state-of-the-art processing facility in Santo Tomas, Batangas. And finally, Cargill Food Ingredients and Bio-Industrial Enterprise. We supply starches, sweeteners, such as glucose and fructose, oils, stevia, soya, flour, cocoa, and texturizing agents for local manufacturers primarily in the food, beverage, and snacks industry. And while these business units operate independently, they are deeply integrated into each other's operation as part of a larger Cargill Philippines supply chain.
We will always be committed to enable communities and businesses in the Philippines to thrive and look forward to continue growing and expanding our footprint in the country in line with our commitment towards enhancing food security and nourishing the world in a safe, sustainable, and responsible way.
At Eastern Communications, we believe in a strong and personal connection. In prioritizing both our high-tech and our high-touch solutions, we bring back the human connection in the ever-expanding industry of information and communications technology. In doing so, we've amassed a wide array of various solutions designed to not only improve our clients' businesses, but to also create seamless experiences for their own customers. Every business needs reliable connectivity in order to maintain its day-to-day processes. These are only some of the many solutions and services that Eastern Communications has established over the years for our many partners. And while we still have a long way to go, you can be sure that Eastern Communications will continue to be your partner and take you from where you are now to where you want to go. Together, we can all finish strong for our tomorrow. At Eastern Communications, we believe in a strong and personal connection. In prioritizing both our high-tech and our high-touch solutions, we bring back the human connection in the ever-expanding industry of information and communications technology. In doing so, we've amassed a wide array of various solutions designed to not only improve our clients' businesses, but to also create seamless experiences for their own customers. Every business needs reliable connectivity in order to maintain its day-to-day processes. These are only some of the many solutions and services that Eastern Communications has established over the years for our many partners. And while we still have a long way to go, you can be sure that Eastern Communications will continue to be your partner and take you from where you are now to where you want to go. Together, we can all finish strong for our tomorrow.
What does it mean to have a purpose? In a company as global and far-reaching as Emerson, it means each of us is part of something bigger. Our transformation to One Emerson has brought into focus, in addition to shared values, an underlying purpose that holds true to our culture. We drive innovation that makes the world healthier, safer, smarter, and more sustainable. When we look deeper into our purpose and into our individual roles as innovators, we see how our technology, engineering, and software solutions help make the world a better place. We make the world healthier by bringing critical new life-saving medicines to market faster with consistently high quality. Our cold chain technology enables our customers to safely keep perishable food and drugs at proper temperatures. We keep our customers safe with our location tracking software that provides real-time worker safety monitoring, potentially reducing more than 70% of common industrial incidents. Our new-to-the-world insulated hydraulic tools help keep linemen and electrical contractors protected against shocks and hazards. We make plants smarter by helping process engineers optimize operations with our digital twin software. Our ENERGY STAR certified Sensi Smart thermostat technology uses geofencing, remote access, and flexible scheduling to keep homeowners in the know and in control of their home comfort. We promote sustainability with innovative software that enables the global power industry to seamlessly incorporate renewable energy sources to modernize and improve the reliability of the electric grid. Our energy-efficient compressors enable our industry partners to comply with ever-rising government efficiency standards for air conditioning and refrigeration systems. This purpose means limitless opportunities to take action, to innovate as one, and to promise our customers that with Emerson, you can always consider it solved. So what does it mean to have a purpose? For Emerson, it means everything.
We never left. At FedEx, we have been embracing the commitment to deliver in the Philippines for 37 years. Since the 80s, we have been steadfast in our commitment to connecting people and ideas through deliveries, creating opportunities and improving lives. Now with our world-class 17,000 square meter gateway, we need the right people. Talented women and men with the same goal and mission, who won't let the world down.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
We need fast. Precise. Dedicated. Because this is where now meets next. At FedEx, every second counts. Every parcel counts. and every person counts.
Sir, are we ready?
We're FedEx. We're always ready.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. Safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
The world keeps on turning. That's why we keep on moving. ICTSI is a marine gateway operator, advancing trade to help move economies, moving across the globe so we can move lives, moving a step ahead of everyone so we can move towards a brighter tomorrow. ICTSI.
Every brand has a goal. To be this or that for the consumer. To do this or that for its audience. To fix this. To grow that. To build from scratch. At Team Asia, we take a holistic approach in solving marketing challenges and use a variety of channels to reach consumers in meaningful ways. Experience is the relationship we build between the audience and the brand. The integration of channels is what makes everything cohesive and relevant. This approach we call integrated marketing experience. Team Asia brings out the best in branding and design, events and activation, content marketing, digital marketing, and video production. Our team has the best players in the game, armed with the knowledge to implement a strong game plan that fits your goals. Are you launching a new brand? Are you creating a positive brand impression? If you're looking for ways to grow your brand, the first order of business is to choose a team of experts. We are Team Asia, and this is how we do it.
A lot of work goes into a virtual event. It starts with great content, putting your brand front and center. You plan every detail. You see every contingency. We already have the big thinkers, the inspired, the passionate, and the veterans. Now, we have the power of tech. Fast, uninterrupted experiences. Platforms that turn the ordinary to the exciting. An expert technical team executing to perfection. You get an amazing event and an audience that wants more of you. This is 29 years of expertise in creating next-level events. Now on the virtual space.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Lahat ng biyahe natin may dahilan because biyahe is life. Para tuloy-tuloy ang trip, minsan maraming kailangang hintuan. May biyaheng malubak.
Yung supplier kasi natin sa gifts, sir, hindi pa po sumasagot.
We have 3 days to go, alright? Let's do this. Kaya yan.
Yes, sir.
May biyaheng never-ending.
Oh, okay tayo dyan. Busin na natin ito.
Yes, sir.
Hanap tayo mas okay. Robot o malaking truck?
May biyaheng struggle akitin. Pero pag nakarating ka na sa destination mo,
Sir, everything is in order.
game?
Yes.
Alright, let's go.
Yung dahilan kung bakit ka bumabiyahe, it's super worth it. Kaya saan man ako pumunta, alam kong may kasama ako. Biyaheng walang ending, may maaasahan all the way.
Full tank, sir. Yes, please.
Biyaheng struggle akitin, may nagbibigay ng lakas. Biyaheng malubak, may handang umalalay.
Okay na po, boss. Enjoy the journey po. Ayos.
Basta with Caltex, tuloy-tuloy ang biyahe.
Morning, boss. Welcome to Catex. Morning. Full tank, sir. Yes, please. Okay.
Tuloy-tuloy ang biyahe dahil fast and friendly ang service sa Caltex.
Okay na po, boss. Enjoy the journey po. Okay, thank you.
It's not enough to just sustain a broken world. There's always a choice. To be better. To turn the world around. To go beyond sustainability and become a regenerative force that heals and renews. At First Philippine Holdings, we imagine a regenerative, decarbonized world. And through our businesses, we are powering it. Building it. Living it. Making it. Healing it. And teaching it. Because this is the better way to live, to work, to treat our planet, and leave something better for the future. First Philippine Holdings, powered by good.
When you operate in dynamic global markets, the one constant is the speed of change, and navigating change takes leadership. Leadership that manages risk and uncertainty for clients with insight and confidence. At AIG, our expertise is turning risk into opportunity and new potential. It's why we pride ourselves in the quality of our people, the value we deliver, and the excellence in our execution. Because today, you don't just need an insurance company, you need an ally in your journey from now to next.
Trust. It's life's first lesson. We learn it with every new experience, with every new risk. We trust those who help us get back on our feet and point us in the right direction. As we invest in ourselves and in our goals, we trust the one who has our back. Trust is built on commitment. To invest our time and effort consistently, even through life's highs and lows. As we invest in our future, We trust the one who gives us courage to dream. Though the journey may be long, what can be sweeter than when our trust is rewarded? Life's biggest moments are moments of trust.
Shell's been in the Philippines for over 100 years, and we're still here powering progress. With over 1,000 service stations, by supplying fuels and lubricants for construction, manufacturing, and mining. But that's not all. Shell's here powering people too. Here empowering our communities. Here helping nurture local economies. Here protecting Filipinos from deadly diseases. And here responding to our country's future energy needs. Shell, we're here to stay.
Welcome back to the continuation of our Day 2 for the 10th Arangkada Philippines Forum. We hope that everyone had a good lunch and that some of you were able to attend the midday breakout sessions. Now, to introduce our guest speaker and panelists for the Pathways to FDI, Becoming More Competitive and Efficient, we have with us the Vice President of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Shinichiro Shimada.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone attending our 10th annual Arangkada Philippines Forum. We are pleased to see so many attending today. I would like to remind you that at 3 o'clock, the Joint Foreign Chambers are honored for the first time to host presidential candidate. Please don't miss this event. Mabuhay, konnichiwa. My name is Shinichiro Shimada, and I am Vice President of the Japanese Chamber. In my day job, I am the Branch General Manager, Country Chairperson for the Philippines of Mitsui & Company. Let me give you a bit of an introduction about Mitsui. Mitsui is a global trading and investment company with a diverse business portfolio. In the Philippines, Mitsui trades a wide array of commodities in the area of the chemicals, energies, metals, food, mineral resources, even extending to the healthcare, pharmaceutical, and service-related business, among others. We develop and create new business opportunity to improve mobility and ICT landscape, infrastructure, and machinery-related fields such as gas value chain, renewable energy, and etc. Mitsui continuously expand business in the Philippines by strengthening local and international partners and continue to seek the investment opportunities. Before I move on to introduce our next panel, we would like to thank DTI Secretary Lopez for his excellent presentation. He shared much content and new information that JFC member will share with colleagues abroad. We also thank the speakers at 3 excellent breakout sessions about cloud-driven recovery, logistics during COVID, and achieving better broadband. The foreign chambers are pleased that the Congress has passed the Retail Trade Act Reform Bill and the FIA Amendments Bill bicameral committee and approved the final text with further reforms. Along with many other business groups, we are hopeful Congress will also approve the PSA amendments. This will give us a trio of reforms to promote for the new foreign investment. Now on to panel 5, entitled Pathway to FDI, Becoming More Competitive and Efficient. This complements discussion by industry representatives in panel 4. In panel 5, we should hear about reforms that increase efficiency and lower costs for firms in the big winner sectors and make the Philippine investment climate more attractive to foreign investors and make Filipino-owned company more competitive in both domestic and export market. This way, the Philippines can catch up with Indonesia and Vietnam, which are attracting more new FDI than the Philippines and Malaysia and Thailand, which already are global hubs for car and electronics. For example, labor cost. A hearing in the House today is considering 2 bills by Congressman Salceda and Chua that rationalize non-working holidays. Should either bill become law, the number of non-working holidays could be reduced to once a month. That would be the same as Vietnam and increase Philippine country competitiveness. To begin the panel, Mr. Bill Luce, will present country competitiveness rankings. Bill has spoken often about country competitiveness at our past forum. As National Competitiveness Council co-chairperson, Bill systematically campaigned for the reforms, working closely with the private sectors and many government agencies. Together, they raised the Philippine position by dozens of ranks in the World Economic Forum Global Competitiveness Report and the World Bank Ease of Doing Business Report. Now, Anti-Red Tape Authority, known as the ALTA, whose Director General joins the panel, is continuing the campaign against unnecessary red tape and introducing regulatory impact assessment, a gold standard for regulations. Bill will discuss the current picture of how the Philippines stands in competition with other economies. Although Bill has been deeply involved in the pandemic response at the Philippine Disaster Relief Foundation, he remains an expert on competitiveness. Bill often reminds us that competition never ends, that never sleeps, meaning the Philippines must work consistently to improve its attractiveness or else be lower ranked and lose potential investment and jobs. Many of us were stunned when Vietnam became the #6 global exporter to the United States in 2020, while the Philippines was only 31st. Today, household names like Adidas, Nike, and Samsung employ millions of young Vietnamese, while millions of Filipinos work abroad and send the money home to buy products made in Vietnam. When you visit the new IKEA store at the Mall of Asia, please search for Made in the Philippines. The new manager told media that the only local goods sold at the store are food and plants. For sure, IKEA wants to carry more Philippine goods in its huge inventory. Let's think about what needs to be done so that IKEA will carry more local products and export them to IKEA stores around the world. We believe the Philippines today has an unprecedented opportunity to become a more important exporter of the food and manufactured products. To change this situation and to achieve significantly increased export volume, the cost of doing business in the country should be reduced. Our panel will focus on the costs that are very important for so-called efficiency-seeking foreign investors, and which are equally important for Filipino manufacturers who export. For both, every peso of cost makes a difference to success in highly competitive export markets. The panel will focus on bureaucratic, labor, logistics, and power cost. We hope panelists will recommend cost reductions and efficiency enhancements and identify government taxes and fees that raise production costs. Our panelists were involved to discuss 4 kinds of cost. 1, bureaucratic. 2, logistics. 3, manpower. And 4, electricity. Now, I would like to introduce first speaker, Mr. Guillermo Bell M. Luz, Chief Resilience Officer, Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation, graduate from Ateneo. He has worked as ED of the Makati Business Club, EVP and COO of Ayala Foundation, co-chairman of National Competitiveness Council, and Secretary General of NAMFREL. Currently, he is Chief Resilience Officer of the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation and this is the Livable Cities Challenge, which focus on the improving urban planning and development. Mr. Luz will join the panel after his talk. Now, let me introduce the lineup of this session. Undersecretary Ernesto V. Perez is a lawyer and a certified public accountant. He has a bachelor's of degree in business administration with a major in accountancy from University of the Philippines, Visayas. He obtained his law degree from the Ateneo Law School and was among the top 15 in the 1986 bar exam. He was an assistant secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, Consumer Protection Group. He is currently the Deputy Director General of the Anti-Red Tape Authority. Next, we have Mr. Michael Kurt Reuber, Chairman, Royal Cargo, earned an advertising degree from vocational school in Frankfurt and has been freight forwarding for over 45 years, starting his career as a station manager for Helmer Ludwig GmbH, the pioneer logistics company based in Germany, when it opened in the Philippines in 1975. He is chairman of the board and CEO of Royal Cargo, the Philippines' first multinational freight forwarding company and one of the leading logistics firms in the country. The third panelist is Mr. Elni Cecilia, Chairman AmCham Human Capital Committee, earned a bachelor's degree from the University of the East and has over 46 years of experience in HR management and consulting. Elni held the key position at Caltex, Unilab, and San Miguel. He chairs AmCham Human Capital Committee, is co-chairman of the Employees Confederation of the Philippines Technical Working Group on Labor Party and Social Issues, and is a past president of the People Management Association of the Philippines called the PMAP. In 2011, PMAP gave him the highest designation as a diplomate in people management. Next is Mr. Mahalaya B. Lavago, Associate Professor Ateneo, holds BA and MA degrees in economics from UP and PhD in economics from University of Hawaii. She has published important study on the economics of energy, natural disasters, and other development topics. She has been program director of the USAID Energy Policy and Development Program, president of the Philippine Economic Society, and currently is an associate professor of economics at Ateneo de Manila. Last but not least, we have Mr. Enrico Henry L. Basilio, Chief of the Party USAID Respond. A UST Economics graduate, Dr. Basilio holds an MA in Applied Business Economics from University of Asia and the Pacific, and a PhD in Public Administration from UP. He is currently Chief of the Party of the USAID Regulatory Reform Support Program for National Development and an Associate Professor of the Public Administration and Economic Development at UP Diliman. We're greatly looking forward to the panel discussion. So without further ado, please welcome our speaker, Chief Resilient Officer of the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation, Mr. Bill Luz.
Thank you. Thank you, Shibide-san, for the introduction and especially for your opening remarks. I think you hit the nail on the head, really describing what are the challenges that we have for the Philippines. So I'd like to focus my talk today a bit on the changing landscape of global competitiveness because we are in a transition period during this COVID pandemic era. But first, I want to show what is it that we are uh, competing for. And you know, I think you correctly pointed it out. We're not competing just for the ranking on a global table, whether it's the World Economic Forum or the ease of doing business of the World Bank. What we're really competing for are investments, trade, services, tourists, and people, our own people, because as you mentioned, uh, you have millions of people working in Vietnam, and we have millions of Filipinos going abroad to work, send money back to the Philippines for us to buy products which are just made in Vietnam. So I think you just illustrate that vicious circle, I guess, that we are caught in. But aside from that, going into the future, I think we're now going to be measured by how much technology, GovTech and eGov we have to try to bring in more efficiencies for the government. And here, Arta and USEC Nest can speak about this in more detail, but this is a real core mission of Arta. We're going to be have to pay more attention to education. It was already difficult enough pre-COVID. It is more difficult during the COVID era, and I think our rankings in global education indices show that we are not doing well. And then now that we have COVID, more people are looking at countries in terms of how strong is their public health system, not only for pandemics, but just generally, how strong is public health. And then finally, we're going to have to pay attention much more to climate change, both mitigation and adaptation. And I think this will be among the new measures of competitiveness into the future, especially following the COP26 talks, which just concluded last month. So, what's the current state of play we have right now in global reports? Well, first of all, many competitiveness reports were not released in both 2020 and 2021, probably on account of COVID. It was difficult to measure the indicators, it was difficult to send teams, and too many countries, the countries were just too busy focused on pandemic response and could barely keep their, we could all barely keep our economies afloat. Number two, the ease of doing business produced by the World Bank and IFC has been canceled. They did not release in 2020 and 2021, but they announced a cancellation this year owing to methodology and credibility issues. I personally feel that it would be nice to see the ease of doing business reincarnated with the methodology fixed and with its credibility issues addressed, because it is still a pretty good measure of how at least micro, small, and medium scale businesses have to undergo government transactions at all levels, both national and local, in order to get their businesses running and maintain their businesses. So I still think it's an important measure. It's just sad to see it go on account of methodology problems, which we had pointed out many years ago, but which I believe can be fixed. The World Economic Forum has also not released, and I think they will undergo a modification. But they undergo a modification every 5 to 10 years because they're always adjusting. And I would expect changes in topics such as innovation, which they've already introduced, but I think will probably uh, weight it more towards innovation, resilience, climate change adaptability, and other new topics. But I think there are some new indices we should watch. Some are new, some are not so new, actually. The first would be COVID response, but eventually anything to do with public health. I think the world today is watching how do countries respond to COVID and how resilient are they to COVID? And the two most quoted indices in this area are the Bloomberg and the Nikkei COVID response index. We need to also watch education, and the most avidly watched is the PISA or PISA indicators, which measure mathematics, English, and science for teenagers. And this is measured by the OECD. Uh, then we need to look at more climate change and risk management indicators. Not talked about too often in the business community, but I think we need to talk about nutrition and malnutrition because that has a direct bearing on education. And then eventually we have to look more closely at e-government, which is currently being measured by one indicator, the UN e-government index, and the innovation indices. There's a second one, but I think that we should pay much closer attention to e-government and the use of technology in government and in society in general. So where are we today? I know this is a bit of a busy chart, so just look to the leftmost column, number 2021, and you can see that a lot of it are blank. There's no ease of doing business. There's no corruption perceptions index has not yet been released. Global competitiveness, global enabling trade, travel and tourism, global innovation, and the global IT report all have not been released over the last 2 years. There is an e-government, fragile states, global gender gap, world competitiveness report, and they've been released. And then logistics performance has not been released for a number of years. But what this tells you is where the Philippines ranks in the world and the base by which the number of countries which are or economies which are being measured. So typically we are in the center to bottom half uh, of the tables, and this is something that we need to address and improve. So our work is cut out for us as a country moving forward if we want to be considered more competitive, more efficient, more investor attractive. I'll just zoom in on a few, and this is the ease of doing business. And this is where we are on the latest score, 2020 uh, versus rest of ASEAN. So we ranked 95th in the world, but 7th in ASEAN. And so you can see there's a big gap between number 7 and number 6, Indonesia, and we need to work very, very hard. Now, we've made improvements since 2019. We're up by 29. I can tell you that once upon a time, we were 148th in the world in ease of doing business, and now we're 95th. But please remember, as Shimida-san was reminding all of us, and I always like to tell people, the competition never sleeps. It always gets better, and all these countries are moving up as well. If we take a look at the Corruption Perceptions Index, so important as we head into the next election. The Philippines ranks 115th. We were at 134th back in 2010. We made improvements and then started slipping back, and now we're moving back down 115th. So our trend is in the wrong direction. If we take a look at the Global Competitiveness Report, this is World Economic Forum. We're now 64th. We've taken a drop when we were up. Our best position was in 2015 at 47, and we started out back in 2010 at 85th over 139 economies. So again, you can see we started making improvements, and then as we let our foot off the gas pedal, we started dropping and reversing. But also remember that countries were accelerating. So again, the competition never sleeps. Travel and tourism in an age of COVID, this is where all countries are trying to make a rebound, and we're struggling here pre-COVID. And with all our travel restrictions, it's likely that we will continue to struggle and lag behind the other countries which are trying to open up ahead of us. And then the World Competitiveness Yearbook, they released last year. Only 5 in ASEAN are measured, and we are in 5th out of 5 in ASEAN, and have been actually more or less consistently in the 4th or 5th position out of the 5 in ASEAN. So we've made some improvements, but then started dropping again. So in general, it's been on a downward trend. in the World Competitiveness Yearbook measured by IMD. So let me go to a new uh, index that everyone's tracking now. There are two, both Nikkei and the Bloomberg. So the Nikkei COVID response index, they measure 90 points attributed, scattered across 9 factors in 3 categories: infection management, vaccine rollouts, and mobility. And you can see all 9 factors uh, described here. And a number of countries are ranked. 121 economies are ranked. So this chart shows the September 2020 chart. This is a monthly report taken at the end of every month, the last day. So this is September 30th. And one thing you'll see here is that uh, all the blue boxes, Singapore, Cambodia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam, and the red box, Philippines. So all clustered from number 70 down, except at that time Indonesia at 54th. Sadly, the Philippines ranked the lowest in this particular ranking, in this particular table and month, 121st. And all the yellow boxes, you could see Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, not counting Paraguay, uh, moving higher than Southeast Asia, and then in the middle, the New Zealand, Australia, Fiji group. So this was uh, September and 121st for the Philippines. If we fast forward to October and November, you can see now the Philippines has bounced up to 57th by November, so a vast improvement from 121 to 103 in October, and then 57 in November. So vast improvement, largely on account of the improved vaccination rates and the better case data coming out of the Philippines. And you can see all the relative positions of the ASEAN move in this table. And Cambodia, you can see, has moved up from 47th to 30th, Indonesia from 41st to 37th. And then Malaysia took a drop, 50 to 57. Thailand improved, 95 to 67. Singapore moved from 100th to 96th. Myanmar from 108 to 103. Vietnam from 95th slid to 118. And Laos is now at the bottom at 121 and then 122. So this is Nikkei. And you can see the uh, fluidity and how quickly you can improve or drop in 3 months. If we take a Bloomberg, this measures also monthly, 53 countries, and the last report, November 30th, it has 12 data indicators, including number of vaccine doses administered, lockdown severity, flight capacity, vaccinated travel routes, virus containment, quality infrastructure, and overall mortality. This is the latest ranking. Top 3 in the world: UAE, Chile, Finland, and I just took a snapshot of the ASEANs. And if you look at Singapore down to the Philippines is the lowest in ASEAN at 53rd, and which is the last ranking in this particular survey. So hopefully we see some improvement in December in the same way that we saw improvement in Nikkei. But if we take a look at some real world data, I just want to show you first that in the case of number of doses of vaccinations, you can see the Philippines has now moved up the charts in ASEAN and significantly improved. If you follow its line down here, we were quite low in vaccination rates, but now we picked up the pace in the last couple of weeks, especially with national vaccination days. So the number of vaccinations per capita has gone, has improved drastically. But if you take a look at the number of people fully vaccinated, we're still trailing behind. So we've got a lot of catch up to do. But the good news is that we have been moving up in the vaccination pace. And then finally, I want to show that when we take a look at cases, and this I think speaks to why the Philippines has improved so much, is that the number of cases has dropped, Philippines, Cambodia, Indonesia are the lowest number of cases relative to population in the region. So these are all good signs. We know where we need to improve, and by having a look at these measurements, we know exactly what we need to do. Um, I'll just close towards the end here on world risk, because this one is the one that measures our risks to natural events, natural calamities, natural disasters. And this is kind of a climate change connected. The Philippines is eighth in the world right now and second in ASEAN in terms of our overall scores in World Risk Index. So eighth worldwide and second in ASEAN. Something that we don't normally pay attention too much, but it has a great impact on lives and a great impact on economic loss, particularly amongst micro, small, and medium scale enterprises. And then the last one, again, that we're not measuring closely, but I think we should, because it has a direct impact on education, is our nutrition numbers. And currently on the Global Hunger Index of the World Food Program, we are ranked 68th out of 116 in the world. And the lower the number, the better off you are. So if the number starts moving high, that means the hunger picture as you get closer to 100 is worsening. So right now the Philippines is at a moderate stage, but as I said, long term, this is important in terms of impact on education, and then later on impact on livelihood and on earning power and on GDP growth when we take a look at it on a generational basis. So that concludes my presentation. I just want to say that aside from the traditional indices we watch, I would propose that we keep close watch on these other new indices on health, education, risk and climate change, and nutrition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luz, for that wonderful presentation on how our country ranks in various indices. Please do remain on screen to join our panelists for the discussion. I would like to call on the virtual stage the moderator for the panel, Dr. Enrico Henry Basilio. He will be joined by Yusek Ernesto Perez, Michael Kurt Rober, Ernie Cecilia, and Dr. Madja Lea Ravago. Over to you, Mr. Basilio.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Again, welcome to this panel, Pathways to Foreign Direct Investments, Becoming More Competitive and Efficient. Hi, Bill. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Henry.
Thanks for that very comprehensive and insightful presentation. Glad to be the moderator of this panel. I see good, but not necessarily old friends in the panel. So the key question for this panel is how to make the economy, our policies, our regulatory environment competitive and efficient to be able to attract more foreign direct investments in the country. As you know, the Arangkada Philippines project, in collaboration with the Regulatory Reform Support Program for National Development, or RESPOND for short, the project that I'm currently managing, seeks to enhance trade and investment by making the economy more open and competitive. And so we produce high-level content from the public, from the private sector, and to advocate for a better investment climate in the country. This involves continuous private and public sector advocacy for reforms, and in a democracy, sustained advocacy over several congresses. The Retail Trade Act Amendments Bill, now with the President for his approval, is a recent example. So aside from Bill, as mentioned, we have 3 experts in our panel to share their thoughts on how we can make logistics, manpower, and the energy sectors, as well as the government processes, more competitive and efficient. And we have in our panel no less than the Deputy Director General of the Anti-Red Tape Authority under Secretary Nes Perez. Magandang hapon po, sir. Good afternoon.
Magandang hapon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Henry Basilio, my good friend.
So, DDG Ness, no, as we call you, may we hear from you about the government's crusade to eliminate corruption and streamline government processes to make regulation less costly and burdensome.
Thank you, Dr. Henry. Our mantra at the Anti-Red Tape Authority is that we encourage agencies to streamline their processes and automate. Our core values, integrity, citizen-centric, and innovation are really toward pushing government agencies toward reforms, and that we should improve our regulatory management system, and that there should be a change of mindset in people and government, that they should issue regulations that will facilitate, encourage, not restrict businesses. So therefore, in relation to this, we have really launched major initiatives, and the primary one, of course, is the recently launched Regulatory Impact Assessment Manual. We launched last October 28, of course, with the assistance of the U.S. Agency for International Development, Dr. Henry Basilio here, and also with the UP Public Administration Research and Extension Services. This will serve as the Blue Book or Bible for government agencies in the way they issue regulations. Also, we have launched the Philippine Good Regulatory Principles, which will serve as guidelines for agencies adopting good regulatory practices from ASEAN, from OECD countries, and applying this to the Philippine context. Just so many initiatives that ARTA has been doing. And of course, the overcoming the hurdles and challenges for ARTA is to, of course, remove that mindset of people in government that regulations should not be causing undue burden and cost to the public, and that any regulation that should be issued or should be implemented should be subjected to proper consultations, and of course ensuring that this should not be causing undue burden to the public. And of course, very basic to that is that before any agency will propose or implement a regulation, this should be subjected to regulatory review, which is covered by the Regulatory Impact Assessment Manual that we launched last October 20. There are so many other initiatives, but for lack of time, I'm not be able to share this with you. But given the opportunity, we are prepared with the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, DDG Ness. Glad to hear that we now have the RIA manual and the manual for good regulatory principles. Thank you very much for that. We go now to another friend. So this time we'll go to the transport logistics sector. We have in our panel Group CEO of Royal Cargo Logistics, Mr. Michael Ruber. As a chairman of the networking committee on transport and logistics of the Export Development Council, I had this great opportunity to work with him closely with Michael in providing some concrete solutions to the transport logistics problems confronting our exporters, especially the small ones. So, Michael, tell us that story.
Well, thank you, Dr. Basilio, for the nice introduction again. Give me 2 seconds or 5 seconds to share my screen, because I have not many, but few at a moment. Here. Okay, here we are. Yes. Okay. Gentlemen, I think, and ladies, of course, I think you can see the screen here now, pathways to FDI, foreign direct investment, becoming more competitive and efficient. I promise I will also, like Yusek Perez, I will stick to my 5 minutes. Okay, so let us combine all our resources to make sure that the Philippines does not miss out on opportunities. We need more investments in the Philippines, as we all know, both local and international. And I can tell you there are so many opportunities, many more than I can cite in the 5 minutes given to me, making one or the other points as we go along. As Dr. Basilio mentioned already, I mean, my forte is logistics, which is not easy nowadays. And we just had a interesting breakout session concluded, wherein I had a bit more time to go into details. But here, the gist of it is, or the most, in my opinion, the biggest opportunity of the Philippines, considering its location, but not only the location, but the share of business which we have because of this location globally is in logistics. If you look at the screen here, you can see that intra-Asia, if we look at projected global container trade between 2021 as it is right now and projected into 2025, there's a projection of 43.5 million TEUs against the next biggest traffic, which is Far East to North America, of only 21.8, and then Far East to Europe, 14.3, and going down. But you can see if you take the first two together, it's almost like the rest of it all combined. So there is a huge opportunity here, a tremendous opportunity to create the international blue economy of the Philippines beyond working on only, just a moment, by working beyond skilled labor exports on ships, because that is what we are doing right now. I think the Philippines is the market leader actually in supplying qualified labor on international shipping lines. So enabling Philippine flag international container lines to serve its own and other intra-Asian transport requirements is the most significant global market in these segments by now on Earth. For that to continue operating, we need something from the Philippine government, and that is the enablement to be competitive. Now, competitive local, but also international sourcing of parts and services, we need that, because otherwise we cannot compete with international shipping lines. We cannot have the cost prevailing in the Philippines and then compete internationally. So we need to source our parts and services such as shipyards locally or internationally competitively, insurances locally and internationally competitive, fuel. We need recognition as a local employer of the crew ruled by Philippine labor law, then not be subject to POAA documentary, and then also we cannot maintain overcrewing and be competitive. So that is what we need, straight to the point, to actually sustain the beginning of the blue economy in form of a Philippine flag shipping line, which we just started, one vessel only, okay? So, but that one vessel only, look at the impacts of one small feeder vessel, the Iris Poway, at 1,100 TEU capacity and about 800 containers laden on request of Dr. Basilio and his team and the Department of Trade. And we made it happen. And the first 2-month rotation of the Iris Poway, as I mentioned, a single relatively small feeder ship of the at present single Philippine flag container line, will next Saturday arrive in Manila, back next Saturday in Hong Kong actually, and next week in Manila, coming in from San Diego, Hong Kong. It will then have created, and I think that is noteworthy, revenues of $7 million or 350 million. The profits and resulting taxes, which in future can be increased further by elimination of red tape. You see, once we have, when we can expand that, and we have not only one, but we have maybe 5 vessels in operation and maybe bigger vessels in operation. And that is a very, very small part only of the business. We are talking about billions of US dollars, which do not go abroad for buying the services of others, but services which we can provide from not only within the Philippines and for the Philippines, but even out of the Philippines in the region. Without Iris Power, all these revenues, profits, and taxes would have been paid outside of the Philippines instead of paid from within, or even much better, paid into the Philippines from abroad. That's the result of a tiny ship making one trip. And it should be not only a challenge, but an inspiration to make it possible in the future as well. So let me go to the next slide. So here are some other key sectors which I want to mention, because I want to make a constructive contribution of and name it. Where are the areas where the Philippines relatively easily can expand its footprint and expand its business? Of course, renewable energy infrastructure, how? Open it for foreign capital in addition to Philippine investments and know-how to, first of all, come in earlier for cleaner energy, sooner. We cannot do it alone. After all the resources and that is half of a joke, but it's also serious. After all the resources imported, the wind from other countries and the solar power from the sun, right? It's not endemic here in the Philippines. It's everywhere. It's God-given, you could also say, from a religious viewpoint. Mining. The Philippines is one of the most mineralized countries, and there is now a massive demand for minerals and metals. Why not let the present and next generation harvest the benefits from that treasure through responsible and controlled mining? We are all green-oriented. We don't want to have any damage to our environment, but that can be controlled. That is where all the red tape of the Philippines should set in to make sure that it does not happen, but take it from elsewhere. So agriculture, reducing high spoilage losses requires an integrated packaging approach, such as providing access to superior equipment, methodologies, and supplies, storage with value-added services such as individual quick freeze processing and transportation. I know that we are exporting some of our fruits to Vietnam for them to quick freeze them and export them to Europe. I mean, that's an obvious opportunity as well. Cooperation between Filipino and foreign SMEs, such as Europeans, in this vital sector can easily create win-win situations. Foreign investors can provide know-how and new technologies that will benefit both Philippines and foreign investors. Just look at Vietnam, how they manage their agribusiness, or look at Israel, what know-how they could give us. Telecommunication, allow more foreign ownership for better service, enabling faster development of other industries and services. There, I think we can see already the benefit of that direction, because yet the internet speed has increased measurably in the last months, and more can be done. My last point is balanced labor import and export. What do I mean with that? The Philippines is one of the most significant labor exporters in the world. On the other side, there are many countries which compete for foreign experts and know-how to come in, which here in the Philippines is restricted. I feel that's the wrong way. Those experts won't take jobs from locals, as improved competitiveness and know-how import will create many new jobs. That doesn't mean we should promote construction workers to be flown in to finish foreign financed projects, of course. Before I go to my last slide and to stay within the 5 minutes, I would also, as an additional note on blue economy, state that we have within the government received a lot of support going in this direction from the Department of Trade and Industry, from Marina, from the Bureau of Customs, and definitely also from ARTA. And we are very encouraged by receiving that support. So I think the idea is catching on that blue economy is really a substantial and should be a substantial part of the Philippine economy. Now, all those win-win opportunities which I mentioned would be enabled and driven by red tape reduction, corruption enablers elimination. What do I mean with corruption enablers? As the word says, it enables corruption, and red tape is #1 corruption enabler. Actually, red tapes probably main purpose is corruption enablement, and can be reduced significantly. And we are so happy to have Arta here now there to work on that challenge. Now, taxation review to determine which taxes lead to less collection of one but more of other taxes. I mean, I'm not an economist. I cannot give the answer to that. But I'm sure that we have very intelligent people in our central bank and also other professionals who could really calculate. I mean, if the income tax is reduced, for example, what does that mean in the increase of other taxes? And at the end of the day, whatever brings more revenue, development revenue for the Philippines should be done. Okay, I'm closing my presentation with that. I think my 5 minutes are over. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for that short presentation. But then again, truly an inspiring story. This Iris Pawai. Again, congratulations for the maiden voyage of your vessel from the Philippines to the US. So in our midday breakout session, I highlighted the fact that it's important because it addresses the inadequacy of the shipping services nowadays because of the pandemic. But more importantly, it's also historic in the sense that the last shipping service of a Philippine flag vessel happened more than 3 decades ago. So congratulations, Michael. Now, let's move on to the manpower sector. Okay, and we have with us the chairman of the AmCham Human Capital Committee, another friend, Mr. Ernie Cecilia. So Ernie, in the opening remarks of Shimada-san, he mentioned that there are now bills in Congress trying to reduce the number of holidays in the Philippines.
Yes.
Or with the ASEAN countries. So Ernie, tell us how initiatives like this can make the manpower sector competitive.
Absolutely. These are some. Can I ask Michael to please unshare the remove the share screen so I can. Anyways, let me proceed. Let me start, by the way, with the premise that the old formula is still true, that investment equals employment. And some of the factors that investors generally consider are tax rates, infrastructure, the size of the economy, and its potential for growth, political stability, protection of property rights, wage rates, labor skills, and maybe holidays. And I'll discuss that. In 5 minutes, let me share some 9 pertinent human capital and labor issues in the Philippines, which could affect FDI inflows positively or negatively. Some of these have already been touched on by Shimada-san, Bill, Michael, and Henry. Firstly, the Philippines seems to be in a sweet spot. Next to low PDR, the Philippines has the youngest average population. More than 60% of Filipinos are in their productive age of 15 to 64, but the unemployment rate of 8.9% as of September 2021 is still high, as this translates to nearly about 4 million Filipinos. Number 2, youth unemployment rate is roughly twice the national average. Many Filipinos aged 15 to 29 are not in education, not in employment, not in training. Also, in the 2016 ASEAN Youth Development Index, the Philippines ranks lower than the ASEAN median. Number 3, this was mentioned by Bill. The World Bank reported in June 2021 that 1 in 3 Filipino children younger than 5 years old suffer from stunting. The Philippines ranks 5th in East Asia and the Pacific and is among the 10 countries with the highest prevalence of stunting in the world. This phenomenon could affect the country's quality of future workforce, voters, and probably leaders. Number 4, the 2021 regional study on labor productivity in ASEAN revealed that labor productivity in the Philippines is lower than that of Singapore, Brunei, Malaysia, and other leading countries. Our manufacturing sector, however, has a higher productivity than our agriculture and services sectors, but the manufacturing sector has only 19.12% of total employment. Number 5, in last year's Arangkada, Forum, Kaushik Das of McKinsey said that unless there is massive upskilling and reskilling, the jobs of 19.3 million Filipinos will be at risk. Majority of jobs will change and require newer skills or higher level of skills, including, of course, digital skills in the next several years. Number 6, next to Singapore and Thailand, the Philippines has the highest minimum daily wage in the ASEAN. The minimum wage at the National Capital Region is almost 75% higher than that of the average wage in Vietnam. So we still wonder why everybody wants to go to Vietnam for manufacturing. Number 7, the Philippines has 19 paid holidays and probably 10 more max local holidays declared by the local government units or LGUs. Vietnam has 17 and probably 10 local holidays as well. In contrast, however, Vietnam's new labor code allows workers to be paid a maximum of 9 holidays per year only. They can have all the holidays they want, but only 9 will be paid. Now, if the Salceda bill will probably progress and limit that to 12, that really helps make the Philippines more globally competitive. You know, this combination of high wages and paid holidays could make cost-conscious investors think twice about locating in the Philippines, despite our highly skilled English-speaking workforce. Number 8, the Philippines should review its labor policies, including the so-called no diminution of pay and benefits. Once you gave it, you can no longer take it back. The pro-labor stance of adjudicating bodies in settling labor disputes. The arbiter of the Philippines can rule that the fired employees should be reinstated into the payroll, and the employees would receive full pay and benefits while they're not at work, pending resolution of the termination cases, which could eventually last a few years. Last, number 9, the hybrid workplace will likely be here to stay, even post-pandemic. Flexible work arrangements such as work from home, which is popular today, can only succeed if enterprises and employees have decent means of internet connectivity for training, onboarding, and other online transactions. Of course, education needs the internet most. Otherwise, we'll have half-baked graduates. In summary, the Philippines should put into place the needed enabling laws, policies, and infrastructure, both hard and soft, to ensure a level playing field. This will help create the highest skilled and highest paying jobs, the least expensive products, and the most competitive exports. We believe that this can happen in a trade and labor environment where both domestic and multinational enterprises can have a seamless integration to work together at making the Philippines more globally competitive as a nation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ernie, for that sharing and presentation. Okay, so now we move on to the power sector. I would say a very important sector. And to discuss it is the only lady in the panel, but the most powerful. Yeah. So, also let me dispel the rumor that I don't have lady friends, because as I've said in the beginning, that all the panel members are my friends, but I also have lady friends, and our next panelist is also one of them, because we used to work together. She was prior to her new stint as associate professor at the Ateneo University. She also served as a chief of party, like me, in an energy policy and development program of USAID. So, Maha, Dr. Maha, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Henry. Good afternoon, everyone. First, many thanks to John Forbes and the organizing team of Arangkada Forum for this opportunity to be part of this prestigious forum and to be with highly esteemed panelists this afternoon. I'm going straight to the point. In our studies, cross-country evidence shows a strong negative correlation between foreign direct investment inflows and electricity prices. Using Philippine region as unit of analysis, we also found that higher electricity prices appear to reduce the share of industry in regional gross domestic product. So the question is, why are electricity prices high in the Philippines? Numerous studies have already cited several reasons. One is low generation capacity due to less than efficient legacy power plants that were procured under IPP contracts, which were long-term, expensive contracts with take-or-pay provisions. Another is the value-added tax, the feed-in tariffs and missionary charges, the conflicting goals between EPIRA and the Renewable Energy Act of 2008, and cumbersome bureaucracy when undertaking investment in generation and putting up power plants. Given all this, what are the key reforms needed for the sector? Let me offer some recommendations coming from the studies that we have done in the past 6 years or so. First is to facilitate a more competitive environment by letting the market work with full implementation of RCOA, or Retail Competition Open Access. The Department of Energy's stance on technological neutrality is consistent with this. The end goal of setting up a competitive retail sector at the household level signifies the completion of the reforms spelled out in EPIRA. This has been delayed for more than a decade now, and we should not delay it any further. Second is the reconciling to seemingly contradicting instruments, EPIRA and the RE law, as I've said earlier. The main conflict between the two laws lies in how certain provisions of the RE law seem to run counter to EPIRA's goals of affordability of the supply of electric power, reasonable prices, and competitiveness. Reconciliation would be to address the negative environmental and health effects of carbon emissions from fossil fuel-based power generation through pollution taxes. That is, we should be directing policy right at the source of the harmful spillovers. The coal and petroleum excise taxes in the 2017 tax reform addresses a big part of this, although it is still incomplete. Existing subsidies should be phased out in favor of facilitating a transition to technological neutrality as determined by the least social cost, meaning including pollution costs. Since the current feed-in tariff rules involve several bureaucratic hurdles and de facto quotas, they may actually be retarding the transition to cleaner energy. The recent pronouncement of DOE Secretary Cusi on the removal of feed-in tariff is a step in the right direction. At the Joint Congressional Energy Commission meeting last April 27, Sec Cusi made the recognition that the Philippines cannot afford to give subsidies to RE producers. Third is the coordination in investment generation, transmission, and distribution. A well-conceived master plan that accounts for the current assessment of the industry and provides incentive-compatible arrangement will attract investors to bet on the country for the long term. The stability and consistency of government policies are important to fostering and encouraging private investment in power generation. Fourth is for the government to invest in transmission highway when it is able to do so. Financing and investment should be separate from the regulatory structure of transmission tariffs. Investment in transmission expansion offers enormous potential benefits for efficiency by increasing access to low-cost generation, improving reliability, and mitigating market power. Government should be able to finance this investment when it has the fiscal space as it has enjoyed before the pandemic. Fifth is generators have market power in localities. Having a formal active forward market in place of bilateral contract can potentially help increase competition even with a concentrated generation market. Last but not the least is that reform of electric cooperative. Electric cooperative must be transformed along corporatist lines of one share, one vote, which incentivizes greater efficiency and attention to the bottom line. I'll stop here and we can elaborate more later in the open forum. Thanks, Henry.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maha. So in the beginning, I asked DD Gines a question, so he answered it. But let me go back to DD Gines for his main presentation. the DGNS. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Henry. Thank you for this opportunity to make a brief presentation. I promise to keep it to 5 minutes to give time for the question and answer. Thank you to the organizers for the opportunity for ARTA to present its major initiatives, particularly on the pathways to foreign direct investments. Next slide, please. In view of the decision of the World Bank to terminate its annual doing business survey by way of an announcement made on 16 September 2021, the Anti-Red Tape Authority decided to continue with its initiatives and got the support of the Ease of Doing Business Anti-Red Tape Advisory Council, chaired by Secretary Lopez, to continue with the reforms and initiatives already submitted to the World Bank last year. This being with the understanding that the reforms initiatives we have submitted to World Bank actually, once implemented and agencies take this seriously, will really substantially improve the country's competitiveness and encouraging more investors to come in with an assurance that their investments will be properly protected. So for this purpose, a technical working group was formed, headed by me as Deputy Director General for Operations, composed of the members, regular council members, and with representatives from the Department of Budget Management, DAP, NEDA, World Bank Group, and UP Paffers Fund. Next slide, please. So for the 2022 cycle, ARTA submitted a total of 102 reforms and 23 data corrections. One of which on starting a business, and this is really very encouraging, on the Central Business Portal, which we launched last January 28, 2021, which will allow a new corporation to be registered in only 1 day, and connecting this with registrations to the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Social Security System, PhilHealth, and Pag-ibig, and eventually will also connect to the processing of permit issued by the local government. So far, with the use of the CBP, 287 corporations have been registered as of October 2021. Next slide. The Quezon City government also, as our model city for the World Bank Annual Doing Business, has established a local business one-stop shop. Although, of course, other cities also have their own business one-stop shop, as required by the Ease of Doing Business law. It started with a co-location of a business, but eventually to make this electronic, and which will really encourage the use of the digital platform so that the process will be from end to end. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, it will now take 1 day to register your business with the SEC using its the Central Business Platform, Central Business Portal, and the SEC online system. Next slide, please. For dealing with construction permits, we are on the verge of amending the memorandum circular on construction permit, which will now really facilitate the issuance of building permits and construction permits through the online platform. Next slide. Getting electricity. This is also one of the 10 major indicators by the World Bank, where we launched the initiatives on Meralco Online, Private Electrical Contractors Program, and the Design Categorization Program. It's now easier to get your electrical connection through this system. Next slide. Registering property, we also had a memorandum circular between DNR and the Land Registration Authority, where also the use of online platform is also being encouraged. Next slide. Getting credit, of course, is one also of the major indicators where reforms have been submitted by the Anti-Red Tape Authority. And one of which is that now there's a Philippine Personal Property Security Registry, where it's now easier for one to make use of his personal property as security code. Next slide. Paying taxes, as we all know, with the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives Act for enterprises, corporate income tax has been reduced from 30% to 25% for domestic corporations effective 1 July 2020. Next slide. Trading across borders, we have this major initiative called the TradeNet, where 68 out of the 73 trade regulatory agencies have already been onboarded. And hopefully by early next year, our import and export documentation processing will be done online. Next slide. We are holding this Ease of Doing Business Summit this coming Thursday on December 9, 2021, where ARTA will be not only be reporting to the country all its major initiatives and programs, but will also be announcing its decision to continue with what we call a Philippine Ease of Doing Business annual survey, annual reporting system, using initially the methodology being used by World Bank, but applying this locally. Also, I'd like to share that we have also recently launched the report card survey, where ARTA will now be harmonizing and unifying all report card surveys being conducted by government in one report card survey, together with a quality measurement survey, with guidelines to be recently issued early next year. This is a platform that will allow applicants or business processes to be able to express its experience with a particular agency, and this can be done online, where taxpayers, even government agencies, will have access to. We also launched this very recently the Joint Memorandum Circular on telco permitting. This was signed on July 21, 2021, where we have received appreciation from telco companies, where it has really expedited the processing of permits of telecommunications companies, thereby improving our internet services for the country. Next slide, please. We have also launched the Joint Memorandum Circular, expanded it not only from poles, but also to cover underground fiber ducts and cable lay. This was signed on October 25, 2021, after a series of consultations. This will also improve our interconnection for the country. Next slide. On JNC, on construction permits, we'll launch this very soon. These are guidelines on streamlining the process for the issuance of building permits and certificate of occupancy. The salient features of which are the classification of construction-related applications for building permits and certificates of occupancy into simple, complex, and highly technical, and setting up of a one-stop shop for construction permits.
Indigenous?
Yes, next. Yes, Dr. Henry.
Yes.
Thank you. That ends my presentation.
Sorry.
All right.
I should not have intervened. But thank you very much, DDGNS, for giving us a good understanding about the initiatives of government in curbing red tape and improving regulatory quality in the country. So now we have already heard the presentations of our main speaker and panelists. So we will have the open forum. And let me field the first question to our main speaker, Bill. Are you still here? Yes. Bill, in your presentation, what single factor would you advocate to improve and that would have the largest impact on reducing cost for your very subject matter, which is competitiveness?
Reducing cost, I guess two things. One is I would automate more government actions, because right now we are just going all over the place filing in an analog manner.
Okay.
And I really think that that should be number one. And number two is improve the infrastructure so we can move services and goods around. But let's go digital. Let's go electronic on filing permits, transactions, and making payments.
Okay. Thank you,
And
Bill.
it's actually reduced the regulations.
Sure. Thank you for that very crisp answer. So, DD Chines, you presented a lot of programs being undertaken by ARTA, but the question is, does ARTA have sufficient powers really to reduce red tape?
Yes, it has both. ARTA's mandate is actually twofold. The enabling and capacitating side, which requires all government agencies to streamline their processes and automate, and also publish the processes in a citizens charter, duly updated. And for non-compliance, we have the investigative power to prosecute and file cases for violation.
Yes. Thank you, DD Chines. I see John Forbes here in the panel. Hi, John. Okay, now let's go to Michael. Michael, of course, the question is related to logistics. No? So how can container export cost be made competitive? No? So earlier during the midday breakout session, you made your fearless forecast.
Well, I think I answered the question already during the breakout in detail, but okay, let me summarize it again. It's a question of timing, of course. No? So it's not only a question if it can be done, but how soon can it be done? So can container export costs be made competitive by next year? I think that was a question I answered already. It is unlikely that new additional capacities will quickly catch up with the inflated currency now available in the consumer market, which in the first place has fundamentally caused the problems, gigantic problems in the supply chain as a whole, not only in segments of the chain, but in the whole chain. But also we have to be careful because domestic developments can also magnify current problems of logistics and shipping. Like just as examples, a few, 2 or 3 examples. One, just recently, the port of Manila reducing, rationing reefer plugs because they had the feeling too many reefers are coming in, you know, but I think that's the wrong conclusion of what should be done. You know, I mean, if there's a bigger demand, you need more reefer plugs and not less reefer plugs. Or looking at history, you know, I mean, the drug bans of history, and luckily I haven't heard anymore so much about them, but they were also the wrong thing to do because you know, trade and delivery of containers is like water. You have to let it flow. If you constrict their flow, you will not make yourself a favor. And then also to let the trucks go around in circuits, you know, going around in the city before they finally can go to the port or from the port. You need more trucks, and more trucks doesn't mean that you have less traffic. So, you know, we have to be careful about government actions on problems. Then number 3, refusals of shipping lines, international shipping lines, to accept inland destinations in the United States, favoring cargo and empty containers in ports to take advantage of historically high shipping rates. They are not only doing that for inland destinations in the United States, which is largely a problem of the United States, but they are also doing that to the detriment of the Philippines by diverting some of the capacities they have to the easy and very high yield lanes, no? Like, for example, from China to the United States, where freight rates are 18,000 plus US dollar per 40-foot containers. And after all, let's not forget, freight rates are driven by demand, supply, and control. The Philippines can mitigate the problem, and here I come to the possible solutions. Negotiate with the shipping lines as a PPP team Philippines on one tender, which I also mentioned earlier. Yeah, let's negotiate from a position of strength and volume. If the poor importers and exporters talking about 10 or 100 containers, it's very difficult for them to negotiate. Number two, enable the continuation of the Philippine flag container line fleet, encouraging and perhaps supporting its expansion. I'm not talking about our company. I'm talking about the enablement and encouragement of others to do that, because there's a huge opportunity. And then pass pending legislation into law to protect Philippine importers from undefined and unjustified destination charges if not covered by a contract and following Incoterms. In one sentence, I think that's at the gist of where we have to move and where we can move to make things more bearable and cheaper for the Philippine consumer.
Right. One long sentence, but thank you. Appreciate it, Michael. And on your last point, I think there are already bills, right, filed in Congress about that high local charges being imposed by international shipping lines. Now we go to Ernie. Ernie, you mentioned in your presentation too many paid holidays, right? And what should be done, right? So my question now is the ease of dismissal of poor performing employees. So what do we do with that? Should there be unemployment insurance and pension portability? What do you think? I think you're muted, Ernie.
Thank you very much, Doc Henry. Your suggestion about unemployment and insurance would be of help. But more importantly, what we should probably overhaul are certain policies which tend to be more pro-labor than absolutely necessary, because this scares a lot of possible investors when, as Jan used to kid me, some of our friends in the joint foreign chambers feel that they can more easily divorce their wives than fire a rank and file Filipino employee here in this part of the world. And aside from the pro-labor stance, I think there are certain other onerous, probably old-fashioned, outmoded laws like no diminution of benefits. Once you gave it to an employee one time, second time, you can never take it back, because they will claim that they have a right to it. And the Constitution, or rather the Labor Code, says no diminution of benefits, which is interpreted the wrong way, by the way. Holidays, I said 19 regular paid holidays, plus probably 10 more local holidays declared by local government units. While Vietnam probably has just a little more than that, Vietnam was able to cap to 9 the paid holidays. And that's it. You may go on holiday spree, but no work, no pay. Here, we pay every holiday that is mandated by law.
Okay.
And then, aside from that, to labor disputes, often it takes years before some adjudicating bodies could make a decision on whether the employee was terminated illegally or not. In the meantime, the arbiter would say, hey, company, take back the employee, put him at least in the payroll, give him full pay and benefits, even if you don't have to require him to work. So the employee gets paid, you get a replacement, and that's double whammy for the company. And in the meantime, it takes years for these cases to be resolved. On the other side, to be competitive, I think we should prepare the Filipino people, especially the youth, to become more productive, educated, and skillful. So aside from just policies that attract the investors, we should also make sure that when the jobs come around, we have people ready to do the job. So this means we have to do a lot of massive reskilling and upskilling, especially for jobs that will be available in the future. As we speak today, many jobs are already transforming into more of knowledge jobs of knowledge workers, which require a lot of digital skills. Even for managerial jobs, there's a lot of digital skills, and yet, there's more that have to be done in the area of digital transformation in the Philippines. Now, speaking of preparing the youth for to become more productive citizens of the country, I think we should focus on both basic education as well as higher education. Much has got to do with reviewing and making the curriculum more relevant to the changing times. Teacher training is very key. You may have a good curriculum, but if the teachers are not prepared and the facilities are not there that will enhance the learning process for the students, we will have, as we speak, sorry, but I think among the 10 countries in the ASEAN, where in terms of national average IQ, we rank number 10. The PISA results, the other international test results, we fail miserably, or I think something's got to be done in improving the demographics, apart from improving the policies, enabling laws that will attract investors. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ernie. In the House, I'm trained to give the last word to the lady. Okay, so now I will have to ask the last question to Dr. Maha. Maha, can you make a quick assessment of the competitive retail electricity market where power can be bought for less than 4 pesos per kilowatt hour, which is 1/5 of what is paid to Meralco?
Okay. First of all, our COA at the household level signifies the completion of EPIRA, as I said earlier. The end goal of establishing a competitive retail sector at the household level should actually have been realized in 2007, but the contestability program only began in December 2012. Okay, so last year in 2020, ERC brought down contestability to customers with 500 kilowatt average monthly consumption. So when you say contestable customers, they have the power of choice whether to remain captive or buy electricity from retailers. Note that the less than 4 pesos, this is just the generation charge. Okay, so those customers who are buying electricity from retail suppliers, they still have to pay distribution, transmission, and all other charges. Nonetheless, the 4 pesos generation charge is lower than the generation charge to a captive customer. And this is really expected, no, because it's a sign that competition is working. In the US, there is a study conducted by Christensen in 2016 comparing US states that have retail choice vis-a-vis traditional. And they found that retail prices are lower by 2%. Okay, so in Japan, I think the implementation of retail competition is also by phase, but they are able to follow their prescribed schedule. And once we get down to the household level, I am sure that there will be application, platforms similar to Grab that we have now. It will resurface matching customers with the retailers. So in Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, competition is very fierce, and some retailers are even offering free iPad just for customers to switch to them. So in the Philippines, we have Exora. You can Google this. This is a platform actually started by Ateneo students, and they match customers with the supplier and try to see their energy flow profile. I think what we have now in the Philippines, this is the official one. You can Google buyyourelectricity.com.ph. So they match customers. Again, these are just the contestable customers to potential electricity suppliers. So I hope that we can complete the reforms. EPIRA is not yet complete. So until we get down to the household level, then the reform for the electricity sector, that's the time that we say that it has been completed.
Okay, thank you very much, Maha. This panel session is from 1:30 to 3. Time check, it's 2:59, so we still have 1 minute. But I was informed that because of the good discussion that we are having here, that we have been extended by another 5 minutes. So let me raise this question from the participants. Senator Gatchalian, Chair of Senate Energy Committee, shows a slide on the permitting of new power plants. Dr. Abago stated this factor in the high price of electric power. Is ARTA, so this is the question, I think this is directed to DDGNS. Is ARTA doing something about this unfortunate situation? DDGNS, would you like to respond?
Yes, in fact, just recently, the Department of Energy has given up back to us a draft of the Memorandum of Agreement between the Anti-Red Tape Authority and the Department of Energy to cover the energy sector, because the energy sector is one of the priority programs under the program of the Anti-Red Tape Authority. Program is a program approved by the President, which requires all agencies to reduce the requirements by at least 52%, and also by the processing days time by also 52%. While the energy has its own EBOS law, the electronic virtual one-stop shop, it is a separate law aside from the ease of doing business law. We have approached the Department of Energy for us to partner with the department to help them facilitate, expedite the processing of permits to cover the energy.
Okay. All right. Thank you, DDGNS. Bill, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
Okay. So, what do you think are the most significant new laws or programs enacted in recent years that increase business efficiency and reduce cost? And just a follow-up question to that, of course, if you, I can repeat it again later, but what do you think should be new laws and programs that should be enacted in the next Congress?
Well, let me single one out right now, which is the process by which the applications for new cell sites has been sped up. And it was not a law written up for it, but actually it was tucked into the ARTA law as one of the provisions. And then ARTA went and implemented it. And I think just in time, because during this COVID period, when we needed a lot more bandwidth and speed, we're able to see the telcos build out faster. And we've had some improvement in services. And I think that's going to help us in the long run. So I think moving forward, I mean, there are a lot of things that we can address, but I think there has to be a massive program really for digitizing the government. There are so many areas which need fixing, and instead of adding new steps like having to take driving tests when you already have had your license for 10 or 20 years, why don't we just automate getting a renewal of the license and forget the personal appearance, especially if you don't have traffic violations to begin with. It happens everywhere else in the world, but now they want to subject us to a test, even though we've been driving for 20 or 30 years. So little common sense stuff like that, I think we ought to do. I don't think it needs new legislation, actually, but I think we ought to do it, and ARTA should lead the charge.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. Any new law or laws or programs that you can recommend to the next government or to the next Congress?
We already have so many laws. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I'm just thinking more of the implementation side of things. So important. For instance, we have PPP, yet it was not used as much as it was in the previous administration. I think had we used the PPP much more aggressively, we probably would have had much more infrastructure built by now. So things like this, we ought to be looking at the implementation of the laws. Most other laws I would look at as having to clean up the electoral process, because that's now become full of bureaucracy, and actually the politicians are gaming that bureaucracy. Just look at the way they played around with a substitution law. I think we need to provide some fixes there and clean up the electoral system as well. So it's not just economic, but I think there's some political and electoral law that needs fixing.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Quick question for DDGNS. Is Project Repeal still repealing?
We continued it by way of the initiative, this has been, I think, transformed into regulatory management system by requiring all agencies to justify the existence of the regulations that they issue, that these regulations should not be causing undue burden or cost to the public. Part of our mandate also is to
You're on mute, DDG Ness.
Yes, Project Repeal has been continued with the initiative of ARTA on requiring all agencies to subject their regulations to regulatory review. And part of the mandate also is to recommend the repeal, revision of any laws or regulations that are causing undue burden and cost of the public. I agree with Bill that we need to just implement the laws. There are just too many laws in process. And one provision in the ease of doing business law is to require all agencies to re-engineer their process and procedures. Basically, this will require all agencies to streamline the processes and then automate.
Okay, thank you, DDG Ness. And Ernie, in 30 seconds.
Yes, in case you want to ask if there's a law we don't want to pass, I have an answer.
Okay.
It's the Security of Tenure Bill, which is disguised as, about securing employment of workers, but it's also called Anti-Endo Bill.
Okay.
And Endo is dead. Endo is dead by Department Order number 174 by the Department of Labor. And the bill seeks to criminalize legitimate job contracting. So it's one bill we don't want to pass. Okay.
All right. So I think we can end on that note. We have run out of time. We've been extended already, but before we go, let me just thank our panelists, Mr. Bill Luz, Undersecretary Nes Perez, of course, Michael Ruber, Ernie, Cecilia, and Dr. Maha Rabago. And let me also thank our participants for joining this panel discussion. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone.
Many thanks. Please do not leave because we'd like to get a photo of the group as a memento. Please remain and give us your best smiles. So 1, 2, 3, please give us a smile. Great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you very much to this panel. And now we move on to the last and the most awaited panel of the day, the views of presidential candidates on the economy and foreign investment. To introduce our panelists, please welcome the Chairman and CEO of Santos Knight Frank, Mr. Rick Santos.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon and greetings to many watching from business, government, and media from here in the Philippines and abroad. Welcome to the 6th and final panel of the 10th anniversary of Arangkada Philippines. Our theme this year, Pathways to a Better Future. And our panels have discussed many things: economic recovery, health, education, infrastructure, high potential growth sectors, and the ease of doing business. In order to improve the investment environment and increase foreign capital inflow during this current decade, we truly see an amazing people in the Philippines and huge potential, but also hurdles that hinder our progress. Across 2 days, 5 panels, and over 50 excellent speakers and panelists, we have discussed the accomplishments of the Philippine government as well as the private sector. We also tackled challenges and opportunities moving forward, particularly lessons of the last 2 years during the COVID pandemic. The main challenge is often emphasized in this forum is not just recovery and return to pre-pandemic levels, but to grow again and grow faster. The Philippines must become a more competitive and open economy and take full advantage of its vast potential. With a presidential election in May of 2022, this is a challenge that will clearly fall in a large part on the shoulders of the country's next leader. At our 2016 Arangkada Forum, we are honored again to cap our event with a panel devoted to the presidential election. our 2016 forum was also done during the peak of the campaign, and only the candidates' representatives attended. For this Arangkada, in November of this year, we sent the 6 presidential candidates at that time, namely, in an alphabetical order by last name, Mayor Francisco Isco Moreno Domagoso, Senator Christopher Lawrence Bong Go, Senator Panfilio Ping Lacson, former Senator Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., Senator Emmanuel Manny Pacquiao, and Vice President Maria Lenore Lenny Robredo. 3 candidates are joining us today through pre-recorded messages, namely Senator Lacson, Senator Pacquiao, and Vice President Robredo. Each candidate was invited to speak for 10 to 15 minutes. We will call each of the 3 candidates in alphabetical order by their last name. To begin, let us hear from Senator Panfilio Ping Lacson. Thank you.
To all the members of the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines, the business and industry experts, diplomats, government officials, members of the press, and to everyone who made the 10th Arangkada Philippines Forum possible, I am truly honored to join you in this virtual event today. I understand that this has been the 10th year that the coalition is conducting its annual Arangkada Philippines Forum, which serves as a premier platform in promoting international trade, increased foreign investment, and improved business conditions to benefit our country, as well as the other nations that the JFC members represent. With the massive economic and social disruptions that confront the entire world, primarily brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, I am sure that this year's forum takes a deeper and more indicative meaning of the word Arangkada, which essentially means to accelerate. You and I will agree that in front of us is a mission to finally move forward and accelerate from the nightmares of the pandemic, and to finally put this as a thing of the past, so to speak. Indeed, humanity has been making meaningful strides, especially with the advent of vaccines against the coronavirus. What's alarming, though, is that this virus has its ways of making us go 2 steps back every time we take a step forward. Case in point, the Delta strain, which has immobilized us once more during the 3rd quarter of this year, and now the looming and allegedly more contagious threats of the Omicron variant. It is for these reasons that I have been always emphasizing the need for a recovery roadmap that employs a future-proof strategy, an approach that will insulate our people from the vulnerabilities and will help us outsmart the threats brought about by the evolving conditions of the new normal. Among the infinite lessons that the pandemic has taught us is the fact that there could never be a trade-off between our people's health and the health of our economy. Our approach henceforth to this health crisis must be proactive and not reactive, driven not by pandemic politics, but by scientific data and empirical facts. That said, my commitment to our people is to ensure that we will fully fund the Universal Healthcare Act for us to maximize the intent of this landmark legislation. Healthcare coverage to all Filipinos without the huge financial burden from out-of-pocket medical expenses. Despite the passage of the Universal Healthcare Act in 2019, our budget books tell us that our appropriations for the health sector remain dismal. Hence, we will fund the high-cost requirement of the Universal Healthcare Act to cover all barangays, provide subsidies for all indirect contributory populations, ensure optimal benefits for healthcare workers, and achieve the target of 1 hospital bed per 800 population. Practically speaking, strengthening our health systems, protecting our medical professionals and frontliners, and promoting primary and community care will help us in veering away from the implementation of lockdowns that cripple our economy so badly. Hence, at the top of my economic agenda is the outpouring of support to our business sector to attract capital inflow in the country. It is high time that we do away with over-regulation beyond our competition policy, which does more harm than good to our partners in nation building. We must ensure that economic reforms such as the Retail Trade Act are properly implemented to help us become more globally competitive. We also commit to property valuation and assessment reform, ease of paying our taxes, and promotion of digital payments, among others, which must lay the groundwork to reboot our economy. I am likewise pushing for recovery startups to revive the sector that was hardly hit by the health crisis, our MSMEs, comprising 99.5% of our enterprises and 63.2% of our labor force, through the following: comprehensive and targeted fiscal stimulus packages, eviction and foreclosure moratoriums, lower interest bigger loans programs from state-run financial institutions, and employee retention incentives to encourage enterprises to literally go back to business. A vigorous Made in the Philippines campaign is also among my proposals to encourage buying and consuming more our locally made products and even services. We will get people back to work to pump up the economy through cash for work programs by engaging both the public and private sectors in providing our labor force with cash assistance for the jobs that they may be able to do in their communities. We are also exploring the application of industry and employer-led skills training schemes, following the best practices of other nations in securing a highly skilled workforce to boost our national competitiveness and to encourage both public and private investment. An apprenticeship program where able-bodied and qualified college graduates and undergraduates, even junior and senior high school students, can undergo paid internships in government offices, as well as in private corporations and businesses. It's also a viable option to develop their skills and maximize their productivity. I am likewise drumming up my support and commitment to the agriculture sector, as I have always believed in its great role in transforming economies. My vision for our food providers is clear: to expand meaningful opportunities for our farmers and fisherfolk, to advance an export-driven economy, and to ultimately put an end to the vicious cycle of abuse and corruption hounding the sector. I agree with our experts that the structural deficiencies and governance issues must be addressed if we truly want to transform the country's farming and food systems. Under my leadership, the Filipino people can expect the completion and implementation of our national broadband program, our blueprint in building infrastructure for a digital nation, in order to improve the overall internet speed and its affordability all over our country. The digital reform that I envision for our country will connect, unify, and automate all our government processes in order to improve the efficiency of our business transactions, raise our revenue collections, and ultimately minimize, if not totally eradicate, corruption in all levels of our bureaucracy. I will fast-track the rollout and full implementation of the National ID System under the PhilSys Act or RA 11055, which I authored and sponsored after persistently pushing for its passage into law as far back as 1999, when I was still Chief of the Philippine National Police and yet to become a Senator of the Republic. You can also take my word for it. Every time I say that I will guarantee a historic increase in our funding for research and development to boost innovation and productivity, promote an export-driven economy, and increase our competitiveness in the global market. Also, among our priorities is the promotion of the creative industry sector, as this has truly been an engine of powerful economic potential. That said, I have already expressed my full support and intent to be co-author of the pending Philippine Creative Industries Development Act in the Senate, which to date has already been consolidated under Committee Report number 363. Whenever I am asked during interviews about the Philippines problem, I always say that this country's problem is government, bad government. The solution stares us right in the face of the problem itself. If we hope to solve the problems of most of the 110 million Filipinos, then the solution must be found in the government itself. It is called good government. This goes without saying that we need leaders who will walk the talk or will stick to leadership by example. We need leaders who can and will break away from the politics of entertainment, doublespeak, and lip service. Our vast experience tells us that meaningful reforms could not happen overnight. We cannot reform society if people in government refuse to reform themselves. As the 2022 national and local elections come close, we will hear various economic policies and political platforms. But in the end, our country would require change in the moral equity among those in higher office. It would demand the values of KKK, kakayahan, katapangan, at katapatan in actually turning campaign promises into reality. Again, thank you for this opportunity. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you, Senator Lacson, for your words and thoughts. Next, we have Senator Emmanuel Manny Pacquiao.
While the pandemic caused a slump in global trade, especially in the first half of 2020, it also showed that countries are dependent on a globalized market. The reality is that in this very globalized world, the idea that domestic production is the very definition of the economy could only be half true. For the Philippines to exploit its economic potential, its economic policies should advance efficiency, technological advancement, while ensuring inclusive growth by enhancing the well-being of its citizens. It is crucial that the government should invest more in human capital, such as education and health, since it will not only boost economic growth, but will help to end the vicious cycle of poverty. The amendment of the more than 85-year-old law has long been forthcoming. In this regard, my position on this has always been consistent. I am in full support of the measure provided that such will be made consistent with the Constitution. While the classification of what constitutes public utility will have significant implications on foreign equity limitations, it should be carefully defined to be consistent with the intent of the Constitution and guided by the decisions of the Supreme Court. In fact, my amendment to the bill included telecommunications as part of public utilities. I would agree that there's indeed a need to revisit the restrictions on foreign equity in certain industries or sectors. However, we should be cautious in tinkering with the Constitution. Why? Because opening the Constitution for possible amendment or revision, despite the intent to only revise the economic provisions, will open doors for opportunities to revise even the present restrictions on our political system to suit personal interest. Thus, my position remains that any move to subtly amend the Constitution in the guise of economic reforms, which could actually open doors to abuse and promotion of vested political interests, must be dealt with utmost caution and hesitation.
Thank you again, Senator Lacson. Next, we have Senator Emmanuel Manny Pacquiao. Thank you.
Thank you, Arangkada Philippines Forum, for the opportunity to be part of the special panel for presidential candidates in the 10th Arangkada Philippines Forum. Your theme, Pathways to a Better Future, is a timely subject at a time when Filipinos are slowly recovering from the economic dislocation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, we need to find, if not create, new opportunities to guarantee a better life for all Filipinos. My economic platform is anchored on my commitment to stop corruption in all levels of governance. Our country and our people have remained poor and will remain poor if we cannot take out corruption from its roots. Matagal na tayong pinagsasamantalahan ng mga kawatan sa pamahalaan dahil patuloy natin silang binibigyan ng kapangyarihan. Patuloy natin silang binibigyan ng pagkakataon. Kapag walang korupsyon sa ating gobyerno, ay walang masasayang na salapi ng bayan na dapat makatulong sa ating mga kababayan. Mabibigyan natin ng puhunan ang mga maliliit na negosyo. Mabibigyan natin ng kabuhayan ang ating mga kababayan. Kapag walang korupsyon, gaganda ang ating investment climate. Mapapababa natin sa 15% ang ating corporate tax. Matustusan natin ang mga proyekto na magpapababa sa presyo ng kuryente at hindi lamang sa kuryente, sa lahat ng mga pangunahing bilihin at mapapabilis ang internet signal. Lalabanan po natin ang kanser na ito sa ating bansa. Pagsamasamahin natin sila sa loob ng kulungan, ipapakulong natin sila para hindi na makapagnakaw sa ating gobyerno. Managot sila dahil sa matagal ng panahon na paghihirap ng ating mga kababayan. Yan po ay gagawin natin sa lalong madaling panahon. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. God bless.
Thank you, Senator Pacquiao. As a reminder, we are listening to the candidate speeches in alphabetical order according to their last name. Finally, let us listen to Vice President Maria Lenore Lenny Robredo.
Hello everyone. Thank you to the Joint Foreign Chambers and everyone who helped organize this forum. I hope that I can make the next several minutes worth your while as I outline my plans and views as regards the economy. By now, everyone who has a keen interest in the Philippine economy will be familiar with the Ambition 2040 Philippine Development Plan. It was a major project that required the sharpest economic minds in the country to take a deep dive into the data, building on decades of policies and economic themes to draw a roadmap for national progress. Some of those who had a hand in its crafting are probably present in this forum today. I also understand that some of its projections and insights had already been adjusted to reflect the disruptions that all of us experienced over the past 20 months or so. Be that as it may, it remains the main pathway towards the fulfillment of an enduring vision to make the Philippines a prosperous, predominantly middle-class society, to lift our people from poverty, to have them live long and healthy lives as they use their smarts and creativity within an enabling environment that allows them to achieve their dreams. This is a goal that I fully subscribe to, with a goal set and a roadmap already drawn in the form of Ambition 2040. The role of government becomes clearer to make sure that gaps are filled, obstacles are addressed, and interventions are done so that the journey towards the vision becomes faster. This is easier said than done, and it is where many challenges persist. For those of us applying for the highest office in the land, the question that cuts through the clutter is, what should government do to rise to these challenges? This is the necessary question, and today I would like to respond to it by taking a step back and folding it into the larger conversation of what should government be. In doing so, I hope to give a view of the economic philosophies that form the bedrock of my policy approach. First, government should be trustworthy. When rules are unevenly applied, when they are changed in the middle of the game to favor one interest over another, when government cannot be trusted to keep its word, then the economic environment becomes unpredictable. It is this unpredictability that breeds a lack of confidence and keeps investments away. Conversely, a credible and trustworthy government inspires confidence because investors will know that rules will be followed and that those who don't follow these rules will be held to account. Outcomes are more predictable, projections more reliable, and horizons come into clearer view. How do we restore trust? Two things go hand in hand. First, a professionalized bureaucracy led from the top by people with unquestionable integrity will build a culture of honesty and efficiency. They will spearhead efforts to map the points where corruption enters the process and fix these points. We will allow science to inform decision-making and minimize the arbitrariness of systems. Enforcing, for example, evidence-based cost estimates and regular audit checks to ensure the integrity of processes. Second, as a professionalized bureaucracy ensures that public servants will have nothing to hide, institutionalizing transparency and accountability will ensure that they will have nowhere to hide. For example, as a representative in Congress, I filed a full disclosure bill, something that my late husband already put in practice in Naga when he was mayor, with financial transactions and documents of public interest readily accessible by the scrutinizing public. This is something I intend to prioritize should I be elected. Going back to the question of what should government be, the second imperative is that government should be empowering. By this, I mean a government that seeks to engage businesses and come up with solutions, rather than one that is overly fixated on restrictions and merely waits to pounce and penalize those who step an inch out of line. It is a government that listens and actively builds a workable and dynamic consensus with stakeholders, understanding that national progress is a goal that is shared by all. To this end, we will create spaces for such engagement. One mechanism we will revive is the National Competitiveness Council. The Anti-Red Tape Authority is an important instrument to streamline processes, but the broader vision of a more competitive economy needs to have its own space, and the NCC's role can be further strengthened so that dialogue becomes an integral part of the process. Concerns can be addressed with goodwill, and ideas can be threshed out and developed in line with Ambition 2040. The strategy here is clear. Find ways to unlock the energies of the economy, whether it is through more rigorously implementing existing laws, such as the Ease of Doing Business Act, or reviewing some of the more restrictive policies and legislation that serve as roadblocks for businesses to thrive. For example, the Public Service Act. You can rest assured that my administration will be on a mission mode in executing this strategy. The third imperative, government should be agile. The glacial pace of many of our processes can be addressed through modernization, by harnessing technology, and as I said in an earlier point, allowing the system to work with minimal arbitrariness and human intervention. Digitization, therefore, must be treated as a front-end domino to unlock the economy. We must hasten the transition that has already been forced upon us by the pandemic and formulate new practical processes that reflect our online reality. We know, however, that agility is often a function not only of processes, but of mindsets. I know, for example, that for some industries, the private sector is raring to go, but it is the tentativeness of regulators, sometimes due to political considerations, that holds up the process. For government to truly be quick on its feet, a shift in mindset is necessary. Agility, after all, is a function of urgency. The entire bureaucracy must be made to understand that at the end of every decision is a family that might go hungry, a community that remains poor, or a child that is stalled on her way to her dreams. There is no other way to do this but through leadership. Those who govern must show that it is willing to go against vested interests and exhibit decisiveness, moral courage, and political will in the name of the public which it serves. From the top down, from the highest office in the land, cascaded through heads of agencies, down to entry-level bureaucrats. A culture of urgency and true solidarity with those that we serve must be cultivated by our example, by our hard work, by our willingness to hold ourselves against the highest standards of service. trustworthy, empowering, and agile. This is what government should be. It is not too difficult for anyone to come up with laundry lists of steps. We should, however, consider first of all the character of the government that will be tasked to implement these steps. What is the big picture that they see? What are their core philosophies? Most importantly, can we trust that their actions will reflect the words that they speak? I have worked with many of you over the past several years, not only during the time of the pandemic, when we reoriented the OVP's operations to fill the gaps in government response, but through our Angat Buhay projects, where we leveraged our linkages to help the farthest reaches of the archipelago. My track record is out there for all to see. You know how I work. You know what I believe in. You know my intentions. I have absolutely no doubt that our values and our dreams for the country align. I ask only that you consider all of this, my history, as well as those of my fellow candidates, as you reflect and decide in the coming months. Thank you and good day.
Thank you, Vice President Robredo, and thank you to all three candidates and all the candidates for sharing their ideas for the future of the Philippines. We look forward to hearing more of all the candidates and their platforms in the coming months. That concludes the final panel of our forum. I now turn it back to Manette Hamlin for the last part of our program. Thank you very much. Thank you, Manette. Back over to you.
Thank you very, very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very, very much to our presidential candidates for 2022. We are so grateful for your presence in this forum. And to close off day 2 of the 10th Arangkada Philippines Forum, let us welcome on the virtual stage the President of the European Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Lars Wittig.
Thank you, Nanette, and thank you, Rick. And of course, thank you to the 3 presidential candidates. I remember my first experience with elections here in the Philippines in 1992. And for those who are listening in, watching now, and perhaps it's your first election in the Philippines, it's always a very interesting time for sure. Now, finally, let me conclude these 2 days by, first of all, saying good afternoon again to ladies and gentlemen, our many guests from government, business, and media. I hope you have greatly enjoyed our major speeches, panel discussions, and breakout sessions. My name is, as mentioned, Lars Wittig. I'm the president of the European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, representing business members from the vast majority of the over 40 countries in Europe, including the 27 members of EU, the 4 EFTA countries, Great Britain, and more. You may recall that I welcomed you on December 1st, the first day of our 2-day annual forum, and I am with you again as we end the forum on its final day. This is traditional European hospitality that we must take care of our guests from start to finish to assure that they have the best possible experience. Like day 1, today has been a long and full day and with major speeches and 3 panels, and I appreciate all those who have stayed with us since the morning. Once again, content throughout the day was first class. The quality of speakers and panelists, the highest, and their recommendations very valuable takeaways for everyone. There was much to be learned over these 2 days about pathways to the future as we approach 2022 and beyond to 2030, with motivation to build back better and reach a new normal. We heard 6 major speeches today. Nikki Del Gallego of Google Philippines began with Warring Twenties, the Southeast Asia Digital Decade, presenting this year's e-Conomy Southeast Asia report prepared by Temasek and Bain Company. It was reassuring to hear from such expert authorities about the resurgence of Southeast Asia and how the region is expected to achieve $1 trillion gross merchandise value e-Conomy by 2030. Our first outstanding panel today explored the pathways to foreign direct investments from our 6 big winner sectors. We want to see BPO, creative industries, and tourism continue to resume their fast growth. However, agribusiness, manufacturing, and mining need reforms and support to realize their high potential to be major drivers of future growth and job creation for the economy. There are vast markets abroad for products that the factories, farms, and mines of the Philippines can provide. This is what we mean when we point out that the Philippine economic engine is not running at all cylinders. It needs an overhaul soon so it can better supply domestic and foreign markets that our competitors otherwise dominate. We thank industry experts Christopher Ilagan of Cargill Salina Agathon CP, Jack Madrid of IBPAP, Dan Lacia of SEIPI, Jerry Brimo of CMP, and Eileen Clemente for sharing their insights and recommendations to grow their sectors. We wish to thank DTI Undersecretary Fida Aldaba for joining the panel and sharing her always valuable insights. KKR's Michael de Guzman was a skilled moderator and hopefully was scouting for some investment ideas at the same time. DTI Secretary Ramon Lopez, zooming in from Dubai, provided as his always excellent, perhaps even better than ever, information-packed overview of evolving trade and investment environments, presenting new opportunities for foreign investors with reassuring messages all the way from Dubai about the potential for FDI and actions that reduce operating costs and increase competitiveness. His speech was one of the highlights of the day. We had 9 speakers and moderators in 3 breakout sessions, whom we also thank for their contributions to the discussions today, with views on logistics during COVID-19 and beyond from one of my predecessors as president of ECCP, Michael Reumer of Royal Cargo, and Anna Livak of FedEx. Recommendations on a cloud-driven economic recovery, including best policies to support decarbonization and sustainable finance goals from an impressive team at Amazon Web Services, and insights into how to have better broadband in the Philippines by John Charity from the USAID Beacon Project, and prominent consultant Grace Mirandilla Santos, Dr. Henry Basilio, Lawrence White, and Don Feldbaum facilitated the discussions. Our afternoon featured two complementary panels. Panel 5 examined pathways to foreign direct investments becoming more competitive and efficient, and was highlighted by the presentation of former National Competitive Council Private Sector co-chair Bill Luss. As in past years, Bill provided an excellent overview of the competitiveness of the country's economy and business sector, underlining how much work has to be done to keep up with the competition, let alone to move ahead of them. The discussion was moderated by Dr. Henry Basilio, with esteemed panelists including Director General Jeremiah Belgica, Michael Reuber, Ernest Cecilia, and Dr. Ravago. There's no doubt the recommendations were made today by this panel should be considered by the next administration as reforms that will make move faster. Finally, we ended the day with recorded messages from presidential candidates, Senator Ping Lacson, Senator Manny Pacquiao, and Vice President Lenny Robredo. We regret the other two major candidates were unable to join us. While the foreign chambers are apologetical and favor none, we certainly are keen observers of the country's political process and its results. We were greatly privileged to have these candidates explain their views on the economy and foreign investment. Their insights and views are beneficial to our understanding of the policies of their aspirants to become the principal leader of an important nation of 110 million people. In ending, I thank again all the persons I named and want to thank the team from our event management partner, Team Asia, and the staff of the Arangkada project at AmCham that designed and implemented our event, and our many corporate, media, and fellow business group sponsors. And final, thanks to all who attended, whom we hope to be able to greet in person next year. Thanks and best wishes for a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you and good day.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Wittig. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our 10th Arangkada Philippines Forum. We are truly, truly grateful for everyone who's joined us in this two-day event. Again, we'd like to thank our sponsors and partners for helping us make this forum possible. Our platinum sponsors are AWS, Cargill Philippines Inc., Eastern Communications, Emerson, FedEx, Globe Business, ICTSI, KKR, PMFTC, Quezon Power and San Buenaventura Power, and Team Asia. Our gold sponsors, Chevron Holdings Inc., First Philippines Holding Corporation, Meralco, Royal Cargo, SGV and Company. Our silver sponsors, AIG, BPI, Santos Knight Frank, and Filipina Shell. Our bronze sponsors, Aboitiz Power, BDO, Cal Energy, Manila Water Company, and Mitsubishi Corporation. Our patrons, Aboitiz Infra Capital, Isuzu, NYK Phil, Pacific Cross, Strive, and supporting partner, PNG. Our media sponsors, ANC, Business Mirror, Business World, the Oxford Philippines Group, the Philippine Daily Inquirer, and the Philippine Star. Thanks for all of our event partners who have helped promote this event to reach a wider group of guests. Bankers Association of the Philippines, British Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Confederation of Wearable Exporters of the Philippines, the Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, Foundation for Economic Freedom, German-Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines, Makati Business Club, Nordic Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, the Philippine Ecozones Association, Philippine Exporters Confederation, Philippine-Swiss Business Council, Semiconductor and Electronics Industries of the Philippines, Inc., Spanish Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines, and the Asia Foundation. Behind the 10th Arangkada Philippines Forum is the joint foreign chambers of the Philippines, namely the American Chamber of Commerce, the Australian New Zealand Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, European Chamber of Commerce, the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Korean Chamber of Commerce, the Philippine Association of Multinational Companies Regional Headquarters, Incorporated. Thank you, everyone, for all your support. Thank you, dear guests. Thank you, dear speakers and panelists, and have a great rest of the day. Once again, this is Monette Hamlin, President and Founder of Team Asia. We hope to see you personally next year at the Arangkada Forum 2022. Stay safe, everyone, and mabuhay.
Thank you, Monette. Thank you, Henry.
Cargill Philippines was established in 1947, the company's first subsidiary in the Asia-Pacific region. Immediately, Cargill saw the Philippines' potential as a coconut and coconut product supplier to the world. And in 1948, Cargill Philippines formally opened its first office, a copra buying station with just a handful of employees. Today, Cargill now employs over 2,000 employees across multiple locations in the country's 3 major island groups, with its operations now including grain distribution and trading, animal nutrition and health, poultry processing, and food and beverage ingredients. Cargill currently operates 5 business units in the Philippines. Cargill Oil Mills Philippines Inc., a business engaged in the coconut industry, specifically copra crushing with 10 copra buying stations to help coconut farmers gain greater access to global markets. Cargill Agricultural Supply Chain, a business unit covering all agency trading and distribution for the grains, supplying them with soybean meal, feed wheat, and high-quality milling wheat. Cargill Animal Nutrition and Health, which provides swine, poultry, and aqua feeds and premix solutions. CANH owns and operates 3 feed mills located in Bulacan and facilities in Pangasinan and Misamis Oriental, as well as tolling arrangements in Iloilo, Cebu, and Davao. Seajoy Poultry Meats Production Inc., a joint venture with the Philippines' largest fast food chain, primarily focuses on poultry processing. Seajoy produces ready-to-cook chicken for local consumption in a state-of-the-art processing facility in Santo Tomas, Batangas. And finally, Cargill Food Ingredients and Bio-Industrial Enterprise. We supply starches, sweeteners, such as glucose and fructose, oils, stevia, soya, flour, cocoa, and texturizing agents for local manufacturers primarily in the food, beverage, and snacks industry. And while these business units operate independently, they are deeply integrated into each other's operation as part of a larger Cargill Philippines supply chain.
We will always be committed to enable communities and businesses in the Philippines to thrive and look forward to continue growing and expanding our footprint in the country in line with our commitment towards enhancing food security and nourishing the world in a safe, sustainable, and responsible way.
At Eastern Communications, we believe in a strong and personal connection. In prioritizing both our high-tech and our high-touch solutions, we bring back the human connection in the ever-expanding industry of information and communications technology. In doing so, we've amassed a wide array of various solutions designed to not only improve our clients' businesses, but to also create seamless experiences for their own customers. Every business needs reliable connectivity in order to maintain its day-to-day processes. These are only some of the many solutions and services that Eastern Communications has established over the years for our many partners. And while we still have a long way to go, you can be sure that Eastern Communications will continue to be your partner and take you from where you are now to where you want to go. Together, we can all finish strong for our tomorrow. At Eastern Communications, we believe in a strong and personal connection. In prioritizing both our high-tech and our high-touch solutions, we bring back the human connection in the ever-expanding industry of information and communications technology. In doing so, we've amassed a wide array of various solutions designed to not only improve our clients' businesses, but to also create seamless experiences for their own customers. Every business needs reliable connectivity in order to maintain its day-to-day processes. These are only some of the many solutions and services that Eastern Communications has established over the years for our many partners. And while we still have a long way to go, you can be sure that Eastern Communications will continue to be your partner and take you from where you are now to where you want to go. Together, we can all finish strong for our tomorrow.
What does it mean to have a purpose? In a company as global and far-reaching as Emerson, it means each of us is part of something bigger. Our transformation to One Emerson has brought into focus, in addition to shared values, an underlying purpose that holds true to our culture. We drive innovation that makes the world healthier, safer, smarter, and more sustainable. When we look deeper into our purpose and into our individual roles as innovators, we see how our technology, engineering, and software solutions help make the world a better place. We make the world healthier by bringing critical new life-saving medicines to market faster with consistently high quality. Our cold chain technology enables our customers to safely keep perishable food and drugs at proper temperatures. We keep our customers safe with our location tracking software that provides real-time worker safety monitoring, potentially reducing more than 70% of common industrial incidents. Our new-to-the-world insulated hydraulic tools help keep linemen and electrical contractors protected against shocks and hazards. We make plants smarter by helping process engineers optimize operations with our digital twin software. Our ENERGY STAR certified Sensi Smart thermostat technology uses geofencing, remote access, and flexible scheduling to keep homeowners in the know and in control of their home comfort. We promote sustainability with innovative software that enables the global power industry to seamlessly incorporate renewable energy sources to modernize and improve the reliability of the electric grid. Our energy-efficient compressors enable our industry partners to comply with ever-rising government efficiency standards for air conditioning and refrigeration systems. This purpose means limitless opportunities to take action, to innovate as one, and to promise our customers that with Emerson, you can always consider it solved. So what does it mean to have a purpose? For Emerson, it means everything.
We never left. At FedEx, we have been embracing the commitment to deliver in the Philippines for 37 years. Since the 80s, we have been steadfast in our commitment to connecting people and ideas through deliveries, creating opportunities and improving lives. Now with our world-class 17,000 square meter gateway, we need the right people. Talented women and men with the same goal and mission, who won't let the world down.
Ho, 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 ho.
We need fast. Precise. Dedicated. Because this is where now meets next. At FedEx, every second counts. Every parcel counts. And every person counts.
Sir, are we ready?
We're FedEx. We're always ready.
Ho, 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 ho.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. Safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
The world keeps on turning. That's why we keep on moving. ICTSI is a marine gateway operator, advancing trade to help move economies, moving across the globe so we can move lives, moving a step ahead of everyone so we can move towards a brighter tomorrow. ICTSI.
Every brand has a goal. To be this or that for the consumer. To do this or that for its audience. To fix this. To grow that. To build from scratch. At Team Asia, we take a holistic approach in solving marketing challenges and use a variety of channels to reach consumers in meaningful ways. Experience is the relationship we build between the audience and the brand. The integration of channels is what makes everything cohesive and relevant. This approach we call integrated marketing experience. Team Asia brings out the best in branding and design, events and activation, content marketing, digital marketing, and video production. Our team has the best players in the game, armed with the knowledge to implement a strong game plan that fits your goals. Are you launching a new brand? Are you creating a positive brand impression? If you're looking for ways to grow your brand, the first order of business is to choose a team of experts. We are Team Asia, and this is how we do it.
lot of work goes into a virtual event. It starts with great content, putting your brand front and center. You plan every detail. You see every contingency. We already have the big thinkers, the inspired, the passionate, and the veterans. Now, we have the power of tech. Fast, uninterrupted experiences, platforms that turn the ordinary to the exciting. An expert technical team executing to perfection. You get an amazing event and an audience that wants more of you. This is 29 years of expertise in creating next-level events. Now, on the virtual space.
Okay, I'm on my way. Lahat ng biyahe natin may dahilan because biyahe is life. Para tuloy-tuloy yung trip, minsan maraming kailangang hintuan. May biyaheng malubak.
Yung supplier kasi natin sa gifts, sir, hindi pa po sumasagot.
We have 3 days to go, alright? Let's do this. Kaya yan.
Yes, sir.
May biyaheng never-ending.
Oh, okay tayo dyan. Busin na natin ito.
Yes, sir.
Ano tayo mas okay? Robot o malaking truck?
May biyaheng struggle akitin. Pero pag nakarating ka na sa destination mo,
Sir, everything is in order.
game?
Yes.
Alright, let's go! Yung dahilan kung bakit ka bumabiyahe, it's super worth it. Kaya saan man ako pumunta, alam kong may kasama ako. Biyaheng walang ending, may maaasahan all the way.
Full tank, sir.
Yes, please.
Biyaheng struggle akitin, may nagbibigay ng lakas. Biyaheng malubak, may handang umalalay.
Okay na po, boss. Enjoy the journey po.
Ayos. Basta with Caltex, tuloy-tuloy ang biyahe.
Morning, boss. Welcome to Catex.
Morning.
Full tank, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Tuloy-tuloy ang biyahe dahil fast and friendly ang service sa Caltex.
Okay na po, boss. Enjoy the journey po.
Okay, thank you.
It's not enough to just sustain a broken world. There's always a choice. To be better. To turn the world around. to go beyond sustainability and become a regenerative force that heals and renews. At First Philippine Holdings, we imagine a regenerative, decarbonized world. And through our businesses, we are powering it. Building it. Living it. Making it. Healing it. And teaching it. Because this is the better way to live, to work, to treat our planet, and leave something better for the future. First Philippine Holdings, powered by good.
When you operate in dynamic global markets, the one constant is the speed of change, and navigating change takes leadership. Leadership that manages risk and uncertainty for clients with insight and confidence. At AIG, our expertise is turning risk into opportunity and new potential. It's why we pride ourselves in the quality of our people, the value we deliver, and the excellence in our execution. Because today, you don't just need an insurance company, you need an ally in your journey from now to next.
Trust. It's life's first lesson. We learn it with every new experience, with every new risk. We trust those who help us get back on our feet and point us in the right direction. As we invest in ourselves and in our goals, we trust the one who has our back. Trust is built on commitment. To invest our time and effort consistently, even through life's highs and lows. As we invest in our future, we trust the one who gives us courage to dream. Though the journey may be long, What can be sweeter than when our trust is rewarded? Life's biggest moments are moments of trust.
Shell's been in the Philippines for over 100 years, and we're still here powering progress. With over 1,000 service stations, by supplying fuels and lubricants for construction, manufacturing, and mining. But that's not all. Shell's here powering people too. Here empowering our communities. Here helping nurture local economies. Here protecting Filipinos from deadly diseases. And here responding to our country's future energy needs. Shell, we're here to stay.